This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhan. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. Little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem.
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting report, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gusion Paxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals spread.
So, what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
So how do you think you're gonna balance that?
I will like schedule myself like
20 hours per week?
time management.
So there's 24 hours, right? So 20 hours of training and 4 hours of study.
20 hours per week, bro.
20 hours per week.
per week.
Yeah, per week, not a day.
20 hours per day of training, bro.
I thought it was
Your
a day.
thumbs will drop.
Who stands in your way the most? Who are you most fearful of?
Everything is on the way, in the way lah. So we have to get through everyone to get to top 2. I don't think there's any teams that like in our way because every team we also have to take them on to be able to stand top 2.
Are you guys single?
Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
You also single?
Available, Vanix.
Not available.
Not available.
Why are you not available?
I'd rather date myself.
You would rather date yourself because you're confident about yourself and you love yourself. That's confidence right there.
Alright. Supergirl, why do you think Vanix is single?
He's waiting for the sky to turn red and maybe snow.
Oh, in Singapore?
Yeah,
The snow in
That's
Singapore?
impossible. Turn it around. Why do you think Supergirl is still single?
Because he has too many girls to choose from.
Too many varieties,
Casanova
right?
right there.
Which teams, in your opinion, are Titans? Have you matched up with them in ranked games, and how did that go?
I personally think that ranked game we can't really compare much because I don't think everybody is playing their full potential because sometimes like you never know what they're doing behind the scene lah. But like sometimes when I was playing, I'll be eating stuff, so they are not. So I know that they are not playing their fullest potential. So like I can't really tell anything about it. Yeah.
So given a choice, which team do you want to face off in the grand finals and beat them to win the championship?
The team that I want to face is RSG. Not because I feel they're like the easiest. I just want to have like a revenge story after last season. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Adamir?
I think probably the same team. Yeah, because like revenge match as well.
But outside of RSG, who is one like best player in MPL Singapore?
I think for me it would be Gear lah. I haven't faced him much in the ESP lane, but when I was facing him, it felt like he posed a little bit of a threat to me. Yeah, so I...
Just a bit.
Just a bit. I mentioned it last season, just a bit. So is the one who posed a bigger threat, but I overcome it already, so yeah. So now there's only Gear left, which I don't think it's much of a problem, but he's still a player that I think is very strong.
Right, so who do you think is the weakest player in the league right now?
I'd say the weakest player is Bray. He's just getting carried by the other 4. I'm just confident that I'm gonna be better than him.
He was also quite strong himself and he kind of blew our expectations. So I think you do have a title to protect. What are your feelings about that?
I'm confident I'll keep it. Yeah.
Okay, let's throw the question to Diallo. Who do you think is better, JPL or
What?
your own wrong?
Oh, you ask me? Of course I must support my own team. You can't ask me. If you ask anybody else, then you might get
Okay, who's the second and third best then? Cannot.
Definitely JPL lah, second. Yeah. Third, anybody can be the third lah.
All the same center, you know.
Singapore
third is tied for like the rest of
Tied for the rest.
JPL, everyone.
Singapore is like these two only.
Police are investigating the position's appearance as a citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
For me, because I do have a full-time job, I'm also a last year student in NUS. So there's nothing, holding me back from pursuing what I want before we go to the 9 to 6 after we graduate. Right.
Just curious, what did your parents think about this decision?
They were quite supportive of me, and basically I'm in my own world. I get to plan out my own schedule in terms of training or work or studies. So I really, appreciate the support that they give me to do this. Yeah.
Now that Sync is now in Stellark, what do you think about their team?
They got a lot of experienced players. I don't think we will lose in max, but maybe we'll lose in macro somewhere somehow.
Maybe the communication.
Yeah, because they are really experienced players lah. So I think if you put 3 or 4 experienced players in one team, right, even though you lose out your max, right, they still got their game sense there. They still got their macros there. They can out macro us.
Who do you want to face off against, and what will it mean to you to beat them out of the competition at the grand finals?
This one is for my man Odia Bambi. Right, we would like to meet Evos in the finals. I mean, some people like to talk about it. Right, he had a beef with his ex-team. We have a secondary mission, which is to prove those people wrong that Odia Bambi still has his own worth. Right.
Who do you think is the easiest team in this season?
What about Stellark, since they have new players too, some people are even unknown.
I can say that they are the underdogs. I think they might have a chance to prove something this season. Considering the fact that they are really experienced players, as I said before, they might really have a chance to prove themselves.
For fans of Team Flash, right, what's your message for them this year, and what can they expect out of you guys?
Well, I know everyone here is old and we're not really Flash as much as other teams, but we use this experience as our weapon to maybe higher than third place.
Maybe. Okay.
So Swell, I know that you're quite young, right? You're 22. What are your commitments right now?
Currently, I'm working and studying at the same time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's like a work-study course.
Nice.
Basically, I work in the morning, the afternoon, late evening basically. Then I will train at night, like scrims and whatnot at night.
I have work too. I work a full-time job from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Then I train every day.
Yeah, I think
life is so tiring.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also the common theme for most of the players as well. There's a passion for the teams and for the esports scenes.
For someone that keeps talking about other players being toxic, you seem pretty toxic yourself down here.
It's a nice kind of toxic. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get
first of all, I'm not toxic.
Really
nice.
William's a nice guy.
Thank you. Just a bit of troller also.
Hey, hello, beautiful people. If you can hear me, please give me a thumbs up. Can you hear me, Howler? Yeah.
And welcome back, everyone, to another week, or should I say the final week, right here at MPL SG Season 4. Now, to everyone joining us online, as well as our live audience today, thank you so much for tuning in to support your favorite teams. Now, if you have any friends who would love to catch in on all of the action right here at MPL SG Season 4, please do not hesitate to share with them that you can check us out on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and even TikTok to cast your predictions on today's matchups. Now, it has been a tumultuous journey so far. The past 3 weeks, there has been stunning plays, amazing reversals, many turtle soups, and of course, furious landscaping done in the land of Dawn. Now, week 3 was a week full of surprises as teams went to war for every single point to climb or even cement their spot in the playoffs. So, Evil has made a dent in the Revenants, taking a game of Slate Esports, and we have RSG living up to their name as the defending juggernauts, as they truly defended well as they swept both of their matches against Zion Esports as well as Team Flash. Now, Revival's the one who truly lived up to their name as the team literally catapulted from the 7th position all the way to the 4th, giving them a chance starting the playoffs in the upper brackets. So, let's take a look at our overall standings. So as you can see right here on your displays, our standings are as per RSG SG in the first position with 15 points, Slate currently at 14 points, and SMG SG and Revival currently at 3rd and 4th position respectively. And we have Flash and Stellark currently tied with 5 points, and Zion at 4th, and Evil at the final position of 8th. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final week of the regular season. Week 3 has proven that every game, not every match, matters as teams fight tooth and nail to get a glimpse of that upper bracket spot. So, RSG and Slate has actually cemented themselves in the top 2 positions, as you guys can see over at the rankings itself. But the 3rd and 4th position, as of now, is still open for contention. So, anything can still happen in today's matchup. So stick around to join us. Speaking of today's matchups, here is the lineup for today. So as you can see, the highly anticipated match, our first highlight of day one, is going to be a spicy one. At 10 a.m., we have SMG SG have to prove their worth against Stellark to retain their third seed spot. And next up at 1 p.m., we actually have match 2 of Team Flash going head-to-head with Revival. Thereafter, for match 3, we have Zion, which will be crossing swords with Evil. That will be happening at 4 p.m. And finally, at 7 p.m., we actually have the long-awaited fight between the indomitable juggernauts and the infallible revenants, the contest between the unstoppable force and the immovable object. The most anticipated matchup that will for the entire regular season right now is upon us. We will finally see RSG SG lock horns with Slate Esports as they each seek to prove that they deserve the top spot in the overall standings. And that incredible match will be happening to close off the day at 7 p.m. So right now, this week is all the more important due to a slight change in MPL SG. Moontan Games has announced the number of invitational spots for the M4 each region will receive. For MPL SG, we will have one coveted spot for the M4, where we only have one team, which will represent Singapore over on the international stakes. Now, the stakes haven't been higher for all the teams as we are nearing the end of the regular season. Now, our awesome games wouldn't have been possible without our amazing sponsors, so MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games and Zenway Production, supported by Frank Bio CBC, OSIM, and TikTok. So now, enough about me, because I know you guys tuning in are all in about the MLBB action. So without further ado, let us welcome the teams kicking off Week 4 of our regular season. Presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen, a team that has surprised us with their performance so far, SMG SG, and having the largest roster and versatility in MPL SG Season 4, we have Stellark SG. All right, so as you guys can see right now, our teams are currently gearing up, and I can literally feel the electricity in the air. Now, of course, there has been new patches, so I'll pass my time over to the casters to tell us what can we anticipate in the upcoming patch in this game today. Take it away, casters.
Hello and welcome to MPL Singapore Season 4. My name is Holler and with me is Scrubby and Abstract, and we will talk about the patch, no doubt about that. But we have the final 2 days. This is of the regular season. We're going to find out the playoff standings, everything that's going to happen. We're going to find out in these next 2 days. But that said, Scrubby, what are your thoughts on this first match going in?
I mean, it's SMG. Like Cheryl said, they proved us wrong. You know, we didn't think that highly of them last season, but this season they really proved themselves, and they're at the 3rd spot, up against Stellark SG at the 6th spot. So we're waiting to see if Stellark, can really step up this match, and I think that's super exciting.
Well, when it comes down to today's games, I think that we can all agree that the excitement is through the roof, right? First game is already big, especially since we can see that SMG, yes, they are definitely at the top. They do have a spot at the upper brackets. But if they lose to Stellark, or rather if Stellark wins against SMG, there could be a very big chance that Stellark will be able to find themselves in the upper brackets.
I think that's the best part. I mean, that's the biggest storyline going into this weekend, is the fact that third through 8th place, all of these teams have a potential to get into the upper bracket. And that's crazy at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's the battle. It's the last stand that you want to make to make it to the upper brackets, and it's your last chance, because going into the playoffs, this regular season has been a stage of experimentation, right? You can feel free to try out different drafts, work out your chemistry and your synergy, but this is now where it starts to matter.
Of course. And it's actually super important going into this one. I mean, SMG, Stellark, these are two teams that it's like the 3rd and the 6th place. There's so much at stake. I mean, if we're looking at some of the player stats, I mean, Abstract, how about you kind of walk us through some of these?
All right, when it comes down to SMG, we're looking at Enya, Joe, Rum, Jogs, as well as Dairy that will be playing for the first game today. And looking at everything that they have on their stats, of course, everything looking fine and dandy, especially looking at Enya with 721 GPM. Definitely can be a little bit higher considering the fact that we are looking at a nice little average between 700 to 800. When it comes down to Jogs, yeah, he definitely got to pump up the GPM a bit, but so far he's been playing the junglers that is more towards the impactful side. He's trying to work onto team fights, objectives and such, instead of really farming around the jungles.
So let's talk a little bit about the Stellark stats. I think that's the other team that we need to go into. They had a bit of a heartbreaker in last week. They did lose to Revival. I thought it was a game or a match that they should not have lost. But Scrubby, how about you walk us through some of these stats from last week?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the MMs, right, the gold laners here, Smellycat up against Enya, slightly lower GPM here, Smellycat hovering over a 660-ish. It's interesting that both of their signature heroes are Beatrix, but we know in the recent patch that this hero has been nerfed. So I'm quite curious to see which heroes they will pull out for the marksman and the gold lane coming into these games today.
Definitely a little bit different when it comes down to the overall GPM, damage taken, so on and so forth. Like for example, Smellycat that is rivaling against his opponent's side. We are looking at 659 versus 720. We're looking at Odia Bambi with 579 versus 600 plus. So it is very evident that the fact that SMG definitely have got way better macro game in the early stages to the late stages of the game. When it comes down to the farming department, at least. And as for average damage taken, you can pretty much tell Forza didn't really quite soak up as much damage as Dairy in the tank sector, but hey, you know, you never know, maybe we'll be able to see a little bit different in this games.
Yeah, but okay, now let's talk a little bit about the keys to victory. I think that these are just 3 points. Of course, there are many. There's like probably about 10 or so things that they need to do, but this is going into it. SMG SG needs to coordinate and engage as a team. I think everyone can kind of agree with that. Prioritize the gold lane in the early game, of course, super important. Get that snowball going. Team SMG really uses that momentum to keep themselves going. But of course, Dairy being an aggressive roamer, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, when it comes down to having the gold laner in the prioritize the gold laner in the early game, we will want to understand and give Enya that perfect game, which we always see from RSG, you know, allowing baby cakes to really just free reign and free farm. That is what exactly SMG wants to do for Enya. And understandably, looking at Dairy's playstyle, he's a very aggressive roamer. Whatever he wants to do, he will always try to go in to soak in for the damage as well as go for any initiative calls. So far, we have a very good understanding as to how SMG SG wants to play, but the question is if whether their opponents is going to allow them to have that perfect game.
Okay, well, speaking of their opponents, it's going to be Stellark SG. Of course, the 3 keys to victory on this one. Focus on shutting down the experience or the gold laner. Create space to allow Smellycat to farm early game. I thought there was definitely some of this in last week's action with Revival, but constantly split and push all lanes to prevent SMG SG from those team fights. What are your thoughts on this one, Scrubby?
Yeah, I mean, these are very sharp, right? Because focusing on shutting down the EXP or gold lane, that's Rum or Enya, and they have been very, very pivotal in changing these team fights, especially Rum split pushing across the map, forcing their opponents to respond to them. So I think the last key to victory also relates to that, right? Stellark has to respond to this in kind as well. They need to be able to pull off those cross-map plays, otherwise they will be pressured into this, and this will deter their ability to take objectives or to look at the game in a macro sense.
It's one of those things where you want to dictate the pressure. You want to control the game. You want the teams reacting to you. I think that's super important going into this one. But Abstract, kind of, what are your other key points, I guess, going into this matchup here?
Well, understandably, looking at all of these players, they gotta have to really play and just work onto the control of the map, right?
Yeah.
Because when it comes down to this current meta, we do have a lot of these teams that really understands how to play around the map, holding the brushes and starving the opponents out. As such, we are looking at SMG that has a superiority in that versus Stellark, and I believe that the audience do, well, accept that as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at this. The audience seems to be a little bit biased. I think there's a ton of SMG fans out there right now. I mean, it's looking at about 83%, 82%, depending on what's, what Facebook or YouTube at this point. But I don't know. This is not a guarantee for sure. I don't know who's voting for Stellark and SMG at this point, but I'm kind of hoping that, actually, let's talk about predictions. What are your predictions going into this one?
Well, I mean, statistically speaking, that's probably what the audience goes with as well, right?
Okay.
SMG, they are placed at a higher rank in the current standing. So it makes sense that a lot of the audience are rooting for them. I would say that based on their games as well, I think I see SMG being very, very coordinated, and that's why I personally also had my money on them. But I don't know, what do you think?
Well, the main reason that I would say Stellark that could win is because they know that this is a very high-stakes game, and of course, very impactful as well. If they have been experimenting through the past few days or the past few weeks, this is the point in time where they actually put whatever that they have learned and know into play against SMG, just to make sure that the final week is where they just kind of bomb out and destroy every single team that they face off.
I think it comes down to the small mistakes, right? They made some. They were definitely had an advantage, or they were 50-50 going into last week's games against Revival. Now, it's one of those things where, yeah, it sucks to lose, but it's one of those situations where how do you get better? There's definitely lessons learned, and moving into this one, I expect to see a better Stellark team. Unfortunately, though, I did choose Team SMG in terms of predictions, but I think Stellark has a chance.
And I think with Stellark, you can't really tell because there's such a team of experimentation, and like Cheryl pointed out, a very, very versatile team as well. Even last week, we saw a couple of role swaps and different players within that match as well. So you just never know what they might pull out.
Of course. And we're going to go into this one. This is going to be the first draft of the day. We're going to start this one off. I'll let Abstract and Scrubby kind of walk you through this the drafting phase.
Yeah, right off the bat, we're going to see a Masha and a Franco ban. So going back to those keys of victory, they're trying to shut down this early game pressure from SMG, from Dairy, as well as from Rum, because we know that he's been playing the Masha so much, and he has pulled it very aggressively in the EXP lane. Now Stellark, SMG responding with an Archive and a Faramis ban. Now Faramis, recent nerf with this coming patch, but I guess still very, very potent, especially with the Call Altar, gives you a second chance to be aggressive or defensive.
I mean, when it comes down to Faramis, definitely the stats does matter, the numbers does matter, but the very fact that the utility that Faramis' Called Altar gives to a team is massively impactful. So definitely you cannot just turn a blind eye to Faramis with the new changes to Faramis like a few patches ago. With this patch, I don't think that is gonna make that much of a difference. You're just reducing the amount of, cheat live health, which honestly I don't find it that to be that big of a deal, because technically speaking it is already a very impactful ultimate. If you get hit, you're just gonna get silenced, no one can hit you, you would just buy a lot more time for yourself and the team.
I think the other nerf onto him is also the scaling of his, I believe, second skill, the Shadow Stampede, Ghostbusters. So with that, maybe Faramis is now forced into playing the roaming lane. So we'll see, if it gets through in another match, maybe we'll be able to see Faramis pull off something here. But the next ban, to round it off the first phase, Stellark is going to take out the Atlas. So very, very huge, CC, potential team fight kind of ultimates. They don't want SMG to play around it. Now the Diggy is still up if SMG wants to pick that up. There's also, I'm not sure about the Valentina, given the recent nerf as well.
Well, Valentina can definitely still work out pretty decently, I would gotta have to say. Stellark might prioritize that unless they would want to kind of steer away and take a look at other heroes, especially since this current meta, we do have quite a bit of changes, and I wouldn't be too surprised if whatever that we are seeing right here is completely different to what, or rather whatever that we have in as an idea is completely different to what all of these teams and coaches thinks, right? With Beatrix being, slightly unplayable to a certain extent, we should be able to look at Bruno coming back into the meta, for example. How about the other laners? That is always the biggest question to us, and today's games is where we get most of these these questions answered.
I'm almost banking on a Bruno pick, especially because Enya plays that as well. But we'll see. In the meantime, Stellark actually picks out the Julian as a first pick. Now, I'm pretty surprised because Julian's a lot weaker now in the early game, given that his cooldown is now 10 seconds. A whole 10 seconds to pull off your combo, especially, if he's played in the jungle, it's going to be very, very slow for him. So, I don't know, this surprises me.
Yeah, when it comes down to jungling Julian, I definitely gotta say that has been made very difficult to play unless they have a more dominating middle lane player or anyone that is playing into the roam. They're gonna have to open up the map so much more just to ensure that the Julian will 100% be able to take their own buff. Don't care about Lethal Wanderer, focus on their own buff. But for this case, I would very much believe that Julian would want to play in the middle lane. Understandably, yes, 10 seconds in the early games, but let's think about 6 seconds into the later stages of the game. Julian is already really strong in the early stages with the amount of burst damage that you have once you pick up the Genius Wand, so you don't necessarily need to have that short of a cooldown. With a shorter cooldown, of course, makes him better for skirmishes, ganks, continuous and drawn out fight. But early game, we hardly see that. All you gotta do, go in, burst once, get out.
Right now for SMG, they have picked up the Grok as well as the Paquito. These are pretty flexible picks, right? You can take the Paquito into the jungle or into the EXP lane as well, and same can be said for the Grok as a roamer. I'm surprised that the Ballman hasn't been picked though, given that both Odia, Bambi and Jox have been playing very utility-based junglers, but we'll see if that comes up. In the meantime, Stellark is going to also take the Melissa and the Esmeralda.
With the nerf of Beatrix, I gotta have to say that this is more of a pseudo buff onto Melissa because we don't really have much other heroes that can actually excel in many departments, right? Beatrix fills in the role as a great sniper, in fact, an all-rounder. You can literally do anything that you want with a Beatrix. But when it comes down to Melissa, we can say that Melissa is a lot more specific. You would want to deter frontline heroes from the opponent's side. Paquito as well as this Grok is actually a natural predator over to any form of marksman. And looking at a Melissa, that sounds about right.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a great counter to that Paquito because as Paquito, you would want to see them dive into the lines of Stellark, but with Smelly Cat on his Melissa, he's able to protect himself, hopefully be able to farm up to get to the later game as well. In the meantime, SMG, this is going to be the first pick of Farsa that we see, especially with the recent buff on her passive as well. Going to be able to dish out a lot of damage. Now she does a percentage of her magic power, and the damage is done to max HP, so that's huge.
When it comes down to Farsa, I'm pretty happy to see that, right? Farsa is always a player, or is always a hero that allows you to have early game rotation. Because of Wings by Wings, you will always be able to get to wherever you want. Albeit not as aggressive in team fight composition and not as impactful when it comes down to the utility side. You won't be able to slow the enemies like no tomorrow, but you are really just there as a Farsa to snipe the backlines. Even you don't kill, you can damage them, and just by damaging the backlines, you will be able to pseudo and make sure that the backliners, they can't overextend themselves by too much. So just by having a Farsa creates so much more impact onto the marksman.
Not just that, I think when you have this Farsa paired with the Grok, that makes it even more deadly because now you have so much advantage when you fight into choke points, when you fight into jungles. Not only does Farsa zone you out, you also have Grok. If you want to make an escape, potentially, it comes in with the wall to block you out. So very, very huge potential to fight in choke points here on the side of SMG. Now Stellark has some form of CC potentially to be able to counter that if they can go into the backline and disrupt Farsa, but that means you really have to commit to that team fight, especially across the Julian and the Esmeralda.
So far, with all of these three heroes picked, we do have the SMG that does have high ground onto their end, and they also they basically have a very strong damage-oriented team. They don't necessarily have someone that can work very well when it comes down to split pushes. As such, Stellark did manage to ban a Benedetta as well as a Marshall on their side, so that could be a possibility where Stellark is just not really looking forward to heroes that is able to split push. Esmeralda is definitely one of the heroes that I thought Stellark will want to ban, being able to proxy lanes, being able to initiate with the team as such, but it seems like they are going for a Karina ban instead, as we see that could be a higher possibility that the Paquito could be played in the EXP to bully against Esmeralda. Oh wait, I forgot, Esmeralda is picked by Stellark.
It seems like they think that the Paquito is going into the EXP lane because they're banning out the junglers, so they still believe that there is a chance for SMG to pick up junglers, and that means, well, what do they have on the board here? Usually Jox has been playing very utility-based junglers, but all of this have been taken off the board, the Karina, the Bauman Julian, so it really narrows his options here.
Well, Amon.
Oh, yes! Alright.
Amon. Well, Amon is going to be picked coming in from the side of SMG, and things has been looking pretty darn good for Amon with a total of 75% win rate so far. And Amon is able to jump over to the backlines pretty effectively onto the Melissa, considering the fact that you don't really have to care too much about getting right in your face. As long as you'll be able to get a good amount of stacks up, you should be able to burst this Melissa down pretty fast. Even if the faster couldn't reach there, we have seen LY4 playing onto the Amon last week and pulled off massive success with a random invisible play that turned the tides towards them.
This is very, very scary now, looking at SMG, right? It's just so much artillery, there's so much damage coming from their side, but oh my goodness, Stellark! They pick up the jaw hit and the Valentina. What? What?
It's the first time pick under the jaw hit?
I mean, yes, he had his missile damage, I think, buffed, but I don't know. I guess they think it warrants... it's good enough to warrant a pick here. So that's going to be a jaw hit roam, I suppose.
Mid lane roam. I would say that the Valentina is the roam.
Well,
I could believe that the jaw hit is the jungler. Because I really don't think that they're going to be putting this Julian as the jungler at all, considering the fact that Julian is really crippled in the early stages of the game. And I am completely wrong. Odia Bambi is putting himself onto the Julian. This pretty much means that could be a slow start coming from Stellark. Maybe Stellark does have an idea about how to play the Julian in the early stages better than we do.
Well, for sure, that's why they're the pro players. Right?
Yeah, of course.
But I mean, looking at this, maybe they're trying to use the jaw hit to make up for some of that early game loss in the jungle. If jaw hit can pull off the invades, if the aggression works out for them, then maybe that buys some time and space for Julian to farm in the jungle. But how are you feeling about these drafts?
Well, the drafts, I have quite some question marks, but this is a completely new hero picks, completely new meta to a certain extent. I would love to sit on the sidelines and listen to both of you guys, Holler as well as Scrubby Chicks, as you take us through with game number 1 today.
Stellark versus SMG. This is going to be game 1. We're starting with a banger. We're starting with what? Esmeralda, the #1 pick in the entire league. We have Paquito, which was number 2. And then now we've got something we're thrown in, Jawhead, changing everything. What is going on here, Scrubby?
I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around it too, but as you can see, Foss are already taking that jaw hit into the jungle, so this is why they want this pick, to be able to do that early invade and try to starve out Jox as much as possible. And if not, then, I mean, just provide vision to the team at the very least. But SMG, they're also repeating this aggression on the bottom side, trying to stop Ho-Ho Davey, taking some damage here.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit low. He's going to dash to safety. He should be fine. I mean, at the end of the day, he's just scouting, just seeing what he could potentially steal. Nothing to worry about, but he is low. But Fossa, look at this. The aggression, the 2 big heavy hitters going at it already.
Yeah, I guess they're still going at it. Oh my goodness. But I guess, you know, Jogs also on this Amon also being a very, very late game power spike oriented hero is probably also allows them to maybe buy some time for the Julian to scale. So this could work out, but I would say looking at the late game, I would be more scared of SMG.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where can they get to late game, right? I think that Stellark have proven that they can kind of push the initiative and make sure that they have that that momentum going in, but it's going to be a little bit different considering that what we're seeing a Bruno here is recently buffed. What are your thoughts on Bruno?
Well, Bruno with the movement speed buff is going to allow him to be able to chase members more quickly. Oh, and the shots on Oh Dear Bambi, they actually do disengage though, but the turtle is spawning on the bottom side in just a bit.
Yeah, actually, Turtle's going to be something that Stellark need to focus on a little bit most. They've lost at least 17 in the entire league. That's the second most in the entire league. So this is a team that really needs to focus on Turtles, make sure that they have a little bit of a better advantage. But as I say that, Derry, Fossa, they're going at it. Joe continuing to fight. He's been thrown back, and Derry has to flicker to safety. He is fine for now. But again, there's a big skirmish here. That's 4-on-4. Rum, sticking around. I think that's going to be the end of that.
Yeah, nice flicker burn there on the side of Stellark, but Enya scores himself a first blood up top in the meantime. Fossa though.
Yeah, and it looks like Joe, nice little stun up. Sync C is going to get to safety. The wall's been used, but they've got the second kill. Derry's going to be going down. Chu is looking for more, and in the end, they did get the turtle. So, hey, not the... Oh, sorry, not the... What was it, the turtle?
Yeah, that was the turtle.
Okay,
I think
just because I'm not seeing the graphic on that one.
I think it went the way of Stellark, right? So now they have a lead of about 500-600-ish gold. It's not too huge at the moment, but this is kind of... I don't think this is what SMG wants, because Enya, yes, he can bully in the lane, but they really need Jogs to be able to get online as quickly as possible. Actually, looking at the drafts, right, the Valentina pick onto Sync as well is really, really powerful, because now you can steal ultimates like the Wild Charge. You can also steal ultimates like the Feathered Airstrike from Joe. So it really buffed up their team fighting potential in terms of helping them either engage or disengage from team fights.
It's one of those things where can he outplay them, right? Is he able to do that? I mean, Synxy, we know that he's very capable, he's very mechanically sound, but is he able to steal it in the heat of the moment? That we're going to have to see, because I think it really comes down to that. That's a lot of pressure on him to perform. But as I say that, SMG kind of sticking around. They're trying to bait out something. I don't think that's going to be the end of anything. But again, SMG a little bit behind in this first phase.
And now Stellark looks like they're trying to push that advantage with as well. A bottom side, they're just trying to, you know, proxy the lanes as much as possible and create space. I think earlier on Chu was able to push it up a bit more compared to Rum, and he also has a level lead above of him. So that definitely helps in terms of creating space and map control for team members. Looking at the emblems here, Chu actually falling down bot side in the meantime, but top.
Derry running for his life. Again, he gets to safety for now, but my gosh, they're putting a lot of pressure. Stellark really want to do well in the early game.
Yeah, and I think given the emblems, they're also trying to escalate the early game, right? I mean, Chu with the Everest, nothing new, but he is a pretty late game hero, so that Everest is definitely going to help him get to the late game even faster. And with things like the magic shot on both Oh Dear Bambi and Sync as well, they're going to be able to buy their items as quick as possible. SMG also has the same replicated on their side.
Oh, Derry charging it up. He's going to back off. Oh Dear Bambi's going to start the turtle. I don't know if SMG are going to compete for this one, but Stellark, with all of that pressure that they provided in the top outer turrets, they did almost more than half. It's about 25% life at this point. But Derry now sticking around, and I think this is going to be an easy turtle going the way of Stellark here.
Yeah, I don't think Jogs has his items yet. Only just picked up the Genius one, but again, Derry.
Oh, solo, playing, living on the edge, so to speak. I mean, yes, he's very tanky, but he does need to be careful. He's going to be fine, but SMG on the back foot to start things off.
It's not over for them yet, though. I mean, right now it's well short of 1k gold lead, so the gap isn't too far. It isn't too huge between these two teams. So, like we talked about in the keys to victory, they really need to be able to help Enya, prioritize Enya in the early game, help him, but he's in trouble.
The throwback. Enya's been killed, and that's going to be massive. That has a ton of damage that's just been gone. Smelly Cat is looking to get Derry as well, and this is turning into roses for Stellark as they've gotten, the 2 kills on that one.
Yeah, so again, I mean, just as we talked about Enya, right? Probably a curse right there. He was pressured down, and right now he's also gonna lose his tier 1 turret up top. So that is a lot of control, a lot of potential to farm that's lost from him. And Smelly Cat has the advantage over him as well, a level lead ahead at this point.
Yeah, it's actually turning into, I mean, XP and net worth, things are starting to go out Stellark's way. They're continuing to roll, and they're putting pressure. Even in the top lane, we're seeing more action. Fossa has been killed here. Enya will secure at least that kill, but he dies in return. Jox is looking to just go for Smelly Cat, but here comes Odir Bambi. Nice chains there. That's going to start things off. Odir Bambi does need to be careful. The wall is there, and he's like, I'm not running away. I want to go at you. And SMG, they end up disengaging here.
Nice trades there, and SMG, they actually lose Jox as well as Enya, so I think that went in the favor of Stellark, because I would trade a roam, you know, for the jungler any day. And now again, it looks like still Stellark is holding their end of defense. And it does seem like Odir Bambi on this Julian, we thought it would be slow, but he's keeping up with Jox really, really well.
He's been very impressive, right? I mean, we kind of were questioning the Julian pick, especially the first one. I mean, it has had play, and I mean, it's, I think, the 8th most picked in the league, so it has, you know, the potential there. Everyone understands the familiarity of it, but you know, it's a new patch, it's a new day. Is it able to continue on with that momentum? But again, it looks like another turtle going the way of Stellark.
And in the meantime, you know, SMG looks like they'll just give it up, but they're trying to pressure down bot. And even then, Stellark is not letting them do that. The rotations from Fossa and Sync so on point to be able to force SMG back into their jungle. And it just looks like the picks so far have been working out very well for Stellark. I mean, Smelly Cat, he's 3-2-1. With the go away on his ultimate, he's been able to, you know, prevent those kind of ganks and save his life. And right now, he's just going to go down and take another turret.
Stellark have just been like making it like they've been playing a suffocating offense, right? They've have complete map control, any sort of, you know, split pushing, any sort of trying to get to the other areas. It's just been very difficult. They have not had a good time, and they've been very reactive going into this one. But SMG, look at them. They've all grouped in the mid lane, trying to protect that outer turret in that mid lane. Very important. I agree with that, but it just seems like, again, they're not able to get the farm in the other lanes.
Yeah, so far Joe has been very effective in keeping that mid lane up, but he's been pressured to rotate across the map as well. Looking across the items, I mean, you can just see the amount of farm that Stellark has over the side of SMG. Now, Enya, he has 2 items up compared to, well, I think still Smelly Cat also has 2 key items, but is farming just slightly ahead of him. So there is still that advantage. And now Joe picking up that lightning truncheon as well, going to be able to help dish out even more damage, especially on the passive and the feather airstrike.
Yeah, definitely going to need that damage. And I mean, look, Rum is one of those types where he's constantly split pushing, and he's going to look to go in the top lane as there's a little bit of a skirmish in the bottom lane. But Paquito is 2nd most pick in the league, but it has a 30% win rate, right? It just has not done that well. As I say that, looks like Fossa and Derry, they're going to look to who's going to attack first. He gets thrown back. Derry's going to be left for dead. That's going to be at least the roamer. But Fossa now on the run. They've gotten what they wanted, which is a kill. Smelly Cat now putting pressure on that bottom turret.
With this draw hit pick, right, it feels like SMG wasn't quite expecting that, but it gives them the ability to just, you know, isolate someone and throw them into the lines of Stellark and pick off someone so easily as compared to the side of SMG. Oh, in the meantime, though, it looks like they're trying to force a fight.
Oh, they do get a kill, at least. Odir Bambi, he's going to be dead, and they're looking for the return. Chu's been thrown back. Xingxi's looking to fight this. He goes down as well, and this might have been the fight. Chu is now on the run. He's been walled off, but he's got some speed. He's on the run. He's been kicked, and he will get to safety, I think. And yet one last shot. He does get him. Secures that in the end. Really nice play by SMG.
This is why the movement speed is so potent, because you can use that on this Bruno now to chase down targets, especially when they're running. And Enya knows exactly how to flex this hero. Now, off that fight, they're already going to get this Lord.
What a turn of event, right? You get 3 kills on that one. You get the first Lord of the game. And then now Fossa gets a nice throwback, and that's going to be nice. The Feather Airstrike is going to be used, and that's going to do some damage as well. And so they're starting to rack it up. Fossa now on the run. Derry, Rum are trying to draw B. They do get the charge. Fossa looks to be dead here. And what? No, did I? Oh my gosh. All right, well, okay. Fossa gets away with a sliver of life.
How does he do that? But just look at Stellark now popping off, chasing down Rum.
Yeah, okay. So Rum does get the knock up. Sync will get that one. Rum is now killed.
a wipeout on the side of SMG. My goodness, Stellark, you're like, okay, you know what? Have the Lord. Take the Lord, because I know that we lost the higher ground, you know? At that point, Smellycat already used the go away and he wasn't able to fend for himself. So because he was put out of that fight, SMG had the opportunity to take that objective. But Stellark's like, okay, you get the Lord, I'm just gonna wipe out the rest of your team, and somehow Sync can mix it out with just a little bit of health.
He's done that so many times, right? And he gets away, he's gonna be fine here. But again, the Stellark have kind of gone back and forth. They started off strong, they had a nice punch, the other guy counterpunched, and now it's a little bit of a battle, especially with this 1K net worth lead. SMG, though, they need to figure something out. In terms of the objectives, I feel like they've kind of been lacking in that department. They haven't been able to find the right initiations, but even with that wall, again, more zoning, and look, all 4 members, this is a huge commitment for what? Just the Hermit Crab?
I mean, if they need the farm net back.
Yeah. And they were fighting for it. But okay, here we go. And this is when we started. Fossa walks into this one. Unfortunate for him. And I guess that paid off. It was the Hermit Crab and Fossa.
There you go. That's why. That's why. It wasn't just the Hermit Crab.
Got it. All right. So Derry's going to be on the run. Again, putting pressure on this inhibitor turret in the top lane here. And they're going to secure this one. Bruno? Okay, we'll take that one in the end. So they've turned this around. The turrets have kind of been, even at the end of the day, or I think they're lacking in one department. But again, SMG have really bounced back.
I mean, this it's not just a game where you flip tables, you know. Usually we talk about how the tables have turned, but this game feels like a switch. It seemed like Stellark had it for a moment, but then SMG really quickly snapped it back. Looking at the damage dealt now, Sync and Jox at the highest of the chart. So Sync actually outputting so much on his team.
Yeah, you talked about it, right? How Sync had to really step up with Valentina. And the fact that he's done all this damage is just proving that, hey, at the end of the day, Stellark, this is the guy that you got to be careful about. He's going to be doing all the damage. But at the same time, now SMG need to figure out a way to stop Sync from just blowing everybody up.
The thing is, he has already, inherent in his kit the ability to do a lot of burst damage with his combo, but now you give the feathered airstrike on Joe over to Sync, who also builds magical power. So he is able to use that to his advantage and leverage that to counter-engage onto SMG. Earlier on though, SMG, they realized, right, Fossil was the one zoning them out, and the moment they took him down, they were able to run through the rest of Stellark. So will they repeat that here?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's completely zoned out. Derry's getting a little bit low. Doesn't need to be careful here. But now Chu is joining the fight. He's going to go in. The feathered airstrike is going to be used. Fossa's down already. Chu is down as well. Enya's starting to rack up the kills. Joe and Enya are on the run, and Sync is turning this around, just the amount of damage. But he dies in the end. Enya will secure that one with a triple kill.
Oh, Enya is now starting to pop off. 6, 3, and 4. He's already at level 15. So, at Stellark, they really need to be careful of grouping up, because the moment Enya pops that wave of the wall, he can easily start to burst down members of Stellark. And it just felt like Stellark earlier on, they just wanted to chase the kills despite having lost the objective. It just didn't quite work out for them. And now Enya, with that Haas clause as well, it's going to be so difficult to take him down.
Look, everybody's level of play, mechanical skill is very high. It's the coordination and that team fight that goes in. And Stellark proving right there, the small mistakes can really bite you in the butt, so to speak. And they lost that team fight because of that. Now, if we're looking at how things have turned, look at SMG, they have the Lord pushing, that's going to be killed here, but it's creating so much attention where you've got pressure going in the mid lane and the bottom lane at this point, and the SMG seem to be in the driver's seat at this stage.
This is the late game for them, right? They have damage on not only Jox and Enya and Joe. It's so much. And who is Fossa going to zone out at this point? There's this, the moment he goes in, he's going to be bursted down by all the members of SMG. So in the early game, it worked out. It was easy to go in across the lanes and pick off someone. But now as they group up...
Oh, he goes for the dash. The feathered airstrike is going to be used to zone. Chu's on the wrong side of this one. He's going to be looking to run, but Rum is a little bit low. Joe is as well, but they've gotten the inhibitor turret. That's going to be the last one. The base is completely exposed.
Nice play by Fossa trying to stop that feathered airstrike from Joe. I mean, that's a lot of artillery that's going to go down on Stellark, but still, they're able to find the damage because they have multiple sources, so they don't just rely on Joe for that huge damage potential. And now, Stellark, they're just pushed with their backs to the wall. All 3 lanes crack down onto the base. I mean, Yes, now this is where the new mechanic comes in, right? With the new patch, we also have that magic sentry where they can pop that to be able to give vision of the jungle. So potentially it helps them to roam a little bit and contest objective in this later part of the game.
It's going to be important, and it's a nice little thing that they've added to kind of give them a little bit more of a chance in that sense, but it's just a little bit of vision, right? You need to ensure that your lanes are controlled so that you're not getting split push in any different direction. It's very difficult to go outside of your base. I mean, yes, you can go with the minion wave, but it's kind of hard to find that next point. What is opening? What is safe? You don't want to get ambushed at the end of the day.
They're setting it up now. I mean, you can see just both of these EXP laners camping at the bottom, and it's down to this, right? You need to get the map control on the bottom side so that you play into a 4v5 as much as possible. But Stellark, they need to be quick on this because Rum is already there to clear the lanes up.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4-on-4 towards the Lord and Chu and Rum. Of course, this is a better love story than Twilight at the end of the day, right? These two are going to go at it, and no one's really going to die at the end of the day. Unless someone makes a pivotal, grave mistake, I don't think that's going to happen. But let's talk a little bit about this Lord. I mean, there's a lot of zoning. There's going to be a little bit of dancing, so to speak. But the Lord down already to half-life. SMG are making a play on this one. They kill that one. Jox will secure that one. And Chu does get the stun. He seems to be in a bad spot here. They need to be careful with how they proceed on this one. The wall's going to be used, but SMG are looking to run and just reset everything.
They just want the objective, and they've already set it up so perfectly, right? Rum pushing down the bot, making sure that Chu doesn't get a hit there, and now with the mid and the bottom lanes as well, they're gonna just siege with this Lord. So very textbook, nice disciplined play there by SMG.
Very patient. I think that's the biggest thing by SMG. You're showing that nobody really wants to go, step out of position or whatever, but here's the feathered airstrike. That's going to be used as well as the wall. Look how much zoning has been done. Foss has been killed already. The Lord will eventually be killed here, but Stellark, can they hold? All of them need to heal back up. It's completely wide open here. And yeah, the stolen feathered airstrike, that's going to be used. That's going to do some damage. That's one way to defend. Rum getting a little bit low. Maybe he overstepped his boundaries. He's going to be revived in a second. Derry's on the run, as well as Jox, but it looks like they're going to back off here. Stellark do hold.
Wow, what a play! Nice defense there that Winter Truncheon used to mitigate the damage from Enya, and in the meantime, Sync steals that feathered airstrike and uses it to shut him down. Very, very nice defense put up by Stellark there, and this gives them another chance. I mean, potentially, right? If they start to farm and just get the farm and wait out this next Lord, it's going to be another dance. We're going to see another dance coming up in about 95 seconds, unless they take another fight.
Oh, Fossa flickers forward, gets Joe, throws him back in, and this could be it. I mean, he's getting very low, but Sync is getting low as well, and Joe is the first one to fall. Fossa's looking to go for this one. Rum is isolated, stuck between all five of them, and it looks like, Stellark at this point have that window of opportunity.
They're still playing to their conditions, right? Get Fossa to pick off someone. They cannot play the huge team fights like SMG can, and just perfectly recognizing that and being able to pull that off. So still, Fossa making this draw relevant in the later part of the game and being able to isolate someone. Even the Guardian barriers from Derry was not able to stop that.
Yeah, I think, as SMG, you got to be super careful about your positioning. You cannot get caught out like that. I think if Joe survives that one, has the damage, then SMG maybe turn that fight, right? It was one of those situations where he got caught out. It was an awkward situation, and they were just kind of scrambling, trying to find what they could. But again, SMG still up. They still have a slight, the net worth lead is saying a little bit otherwise, but in terms of the overall play, has Stellark done enough to really make a comeback in this game?
Well, they can't fight 5v5, right? That's why Fossa has always been in the front line trying to pick somebody off, because if they do, they will just be on the defense trying to maybe stop Joe from proccing off his feathered airstrike. So in the meantime, you can see Stellark having the higher ground. They want to be able to make this an unfair fight, and they've already forced Derry back.
Okay, I was going to jokingly say that, they needed to, Stellark needed to make that base defense like 3 or 4 times to actually have a chance. But seeing as that they got that pick off right there, they're really right back into this one. I mean, the Lord is going to be started here. SMG realized that the Lord is going to be there. And, again, this is, one of those situations where SMG, who blinks first?
I think it's exactly down to that. Who blinks first, who makes the first move, and again, Stellark just poking them down, forcing the feathered airstrike out. This is huge for Stellark.
That's going to be massive. No cooldown can be allowed there, and they do find Enya. That's going to be it. That's going to be a great start. Jox is getting low. The stolen feathered airstrike is actually doing more damage to Joe right now. He's going to regret using that one. He's been killed as well, and it looks like Stellark have this game, as it looks like they're going to take Jox as well. And Stellark, have they done it?
It looks like they have. I mean, Rum is the only person left now, so it's 30 to 40 seconds on these timers. It looks like they actually want to push through rather than going for the Lord.
This is, he has to go back. Rum has to defend. I mean, this is going to be the inhibitor turret, but can they get anything else? Rum continuing to just try to get as much AoE damage, maybe bait them out. He tries to flicker to safety. He gets out, but he's fine for now. Sync is going to run after him. He does kill him, and it looks like they've gotten the base, and Stellark have done it. They had the comeback. I didn't think they could do it, but Stellark proved to be strong. Take game one.
The 20% of the audience got it right in the first round here. Game number 1, Stellark. My goodness, they were so perfect in the execution in the later part. You know, recognizing they couldn't fight S5, they split the members of SMG up so well. And seeing the moment Joe popped that feathered airstrike, wasting it was their window of opportunity. So my goodness, what a comeback by Stellark.
Crazy game, but let's get Abstract's thoughts on that game.
Well, when it comes down to both of these teams, I gotta have to say, objectively, both teams have got both of their power spikes and when they should end the game. Here's the thing. When it comes down to Stellark's composition, they definitely do have a stronger composition into the late stages of the game, thanks to Melissa as well as Esmeralda. Purely because of Melissa's defensive capabilities, being able to babysit herself, staying in her own bubble whilst dealing damage. No one can really deal with that except for the Farsa. But luckily, they do have the Jawhead that actually serves multiple purposes. Number one, with the Jawhead in the game, it effectively shuts down the roaming as well as the opening map capabilities of what Grok is able to do. Because Grok is really good at opening up maps. As long as he's channeling onto Force of Nature, he would not ever be, shut down or be CC'd, which is the main thing.
Okay, all right. I totally agree with that. I think that was the game changer, to be honest. I felt like there was a huge impact with Fasa on that Jawhead. But let's talk a little bit about the items, Scrubby. How about you walk us through some of these?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the items, they all already kind of have their spikes, right? SMG, they're at full build. And Rum, he has a little bit of defense, but he also puts out a lot of damage. So, honestly, SMG, like you said, had the late game, but Stellark was just able to capitalize on their conditions.
Stellark is the one that has the late game, in my opinion. While SMG, yes, they do have a certain point of late game, such as Bruno. Bruno spikes in the early stages of the game and will be able to scale in the late stages of the game as well, but not as well as Melissa. So in order to combat that, he actually picked up an emblem to allow him to scale later into the game even better with the marksman emblem instead of the assassin's killing spree that we usually see. As such, that's why Enya picked up the marksman emblem. But all in all, SMG SG, they all have got their items, and so does Stellark, maybe except for Joe, who still haven't got the final item, as well as Dairy. But we really have a very good understanding as to why Stellark as well as SMG won. Is not necessarily because of items, but I would say is based on their mechanics as well as understanding when do they gotta have to play the game.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the kill participation. I think that there was a huge impact from Sync, Smelly Cat, and Fossa. Those three were just doing so much damage, it was very difficult to get anything going. The Valentina Sync, he was stealing the Feathered Airstrike more and doing more with it than Joe was on the Farsa. So it seemed like a huge impact that I could see right away.
Yeah, I mean, it was used very, very defensively a lot of the time. Joe with on the Farsa with that feathered airstrike, he was just forced back, and I think just the threat of Farsa on that jaw hit forced him into these positionings where he couldn't find a good place to be able to land the ultimate. But instead, it was going to be Sync that could play a little more aggressively and therefore dish out more damage using that Valentina. So yeah, I think just very, very well played, recognizing Stellark, their key conditions and how they should play around this composition.
You definitely went Asian parent right there, right? I mean, this is a team that won, and in my opinion, thought they did very, very well, but you still want more out of them. Okay, I get how it is. I mean, you want the A+, not the A-. Yeah. Got it. All right. I thought it was good enough, but let's talk a little bit about the MVP here. Abstract, who do you think it is? Okay, there we go.
Don't really have time to ponder about it and debate about it, but understandably, Forza being the MVP, I definitely agree, right? Just based on the fact that Joy had served dual purpose, such as forcing out the opponent's roaming capabilities, as well as sniping whoever that he wants, either it be Enya or Joe. In most cases, they would want to focus on Joe, and that is why Forza has constantly trying to go for unstoppable force and really just making sure that Joe does not is not in the right position at all times. And once they will be able to find that toss onto Joe, boom, game's pretty much over.
Yeah, that isolation is just huge. It's absolutely massive. The fact that he was just be able to just draw that person out. And I think it was one of those things where Team SMG were like, just don't throw me, right? Everybody just kind of got out of the way, and they made like a red carpet for them to go right to Joe. It was one of those. It's a weird situation. I feel like Jawhead is catching everybody off guard.
I mean, the thing is, when you look at the composition, it's also difficult, right? Because Rum himself, yes, he had, I think, maybe Athena Shield as well as Dom Eyes, but other than that, he also built pretty damage-based. So in that sense, not a lot of peel was available on the side of SMG from the Jawhead as well. And Joe was even forced into the Purify, but still was not able to, I mean, there's a cooldown basically on Purify. You can't use it all the time. So because of that, you just kind of scatter when Forza is there, right? Because you're so afraid of being picked off by the ejector. But I guess we have to take a look again at how exactly that went down. So in a short bit, we're going to bring up the game highlights for you guys to look at.
Now, with the highlights, I'll be able to break down a lot more as to whatever that I have written on my notes, right? We will be able to see a little bit here and there, but the main thing is that Forza will always want to focus onto the backlines as much as possible. In the early stages of the game, SMG though, they have a very strong composition because they have the power spike whenever and however that they want. In the early game, we have damage menagerie, right? When it comes down to Paquito, he's got a damage, Jogs, Enya, Dairy, all over the place. So it's no surprise to see the SMG being able to do very well into the early stages. But unfortunately, even though they have managed to create a barren wasteland over at the opponent's side, this is the point in time where the game started to shift a little bit. We have a 5 versus 4 composition here, and even though Odia Bambi has been trying to get so much attention from Enya, it is that Winter Truncheon that really outplayed against Enya, allowing Sync to turn things around with a single feathered airstrike. From this point on, they slowly managed to push their advantage over, and once they find that unstoppable force over to Joe, they brought him out almost immediately, and then Dairy and Jogs, they can't do anything because they just don't really have the sustainability. Over on the top side though, this is where Enya's positioning was very important. Both Joe as well as Enya, they need to understand where exactly their frontliners are, because the members from the start of Stellark, they can just run it right in. Chu don't have to care about anything. He can just run and rush, and no one can bring him down objectively, right? So win condition from Stellark, they really have to hold SMG in the early game. They didn't manage to do that, but they still have the stronger impact over to the late stages of the game when it comes down to really dealing damage. Early game, 5v5, Stellark confirm lose, right? Yeah. But early game 3v3, they will still be able to hold up against SMG. SMG, they should have played a little bit more aggressive, probably because they were pretty confident that, yeah, we should be able to end the game in mid stages of the game. And it seems as though they were about to, until mechanics and experience came off from the start of Stellark.
It seemed to me it was like that WoW defense, that base defense where the feathered airstrike that was stolen, that did all that damage. That was the tipping point, because not only did Enya go out of position, he got killed. Then Rum went into that 1 versus 4. The team was not on the same page, and those 2 kills was absolutely massive, and the reason why they were able to come back. And Stellark really had an amazing defense.
Yeah, SMG came so close. Like, if that didn't happen, they would have probably ended the game there and then. So still, it was Stellark. And I think what's interesting about Stellark this game, this match, is that now that Forza is back, it seems to have made a difference to the way that the team plays, right? They're playing around Forza, they're playing around his rotations and his aggression as well, as compared to last week where I believe it was Chu on the roaming position.
Okay, yeah, I mean, they're going to change things up. I mean, whatever's going to help. Stellark is a team that has a lot of, I would say they're able to move around. They had going into this one, they had the most picks in the entire league. I think it was 37. Today's going to change that with, the Jawhead pick. But, it's one of those things where the team has not really found what works for them. they're still a team that's growing and they're learning and they're getting better at the end of the day.
I gotta have to say they have grown quite a bit already, right? But when it comes down to regular seasons, it is totally acceptable for all the teams to actually just experiment a little bit, because what's only gonna change is up or bottom, right? It will have a good amount of impact. However, if you are confident in your team's capabilities and you're still trying to get a feel of the meta, especially since the new patch just launched, the more you should experiment to play for the playoffs, which will come onto in the second week. No, it's not second week, but 2 weeks later. Yes, following week. Thank you.
But it's one of those things where, are they showing their hand too early, right? It's like you balance trying out new things and testing things out, and it's great that we're seeing new stuff going into this one, but are you would that have been better as like a pocket, strat later on in the playoffs?
Well, it could have been, but honestly, I think looking at Stellark so far, I feel like they have even more pocket picks. This is just one of them, right? And it could also be just a process of experimentation, because they might not even know if the jaw hit could work out, given that it's just been changed a little. So maybe this was the experiment, and they could potentially try that again in playoffs.
Okay, it's interesting that you went with that direction. I thought you were going to go with the other one, where Stellark has to show whatever strategy that works now to cheese out any sort of win. But let's go into game 2. This is going to be the draft. Abstract and Scrubby, please take it away.
Well, when it comes down to the first, game, one thing that we can tell about the draft is the fact that SMG, they gotta have to look all across the board to understand what is it that they are missing of. Their win condition in the previous game is that they gotta have to play their position well, and they just want to burst anyone who comes within of their midst almost instantaneously, which we have saw before once. Forza trying to jump on the Joe only to immediately get bursted down once he have touched have a finger touched onto Joe. That is what they wanted to do, but unfortunately that really caves in to pure damage, and once you do not have the right position, you don't really have anything to fall back on. As such, when it comes down to this draft, what would really help them a bit more is to grind on more crowd control capabilities and abilities onto their side, and perhaps be a little bit more sustainable instead of putting all of their eggs into a single basket within the damage department.
Well, it looks like they are not going for that just yet. I mean, we'll see the carries later on, but right now it's going to be a lot of roaming and jungle positions taken out. Oh, here we go. It's a Farsa ban towards Stellark, so they don't want Joe to have that once again, and also potentially if they want, to pick out or stop the Valentina pick. But this is going to leave a few bans open. In the previous game, it was SMG banning out the Faramis. There's still, the Atlas potentially open for them, especially now that the Diggy is banned out. There are still also things like Marsha and Franco that SMG could go into, very, very comfort picks.
Well, looking at all of these bans and picks coming in, understandably, we have seen before that quite a lot of these players will still play. There's still a lot of heroes that's currently available. Valentina being one of them. I gotta say Paquito is definitely available as well. When it comes down to the marksman, I gotta have to say that Melissa can start becoming one of the hot takes, and I wouldn't be too surprised if Stellark would want to prioritize getting themselves the Melissa. Being so self-sustainable in game, or rather in team fights, you don't really have to bother about babysitting her too much.
Yeah, I think only in the early game when she doesn't have as much damage, right? After that, she scales kind of on attack speed. But given 2 picks now on the side of Stellark, what could they go into? I mean, previously they played the Valentina. They could still do that because it is open. I don't think I've seen Fossa play the Atlas, so probably I would imagine it's not going to be picked up. But they're going for the huge zoning potential with the Yves as well as the Grok.
Well, whenever I look at Yves, the first thing that I think of is always A1, A2. When it comes down to last week, he has been constantly playing onto the Yves time and time again. But Stellark does seem to favor heroes, especially onto the mages, that have a certain amount of high ground, especially since Beatrix Renner has been nerfed. In fact, all of her kit has been nerfed. The high ground capability of Beatrix, as well as the appearance rate of Beatrix, is understandably going to go down low, which really brings down the amount of heroes that have high ground capabilities, putting Fasa as well as Yves onto everyone's eyes quite objectively. As such, I wouldn't be. That's why I'm not too surprised to see them focusing onto Fasa nor the Yves.
Yeah, Valentina surprisingly still a very prio pick for them, and with the Eve and Grog ultimates, it's huge ults that this Valentina can steal from them, especially the real world manipulation, as well as the wild charge if you want to set things up. Coupled with the Franco hook on Dairy, this is going to be able to help them pick off team members on the side of Stellark.
I like how the fact that Franco has got 100% win rate so far. And in the event that SMG actually loses this game, then unfortunately Dairy would put quite a taint onto that win rate, which I believe...
You're such low faith in Dairy.
No, I don't. It's not that I don't have faith on him. I have a lot of faith on him being a very aggressive roamer. But the way that I've seen him play doesn't really quite blend very well into Franco. You will always want to be in nice positions and then hook enemies into play so that your team can fully capitalize on that. But looking at the fact that Dairy is always in the face of the enemies trying to go for initiations into the face, kind of feels conflicting. But I'm pretty sure that he has many different playstyles, and once he got himself the Franco, he would adjust accordingly.
Going into this second phase of bans here, Stellark is going to remove the Benedetta from the bot. They've also picked up the Melissa for themselves in the meantime. So I'm surprised Melissa didn't come up earlier. That means that maybe Enya's trying to go into something a little different this game, because otherwise he might have picked it up. I'm not sure what he might play though. There is still the Bruno on board if he wants to go into that again. There's also Irithel and Claude potentially, or if they want a bit more, you know, no wait, it's counter to Popo and Cooper. Yeah, so probably Irithel, Claude, those are still up for grabs.
I would say that Irithel might be a decent choice, but Claude is probably still something that I like for their composition, being able to deal an AoE damage across the board. However, Team SMG doesn't really quite have that composition to really allow and open up the spaces for Claude to slowly ramp up within the midst of a fight. As such, it's kind of highly unlikely for them to actually pick it off. They gotta have to pick up a jungler that can eventually deal with a Melissa instead of looking for a marksman that will be able to stand on stable grounds against this Melissa. Assassins, definitely necessary.
They're banning out the Bruno instead of more junglers though, so trying to thin down the picks. They're still expecting Enya to actually go into the Bruno this game, which could have happened. But Esmeralda being banned out from the side of SMG as well, so it looks like they're trying to narrow down EXP laners that could potentially be used for Stellark. So what's on the board here for Chu? I mean, he has actually played the Paquito the most in this game, in this series so far. I think at least four times. Now the Esmeralda's banned out, Benedetta's also not available. There is Fredrin and Uranus. Okay, no longer Uranus. There is still Fredrin if he wants to try that.
Well, we still don't really have an idea if whether the Grog is going to be working onto the roamer side or the EXP side, right? True. Understandably, we do have we know that Paquito is gonna play in the EXP for sure. Odemambi have decided to pick up the Karina for himself, and I gotta have to say that is more of like a comfort stable pick, not necessarily something that they are looking into the counter.
It is. I mean, Odia Bambi plays a lot of Karina as well, and the potential for him to snowball, especially when he gets online in the early game, is pretty big. But SMG hasn't quite revealed their jungler yet, unless they take this Paquito into the jungle, but it seems more likely that it's gonna go in the EXP lane. So, like you were talking earlier about how Jox is probably going to go the assassin route as well, right? And right now, a lot of assassins are actually available, but the thing is, if he does that, there's kind of a less tanky. There you go. Oh, it's actually a Paquito jungle.
It is actually going to be a Paquito jungle. Not something that we see all the time, considering the fact that it is relatively tough for Paquito to actually just run right into the face of the Melissa. But it's also not something that Marsha is able to just run right in the face. Honestly, I don't really know much. But now, looking at Lapu Lapu being picked by Stellark, it kind of seems as though Stellark definitely have done their homework with the great burst of damage coming in from Lapu Lapu. He is able to hold on to the battlefields with just his raw gut.
We're seeing so many heroes come out in the first time this MPL season. Lapu Lapu is one of them as well, has not been played a single time yet, but with the recent changes in the patch, I think they buffed the bravest fighter, so the initial hits from Lapu Lapu is going to hit harder. But this means that, you know, Stellark, they're pretty all-in composition here. The moment they go in with the bravest fighter, with the wild charge, with the real world manipulation, they are spending all their huge ultimates there.
Now, we've got different heroes that's mashed together. And the question is if whether they will be able to put themselves into a nice little guacamole salad, or it's just gonna come up as, you know, some weird stuff in a blender. Ladies and gentlemen, let us just take a look at Stellark versus SMG game number 2. Holler, Scrubby, take it away.
We're going to go into game 2 again. Things are very awkward in the sense that you have the Franco with a Dairy 100% win rate, 6-0, and then you're going up against the Lapu Lapu, which we have not seen. So is it going to be the tried and true Franco, or is it going to be the Lapu Lapu, which again we haven't seen too much of? Are we going to see like a new meta coming out of this one, Scrubby?
Well, we could. He has been played a lot actually in past seasons, right? But then we kind of saw him fall off because I think it was in kind of a weird position for him. And the thing is, you have to really be able to commit for fights. And in the EXP lane, if you send a Lapu, he doesn't have as much sustainability. Speaking of Dairy.
Oh, that wall locks him off. Dairy getting so low, he's going to be fine. He's going to make sure that he doesn't die first blood, right?
Not yet. Hopefully not yet. But Foss is still putting some pressure onto Jox here.
Yeah, it's gonna. I mean, it's just again a little bit of a waltz. Can he go for the steal? Is he able to do anything, any sort of real damage? I don't know at the end of the day. But Rum, he's looking on a scouting mission. He's gonna be running off, and he should be fine as well.
Yep, so Lapu, right, he's not able to sustain as much in the lane, and therefore it makes it harder for him to be able to proxy as compared to other heroes that play in the EXP lane this meta. But I think I guess it suits their composition. They're really going all in, like we talked about earlier with this draft here. On the flip side though, it looks like SMG, it's a very pick-off strategy, so it seems kind of opposite to what they're trying to play.
Yeah, very different, and I think that they needed to change things up, right? They didn't like how the game went in the beginning, where they actually were a little bit behind in the first, 5 to 10 minutes of the game. So this is one of those situations where they're looking to kind of be the aggressor, take a little bit of map control the game early, and hopefully snowball from them. This is, Team SMG, they strive on getting that early momentum.
Yeah, looks like Stellark's gonna just be able to get this turtle for free though, and SMG, they're gonna turn their sights to the top lane instead to be able to pick off a kill onto Smelly Cat.
Yeah, so I mean, they're going to trade for that one, and it looks like SMG have kind of committed in that top area, but they've got what they wanted, which is first blood. I don't know if that's worth the turtle at the end of the day. I mean, the turtle is definitely more delicious in a soup, right?
If you are tending to eat it, then yes, I guess, but that's not what SMG wants to do. I don't think they are looking for turtles, so instead they're looking for kills. They just want to get the kills, and that's why they rotated all the way up top to pick off on Smelly Cat, and this is going to help Enya scale faster in this gold lane as well.
Yeah, they're going to need that speed. I mean, just trying to get you one of your laners just a little bit of an advantage. Make sure that you have that going in. Hopefully that kind of snowballs in, but I don't know if that's worth the trade at the end of the day with the turtle. I mean, yes, it's the first one. It's not game over at this point, but it's one of those situations where you really need to, trade out the pros and cons and make sure that it's kind of what you're looking to do at the end of the day. But SMG now sticking around. Oh dear, Mambi gets hooked here. That's going to be the first one. Knocked up as well. Real world manipulation, but they'll just kind of walk out of this one, and it should be nothing left of that. But they got what they wanted, which is that one kill on Oh dear, Bambi.
Yeah, nice pick off there on the side of SMG, and recognizing, that they don't want to fight for long periods in these choke points as well, especially because Sync has that real world manipulation. Also probably why they didn't want to contest the turtle, because it could be dangerous for them. Well, Joe, if he does steal the ultimate, he can potentially help to re-engage in these fights, but well, we'll see how they take it. In the meantime, it looks like SMG does have a lot of pressure across the lanes, but Joe in some trouble.
Oh, took a ton of damage from the crystal. Sync just completely on point with that really nice angle, making sure that he was going to take most of this. But Rum, now he's looking to go in this one. Dairy's looking to fight. Chu will back off, gets to safety, and that's going to back things off, and just kind of everybody settles down.
Oh, Anya now taking a kill up top, and this is going to give Stellark the opportunity to take some gold off of that top tier turret, and also maybe a more advantageous positioning on this turtle.
Look, any team that's going up against Stellark, you gotta understand that Stellark want to prioritize that top lane. They got a whole bunch of chip damage. They did a ton of damage even before the 5-minute mark in that point, so they're going to continue to do that. Other teams, please take note as you play up against Stellark.
Well, this time there's going to be SMG taking the second turtle, so they've kind of evened that up, right? They're just 600-ish gold behind Stellark. Not too huge of an issue right now. Enya is a little bit behind Smelly Cat, but he does have the space to farm another hook.
That hook! Right, and the real manipulation will just zone and just keep him alive, but Fossa does get hooked, and that's the power of this Franco. You got to be careful. You can't be just hiding in any the bushes. You got to be somewhere a little bit unpredictable, but Stellark right here, now all that pressure top, now is looked to pay off in the bottom lane.
They've been playing these macro plays so well, right? Forcing, when recognizing the SMGs playing up top, and they force the fights and the objective takes on the bottom side. So now Stellark, they have more map control compared to SMG SG, and that's going to make it more difficult for them to farm up.
And they've done really well. Like Stellark strive in the early lane. Like they play very well in that sense, and it make it very difficult. But Jox, on the other hand, he's going to be left just kind of scouting a bit. But what do you think about this Paquito pick? I am never really impressed when I see it.
Well, I think Paquito, very, very huge burst potential, can clear very easily as well. So if Jox, according to his playstyle, he kind of plays the assassins pretty well as well. So using that to be able to find the backline, burst down someone from Stellark, it could definitely help.
It could help, but Derry, he gets the hook on return, but he's going to just pay with his life. That seemed a little awkward there. Joe is now on the run. Oh dear, Bambi so very low. Joe is looking to just pick him off, does not get away. Sync has been killed. He's been just sticking around. Jox will secure that one. You talk about burst, and there you go.
Yeah, bursting down the members of Stellark there. So I think they lost 3 in that fight there. It doesn't seem like it was worth it. It was a great trade-off there for Derry, trying to pull up that hook, but they baited Stellark into that fight. So like we were talking about, when Stellark goes all in, they have all the cooldowns used. It's difficult for them to be able to re-engage or get out of it. They just have that one shot to be able to make it worth.
Yeah, and that was the one shot that's all you need. Fossa is going to stay alive on this one. He does get the stun, though, onto Joe. Joe, he's been walled in. He's stuck with the turtle, but oh dear, Bambi secures that one. The real world manipulation. Enya, Jox on the run. Derry as well. And it looks like that's a bit of a disaster for SMG.
With the Grok pick, Fossa's been zoning him out pretty well. Again, look, pushing him out of his jungle buff now, so Jox is going to be a leg behind.
Yeah, Jox, did you see that? He put in his stomach so that he could sneak between that wall, just make sure that he's safe. Because that was super close. He gets caught out, he dies there. And look at Stellark, again, being very aggressive in the enemy jungle, just taking everything that they can.
It's very interesting and very good that, even though they lost in that previous team fight, they recognize that they still have the higher ground and try to contest Jox's jungle. And with that, they gain even more vision and control. You can see the top lane is also pushing down. Smelly Cat's just going to be able to take this turret.
Oh, he's going to walk in and he's going to face check that one. Enya's going to pay for his sins. And Joe is looking to be dead as well. Derry, Joe, all dead. Triple kill going the way of Oh Dear Bambi.
Very nice. Jox looking for some compensation potentially, but I don't think he's going to get it. And again, the Guardian's very going to zone him out fully. Stellark very sharp in recognizing, with that top tier turret, they're going to rotate and try to stop it. But Fossa, just the moment he goes in, is just so quick and so sharp from the members of Stellark.
The amount of control that's provided is just, it's way too much. It's very difficult to deal with. But Derry, on that one, I felt like when he was isolated, he could have just face tanked that bush by himself. And then, yeah, he would have died. But then he actually kind of waited for his team to group up and they went in together and they all died because of that. Like, it was one of those situations where you probably should have gone a little bit earlier.
Which is not what you want to do, right?
Well, I mean, as the roamer, sometimes you got to tank one. You got to take one for the team. I think instead of, sacrificing with everybody else, it's one of those situations where they might look upon maybe Derry should have gone solo on that one.
And the thing is, with Derry on the Franco, you have the hook as well. So you will want to use that to pull someone into your mid rather than face checking and going into everyone on Stellark. But now that they're done with the top side, Stellark's going to rotate quickly over to the bottom to siege this as well. And with that control, they have even more power positioning on this Lord.
They have so much pressure. They have, things that they're... But this is a 3 versus 1. It looks like he's going to be left for dead. There's no way he survives that. Chu's going to go down. Lapu down. But traded for the Lord... Not the worst trade in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you get 1 kill. I feel like it's more of a consolation prize that they're getting by losing this objective, because Stellark also is potentially getting this tier 2 turret on the bottom side. So now SMG is just pulling out their, their backup, their secondary game plan, right? If we don't get the plays, then we split push, and that's what the Masha was picked for as well. Ram always plays this cross map very well, so we'll see if he can get anything out of it. They've already forced Chu to back and deal with him so far, but they're Stellark, they're slowly cracking open SMG's defenses.
All right, you talk about a plan B, and we're definitely talking about MPL at this stage, because when I'm playing my ranked game, there is no plan B when I'm on my team, right? We're just like run into the wall, and we just keep running in until we can break it through. But it's interesting to see other teams that are actually have that strategy, something in mind that they can kind of fall back on. But again, I haven't really seen too much of it from SMG, as the Lord is going to be continued. The real world manipulation, Enya is going to leap out of that one. Rum is all the way in the middle of this. He's taking a lot of the damage. He's down to the second life. The hook is going to be a little off the mark, and the Lord goes down in the end. SMG hold.
I mean, it's just the first Lord, so it doesn't do too much at this moment. I think it was okay for Stellark to be able to put some pressure there. They have to wait for the next objective that will put a dent definitely on these turrets and be able to help take down these inhibitors. So right now, Stellark is just pushing their ground and their lead even more, isolating Rum here.
Oh, that wall was so good, but Rum is tanky enough to deal with that. Any other hero, and they would have been in trouble. But Fasa, really nice wall there.
Yeah, and also stopping the minions from coming out of that top lane there, buying so much time for the rest of Stellark to just roam around. It's kind of back to farming at this point, but it really doesn't look great for SMG, right? They need Enya. Although he is the same on levels, he needs to be able to scale because the core of the damage is going to come from him.
Yeah, he needs to scale up. But he hasn't had that opportunity to just, free farm, right? He's always been stuck into fights. It seems like SMG are kind of being pressured to do things that they don't want to do. They're almost out of position at times, and they are pretty much starving for any sort of net worth. They are definitely behind. This is a pretty big 5K net worth lead at the 11-minute mark.
A 5k lead, it's like half an item for if you average it out across. And again, Stellark using the Guardian's Bearer to gain vision as well as gain control over the map.
Yeah, and they're going to back off here, but they've been shown. I mean, SMG know that Stellark are all kind of in the bottomish area. They're going to look to just kind of set up an ambush on their own. Who wants these minions? Who's going to step in? I don't think anyone's going to really overstep their boundaries here, but somebody is going to have to make the first move here. And as I say that, again, just a bit of a stalemate in the mid lane.
Oh, the conceal play though, they want to go in. I think it's interesting that they're coming from the mid lane rather than trying to take the high ground on the top side. But now they have reverted back to that sort of positioning and pushed SMG out of that. So they will need to push up at least the top lane here. You can see Fossa as well as Smelly Cat rotating to be able to clear that. And depending on who gets the ball lane as well, whichever team pulls the trigger first, we might see the fight here. But all their ultimates are still up. Again, Joe has the potential to steal that real-world manipulation.
Has the potential, but the hook is going to be on point. That's going to start things off. Fossa is in the bad spot. He goes for the charge. He's going to die first. Enya will secure that one. Smelly Cat kills him in return, and they want more. Smelly Cat is looking to fight this one. Rum down to the last HP bar. Odir Bambi, no actual burst to kill him. Chu, getting a little bit low, is going to back off here. Now, if we're going to CSI this, who died one-on-one, right?
Yeah, but it's Enya. It's Enya gone for Fossa, and I think that trade is so good for Stellark. So they have this free control over the Lord now. They're going to take this free unless Derry maybe has something to say about it.
Yeah, if he made that hook, they'd have a chance, but it looks like it's going to go the way of Stellark unless we see a miracle steal at this stage. Chu goes in there. I don't know what that was about. Jox actually makes him pay with his life. Odir Bambi gets killed as well, and they went ham just to secure the Lord.
Yeah, I guess zoning and space created just to make sure that Stellark gets the Lord here, but I'm not sure whether they needed to. I guess they're just trying to prevent SMG from potentially trying to engage at the last minute, and Jox trying to pull any sort of retribution steal there. That being said though, they are down 2 members, so it's going to make this siege together with the Lord that much harder.
Yeah, but they have Megas. This is going to be pushed, and it should be easily tanked here, but Fossa's going on the outside, finds Derry. He's been slowed down. The real world manipulation as well as the wall found Derry on the wrong side of that wall, and it looks like they're going to continue to push. The Lord is putting pressure as well. Fossa is just kind of more zoning in the front.
Yeah, fighting into choke points is so hard because you have the Guardian's barrier and you just stop any kind of engagement. I mean, yes, you have the tank Dairy goes in, but he's completely isolated, and now Stellark, they want to push this advantage.
Oh, they've got the inhibitor turret. Fossa getting a little bit low. He's going to be left for dead. He's going to be killed here. Oh no, he survives. And Smelly Cat, and they're looking to push this one. They do have Jocks on the run as well, and they look like they're about the base, and that's going to be GG at the 14-minute mark.
My goodness, Stellark, they took this in an even more convincing fashion, and this was not what a lot of people expected. I think the predictions went so much in the way of SMG that it's kind of strange that they took this 2-0.
Actually, I don't think it was, I mean, okay, let's be honest, I did predict SMG, but I did see a lot that I liked from last week. And Stellark continuing with that momentum really got them here, but a 2-0, Abstract, your thoughts?
Didn't expect 2-0, to be very honest. Team SMG is definitely a force to be reckoned with, and they have been going around destroying quite a lot of teams aside from Slate and RSG. But now facing off against Stellark, this is definitely a big surprise, right? I definitely understand if Stellark is able to get a win in this series, but to get a 2-0 win against SMG, this all seems very convincing. And aside from compositions and Stellark having like definitely the high ground and advantage, but their game plan, they seem to really know where are they supposed to be playing, how are they supposed to be playing. Something has changed, for real.
Something has definitely changed. I mean, that 3 points is going to springboard them up into the 4th slot. Yes, Team SMG still have that edge with 9 points, but we have plenty of games later today as well as tomorrow to see where they end up. But this is a huge win for Stellark. They really needed this. Huge confidence boost. Again, what are you thinking? Like, how does SMG recover for something like this?
Well, I mean, first mentally and psychologically, right? Because I would have expected that they also had that confidence to be able to take this game as much as everyone else did, right? 80%, I think, on the audience predictions earlier on and across the casters as well. So this must be a huge setback for them. But that being said, we have seen Team SMG playing very, very strong as well. So I'm sure it's something that they can bounce back from.
I love that. And the fact that Stellark this is one of those, you know, those moments where they can kind of be like, haha, to everyone. Even us, I'm going to feel that one. I'm going to be afraid seeing them right outside. But Abstract, again, these are the items. Did SMG just go the wrong items? What are your thoughts with that?
It definitely seems as though all of their items are pretty okay, but my question mostly lies onto the fact that Jocks picks are... Okay, no. Jocks did manage to get the items that I expected as well. Let's see, any other questionable stuff? Typically, no, actually. All of the items coming from inside the SMG does manage to put themselves into the right range. I would understand why Ram decided to go for a blade armor instead of picking more of that Guardian helm. Mostly is because of the fact that he needs to target Smelly Cat, and Smelly Cat is the main person that can really deal a lot of damage onto Ram. So both sides, their itemizations are pretty nice and dandy. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. It really boils down to the composition that both teams has picked and how they executed it.
Yeah, and I think the craziest thing that going into today, if you told me that Jawhead and Lapu Lapu were going to be 100% win rate in the first 2 games, I would have been like, no, you're crazy, right? Absolutely insane there. And I love the picks going into this one. But Derry, he took a 6-0 Franco in the entire league, and now he has, he's blemished Franco.
Oh,
I think Abstract, you might have cursed it.
I cursed it.
It was all you.
It was all me.
All right, but let's talk a little bit about the kill participation, right? Rum, we know he tends to split push quite a bit, but 4%, that's definitely on the lower end on him. But look at the rest of the SMG. Kills were happening, but it seems like they were more solo more than anything else because, again, they weren't really helping each other out.
I mean, it's a little bit like what Abstract said, right? It's like Stellark is always one step ahead of SMG. They know exactly where they want to rotate and they are there to respond to it. So SMG, they try to go for the pick-off, but they don't have enough damage at that point or they don't have enough people at that point. And Stellark just are able to play out their game plan exactly as how they expected it to.
It's a very well thought out game plan. They played it to the T. They did not, fall back from it. Sometimes it didn't do the greatest in terms of damage. We saw game 1 where they were kind of like, is this the right one? But they stuck to it and they prevailed in the end. So very impressive by Stellark.
In this game, positioning is definitely very important. And in order for Stellark to really put themselves forward, Forza, Odil, Bambi and Chu needs to position themselves in a proper way. And once that is put in, that has been cemented, then we will be able to see exactly why the team has won. Karina putting himself right into the faces of the enemies and just constantly taking up the damage as much as possible, and of course dealing the damage as well. One thing that kind of tossed me and really put me as a surprise is the fact that Odil, Bambi and Karina decided to go for Demon Slayer and went for damage instead. Most of the time whenever I look at a Karina, Demon Slayer equals to tank. But for the side of Stellark, they realize that, yeah, we probably need more damage in the front lines because the main damage dealer really goes to only Smelly Cat. While we're looking at Eve, more of utility, slows, and you know, if anyone happens to be within the grid, then sure, the damage is definitely there, but it's not exactly guaranteed damage, which is something that they need, which is why the Karina decided to go into damage instead of defense.
And I love it because of the fact that they're spreading it around. They're not forcing one person and putting all the pressure on the Eve.
Exactly.
Because, I mean, if he gets bursted, you're going to have a problem. You have no damage on the rest of the team.
Well, yeah, I mean, it definitely helped that he built damage, right? And the Demon Slayer also helped him to secure the objectives even more. But let's look at what happened again during this game.
Well, right in the early stages of the game, we definitely did manage to see that Stellark did have some problems here and there. They did manage to take quite a bit of kills here and there as well, so don't get me wrong. Enya is definitely a terrifying force for Smelly Cat. So no matter what it is, Smelly Cat has to really steer away from Enya. And in most situations, Sync is the one that needs to force Enya away because he's probably the only answer to how he can work with Enya, because the rest of the members from the side of Stellark, they can't really just jump right into the face of Enya except for Odin Bambi. So in teamfight potential, we know what they want to go for. In this very case, in this very fight, it definitely did puzzle me a little bit, right? Chu rushing right into the enemy's faces, and despite having less than half health, less than a quarter, he just sacrificed himself. But all for the greater good, it seems as though, as they managed to close the game almost immediately after picking off that Lord, if I remember correctly. Now, I believe with all of that highlights in play, understanding the win conditions of both Stellark as well as SMG becomes very important for all of us to, you know, improve from this point on, from the players as well as for all the other viewers out there. For Stellark's win condition is that they gonna have to open up team fights in order to really make Melissa in the most comfortable place as possible. Because Melissa really just needs to stand there to do damage. And for her, she has Mother's protections for her own self, so it's already one form of defense. But with the RWM, it comes in as the second form of defense, where you are able to flush out the frontliners, able to flush out Enya as well, and let's not forget that he's able to defend Melissa whenever Melissa is within the grid. So it really buffs up Stellark quite a lot. While SMG, they don't really have anyone to deal with Dairy. As such, the hook is the only thing that they can play around with. And if the hooks lands, then that's great. It all plays upon Stellark's positioning.
Yeah, they had to make the perfect positioning, but also for the viewers at home, if you want to talk about positioning, make sure that you hook onto one of these 5. We have the Frank OCBC cards. Of course, they're all limited edition. You can get up to 1 every, you know, and they're pretty amazing cards we have in front of us. I was kind of wowed by them by the end of the day, but feel free to scan that QR code. Make sure you sign up for by Frank OCBC. Get yourself one of those credit cards.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, different designs, right? You can only choose one because obviously you don't hold that many cards. But you know, you get to pick your favorite design out of all these 5.
I mean, we have Guinevere here, we have 1-1, Ling, Carmilla, as well as can't really see
Sicilian. I think that's Sicilian.
Yeah, that's Sicilian. Yeah, they just very the production and the admins just very casually put the couples next to one another, huh?
Yes, because why
Where's
not?
our Lancelot? You know, Lancelot, Guinevere.
Wait, Lancelot was last season, no? They had the Lancelot last season. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
don't repeat the designs because they're limited edition. There you go.
All right, well, that's going to be game 2. That's going to be the first series. Thank you so much, Scrubby and Abstract. That's going to be the first match. We're going to come back with 3 other series. That's going to be coming up, but we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be right back.
Alrighty, what a match that was, ladies and gentlemen. Huge seesaw, huge back and forth that we have right there, even for our very first match. So this is really interesting. And right here, I have with me from Team Stellark, I have Fossa.
Hello.
Hi, Fossa. Yeah, it was really a tongue-tied, moment, especially in the first match. Fossa is on Fossa, Fossa is on Fossa. So yes, we have a few questions for you. Game 1 was a seesaw with multiple team fights. Now, what do you think was the crux or the clutch that secured your team's win?
I think we identified that we have to take the Fasa and the Bruno out first. So when the Bruno was down, we tried to cycle them. It's a 5v4 and we caught the Fasa again. And I think that was what won us the game because we took out their 2 main damage dealer in the lot fight.
Yes, for sure. And right now with Fasa buffed, especially in the newest patch, like you really went Fossa only has eyes for Fasa, especially in game 1. So well played. Really, really well played. Now, the next question is, game 2 felt more stable for Stellark. And who were you focusing on for game 2?
For me personally, my game plan was to man-mark Dairy. It's like you play basketball, you man-mark someone. Because we know that when he plays Franco, he likes to camp the goal lane, especially level 4. So as long as I can protect my goal lane from getting ganked by him, I think we won the game.
So you really, really know how Dairy operates and everything.
I think it's just the hero mechanics. Because if I'm on the Franco, I will do the same thing as him.
So you did really well because every single Franco got, it's always you.
Yeah, I mean, that's my job, right?
Yeah, that's his job. So that was really, really well done there guarding your team. Now, what are your thoughts for the playoffs so far?
Of course, we hope to secure upper bracket and we'll just try our best.
Yeah. All right. So next question is perhaps the more interesting one that everybody wants to know. Do you think you can take on the match against RSG tomorrow?
I believe if we continue our form today, we just need to win one game anyway. So we'll just take it as a BO1 tomorrow.
Yes, I believe for most of our Stellark fans out there seeing your performance today, we are so very, very proud of you guys and we hope that you guys can keep the momentum, especially for tomorrow's big game. Now, we do have a final question, just for fun.
Okay.
Who do you think in Stellark has the funniest tilt?
Funniest tilt?
It's time to dish out some tea to everybody.
I'll just say myself.
Okay, so what do you do?
I'll just keep quiet.
You just shut down?
Yeah.
You just shut down? I also just shut down.
I'll just stop talking.
Then how is that funny?
I don't know. Because we don't have a funny tilt. So I'll just keep quiet.
So you just keep quiet. Okay, I think we are really on the same camp. So we are the shutdown camp. Alright,
Okay.
so yeah, you just named yourself. Alrighty, so thank you so much, Fossa, for the insightful sharing. Thank you so very much. Alrighty, and that was Fossa, ladies and gentlemen, right here from Stellark. So once again, we really, really hope that they keep up the momentum, especially for tomorrow's important match between Stellark as well as RSG that we are all anticipating. Now, next up, we have Team Flash crossing swords with Revival at 1 p.m. So stick around and we'll see you then.
So, what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
So how do you think you're gonna balance that?
I will like schedule myself like
20 hours per week.
Yeah, time management.
So there's 24 hours, right? So 20 hours of training and 4 hours of studying.
20 hours per week, bro.
20 hours per week.
per week.
Yeah, per week, not a day.
20 hours per day of training, bro. Your thumbs will drop.
Who stands in your way the most? Who are you most fearful of?
Every team is on the way in the way lah. So we have to get through everyone to get to top 2. I don't think there's any teams that like in our way, because every team we also have to take them on to be able to stand top 2.
Are you guys single?
Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
You also single?
Available what? Vanix.
I'm not available.
Not available.
Why are you not available?
I'd rather date myself.
You would rather date yourself because you're confident about yourself and you love yourself. That's confidence right there.
Alright. Then Supergirl, why do you think Vanix is single?
He's waiting for the sky to turn red and maybe snow.
Oh, in Singapore?
Yeah,
Snow in
That's
Singapore?
impossible. Turn it around. Why do you think Supergirl is still single?
Because he has too many girls to choose from.
Too many variety,
Casanova right there.
Which teams, in your opinion, are Titans? Have you matched up with them in ranked games, and how did that go?
I personally think that ranked game we can't really compare much because I don't think everybody is playing their full potential, because sometimes like you never know what they're doing behind the scene lah. But like sometimes when I was playing, I'll be eating stuff, so they are not. So I know that they are not playing their fullest potential. So like I can't really tell anything about it. Yeah.
So given a choice, which team do you want to face off in the grand finals and beat them to win the championship?
The team that I want to face is RSG. Not because I feel they're like the easiest. I just want to have like a revenge story after last season. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Adamir?
I think probably the same team. Yeah, because like revenge match as well.
But outside of RSG, who is one like best player in MPL Singapore?
I think for me it would be Gear lah. I haven't faced him much in the ESP lane, but when I was facing him, it felt like he posed a little bit of a threat to me. Yeah, so I...
Just a bit.
I mentioned it last season, just a bit. So is the one who posed a bigger threat, but I overcome it already, so yeah. So now there's only Gear left, which I don't think it's much of a problem lah, but he's still a player that I think is very strong.
Right, so who do you think is the weakest player in the league right now?
I'd say the weakest player is Bray. He's just getting carried by the other 4. I'm just confident that I'm gonna be better than him.
He was also quite strong himself and he kind of blew our expectations. So I think you do have a title to protect. What are your feelings about that?
I'm confident I'll keep it. Yeah.
Okay, let's throw the question to Diablo. Who do you think is better, JPL or
What?
You're very wrong.
Oh, you ask me? Of course
Yeah.
I must support my own team.
Yeah.
Of course it's your team, man. You can't ask me. If you ask anybody else, then you might get a
Okay,
more
who's
accurate.
the second and third best then? Cannot.
Definitely JPL lah, second. Yeah. Third, anybody can be the third lah.
All the same standard, you know.
Singapore
third is tied for like the rest of time for the rest.
JPL, everyone.
Singapore is like these two only.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different. We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
For me, because I do have a full-time job, I'm also a last year student in NUS. So there's nothing, holding me back from pursuing what I want before we go to the 9 to 6 after we graduate. Right.
Just curious, what did your parents think about this decision?
They were quite supportive of me, and basically I'm in my own world. I get to plan out my own schedule in terms of training or work or studies. So I really appreciate the support that they give me to do this. Yeah.
Now that Sync is now in Stellark, what do you think about their team?
They got a lot of experienced players. I don't think we will lose in Max, but maybe we'll lose in Macro somewhere, somehow.
Maybe the communication.
Yeah, because they are really experienced players. So I think if you put 3 or 4 experienced players in one team, right, even though you lose all your Max, right, they still got their game sense there. They still got their macros there. They can out macro us.
Who do you want to face off against, and what will it mean to you to beat them out of the competition at the grand finals?
This one is for my man Odia Bambi. Right, we would like to meet Evos in the finals. I mean, some people like to talk about it. Right, he had a beef with his ex team. We have a secondary mission, which is to prove those people wrong that Odia Bambi still has his own worth. Right.
Who do you think is the easiest team in this season?
What about Stellark, since they have new players too, some people are even unknown.
I can say that they are the underdogs. I think they might have a chance to prove something this season. Considering the fact that they are really experienced players, as I said before, they might really have a chance to prove themselves.
For fans of Team Flash, right, what's your message for them this year, and what can they expect out of you guys?
Well, I know everyone here is old and we're not really flashy as much as other teams, but we use this experience as our weapon to maybe higher than third place.
Maybe. Okay.
So, Swell, I know that you're quite young, right? You're 22. Yeah. What are your commitments right now?
Currently, I'm working and studying at the same time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's like a work-study course. So basically, I work in the morning, the afternoon, late evening basically. Then I will train at night, like scrims and whatnot at night.
I have work too. I work a full-time job from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Then I train every day.
Yeah, I think
life is so tiring.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also the common theme for most of the players as well. There's a passion for the teams and for the esports scenes.
Someone that keeps talking about other players being toxic, you seem pretty toxic yourself down here.
He's a nice kind of toxic. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get
first of all, I'm not toxic.
Really
nice.
William's a nice guy.
Thank you. Just a bit of troller also. Just to make fun of the team. I'm on this position because Remy is not funny, bro. As you can see.
I'm not funny.
Yeah. He's a very serious person.
That's right. Very serious.
Is at least your girlfriend supportive of you?
So basically, my girlfriend is quite supportive.
That's great.
Whenever I'm doing my scream, right, she won't really like text me or like disturb me lah, in a sense. So after my scream, I will just text her, then we will just text normally.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you're playing ML halfway and then suddenly someone starts to call you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates! Hand over the stone! Everything good for us. But no.
Get him!
A bit for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
what are the commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
So how do you think you're gonna balance that?
I will like schedule myself like
20 hours per week.
Yeah, time management.
So there's 24 hours, right? So 20 hours of training and 4 hours of studying.
20 hours per week, bro.
20 hours per week.
Per week.
20 hours per week, not a day.
20 hours per day of training, bro. Your thumbs will drop.
Who stands in your way the most? Who are you most fearful of?
Every team is in the way lah. So we have to get through everyone to get to top 2. I don't think there's any teams that like in our way, because every team we also have to take them on to be able to stand top 2.
Are you guys single?
Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
You also single?
Available, Vanix.
Not available.
Not available.
Why are you not available?
I'd rather date myself.
You would rather date yourself because you're confident about yourself and you love yourself. That's confidence right there.
Alright. Then Supergirl, why do you think Vanix is single?
He's waiting for the sky to turn red and maybe snow.
Oh, in Singapore?
Yeah,
to snow in
That's
Singapore?
impossible. Turn it around. Why do you think Supergirl is still single?
Because he has too many girls to choose from.
Too many variety,
Casanova right there.
Which teams, in your opinion, are Titans? Have you matched up with them in ranked games, and how did that go?
I personally think that ranked game we can't really compare much because I don't think everybody is playing their full potential, because sometimes like you never know what they're doing behind the scene lah. But like sometimes when I was playing, I'll be eating stuff. So they're not. So I know that they're not playing their fullest potential. So like I can't really tell anything about it. Yeah.
So given a choice, which team do you want to face off in the grand finals and beat them to win the championship?
The team that I want to face is RSG. Not because I feel they're like the easiest. I just want to have like a revenge story after last season. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Adamir?
I think probably the same team. Yeah, because like revenge match as well.
But outside of RSG, who is one like best player in MPL Singapore?
I think for me it would be Gear lah. I haven't faced him much in the ESP lane, but when I was facing him, it felt like he posed a little bit of a threat to me. Yeah, so I...
Just a bit.
Just a bit. I mentioned it last season, just a bit. So is the one who posed a bigger threat, but I overcome it already, so yeah. So now there's only Gear left, which I don't think it's much of a problem, but he's still a player that I think is very strong.
Right, so who do you think is the weakest player in the league right now?
I'd say the weakest player is Bray. He's just getting carried by the other 4. I'm just confident that I'm gonna be better than him.
He was also quite strong himself and he kind of blew our expectations. So I think you do have a title to protect. What are your feelings about that?
I'm confident I'll keep it. Yeah.
Okay, let's throw the question to Diablo. Who do you think is better, JPL or
what?
You're very wrong.
Oh, you ask me? Of course I must support my own team. Of course you can't ask me. If you ask anybody else, then you might get a
Okay, who's the second and third best then? Cannot.
Definitely JPL lah, second. Yeah. Third, anybody can be the third lah. I
all the same standard, you know.
All the same.
Singapore third is tied for like the rest of
time for the rest.
JPL
everyone. Singapore is like these two only.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the 2 of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different. We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
For me, because I do have a full-time job, I'm also a last year student in NUS. So there's nothing, holding me back from pursuing what I want before we go to the 9 to 6 after we graduate. Right.
Just curious, what did your parents think about this decision?
They were quite supportive of me, and basically I'm in my own world. I get to plan out my own schedule in terms of training or work or studies. So I really appreciate the support that they give me to do this. Yeah.
Now that Sync is now in Stellark, what do you think about their team?
They got a lot of experienced players. I don't think we will lose in Max, but maybe we'll lose in Macro somewhere, somehow.
And maybe the communication.
Yeah, because they are really experienced players. So I think if you put 3 or 4 experienced players in one team, right, even though you lose all your match, they still got their game sense there. They still got their macros there. They can out macro us.
Who do you want to face off against, and what would it mean to you to beat them out of the competition at the grand finals?
This one is for my man Odia Bambi. Right, we would like to meet Evos in the finals. I mean, some people like to talk about it. Right, he had a beef with his ex team. We have a secondary mission, which is to prove those people wrong that Odia Bambi still has his own worth. Right.
Who do you think is the easiest team in the season?
What about Stellark, since they have new players too, some people are even unknown.
I can say that they are the underdogs. I think they might have a chance to prove something this season. Considering the fact that they are really experienced players, as I said before, they might really have a chance to prove themselves.
For fans of Team Flash, right, what's your message for them this year, and what can they expect out of you guys?
Well, I know everyone here is old and we're not really flashy as much as other teams, but we use this experience as our weapon to maybe higher than third place.
Maybe. Okay.
So Swell, I know that you're quite young, right? You're 22. What are your commitments right now?
Currently, I'm working and studying at the same time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's like a work-study course. So basically, I work in the morning, the afternoon, late evening basically. Then I will train at night, like scrims and whatnot at night.
I have work too. I work a full-time job from 8 AM to 6 PM. Then I train every day.
Yeah, I think
life is so tiring.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also the common theme for most of the players as well. There's a passion for the teams and for the esports scenes.
For someone that keeps talking about other players being toxic, you seem pretty toxic yourself down here.
He's a nice kind of toxic. Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, I'm not toxic.
Really
nice.
William's a nice guy.
Thank you. Just a bit of troller also. Just to make fun of the team. I'm on this position because Remy is not funny, bro. As you can see.
I'm not funny.
Yeah. He's a very serious person.
That's right. Very serious.
Is at least your girlfriend supportive of you?
So basically, my girlfriend is quite supportive.
That's great.
Whenever I'm doing my scrim, right, she won't really text me or disturb me lah, in a sense. So after my scream, I will just text her, then we will just text normally.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you're playing ML halfway and then suddenly someone starts to call you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
expose him. Hello, little friend. Who the hell are you? The one who gave you the mark. So you are the problem? Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body. No way! I will get rid of you! With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Freedom. Laymates. Hand over the stone. Interesting proposal, but no. Get him. Bit early for warm up. I'm fine with it. Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender! Thorns remain should petals hurt. Justice served. I won't let my blood spill blood from death. Justice served. Be a hero.
So, what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
So how do you think you're gonna balance that?
I will like schedule myself like
20 hours per week.
Yeah, time management.
So there's 24 hours, right? So 20 hours of training and 4 hours of studying.
20 hours per week, bro.
20 hours per week.
Per week,
not a day.
20 hours per day of training, bro. Your thumbs will drop.
Who stands in your way the most? Who are you most fearful of?
Every team is on the way in the way lah. So we have to get through everyone to get to top 2. I don't think there's any teams that like in our way because every team we also have to take them on to be able to stand top 2.
Are you guys single?
Venix is single.
Venix is single.
Venix is single.
You also single?
Available, Venix.
I'm not available.
Not available.
Why are you not available?
I'd rather date myself.
You would rather date yourself because you're confident about yourself and you love yourself. That's confidence right there.
Alright. Then Supergirl, why do you think Venix is single?
He's waiting for the sky to turn red and maybe snow.
Oh, in Singapore?
Yeah,
to snow in
That's
Singapore?
impossible. Turn it around. Why do you think Supergirl is still single?
Because he has too many girls to choose from.
Too many variety.
Right there.
Which teams, in your opinion, are Titans? Have you matched up with them in ranked games, and how did that go?
I personally think that ranked game we can't really compare much because I don't think everybody is playing their full potential because sometimes like you never know what they're doing behind the scene lah. But like sometimes when I was playing, I'll be eating stuff, so they are not. So I know that they are not playing their fullest potential. So like I can't really tell anything about it. Yeah.
So given a choice, which team do you want to face off in the grand finals and beat them to win the championship?
The team that I want to face is RSG. Not because I feel they're like the easiest. I just want to have like a revenge story after last season. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Adamir?
I think probably the same team. Yeah, cause like revenge match as well.
But outside of RSG, who is one like best player in MPL Singapore?
I think for me it would be Gear. I haven't faced him much in the ESP lane, but when I was facing him, it felt like he posed a little bit of a threat to me. Yeah, so I...
Just a bit.
Just a bit. I mentioned it last season, just a bit. So is the one who posed a bigger threat, but I overcome it already, so yeah. So now there's only Gear left, which I don't think it's much of a problem, but he's still a player that I think is very strong.
Right, so who do you think is the weakest player in the league right now?
I'd say the weakest player is Bray. He's just getting carried by the other 4. Yeah. I'm just confident that I'm gonna be better than him.
He was also quite strong himself and he kind of blew our expectations. So I think you do have a title to protect. What are your feelings about that?
I'm confident I'll keep it. Yeah.
Okay, let's throw the question to Diallo. Who do you think is better, JPL or
what?
Your own role.
Oh, you ask me? Of course I must support my own team.
Yeah.
Of course you can't ask me. If you ask anybody else, then you might get a
Okay,
more
who's
accurate
the second and third best then? Cannot.
Definitely JPL lah, second. Yeah. Third, anybody can be the third lah.
All the same center, you know.
All the same
Singapore.
They only
for like the rest of
for the
rest. JPL, everyone.
Singapore is like these two only.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
Promised her I'll live and fight for the 2 of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams. Every year is the same. This time is different. We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we are all trying to attain.
RSG are the favourites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
For me, because I do have a full-time job, I'm also a last year student in NUS. So there's nothing, holding me back from pursuing what I want before we go to the 9 to 6 after we graduate. Right.
Just curious, what did your parents think about this decision?
They were quite supportive of me, and basically I'm in my own world. I get to plan out my own schedule in terms of training or work or studies. So I really appreciate the support that they gave me to do this. Yeah.
Now that Sync is now in Stellark, what do you think about their team?
They got a lot of experienced players. I don't think we will lose in max, but maybe we'll lose in macro somewhere somehow.
Maybe the communication.
Yeah, because they are really experienced players lah. So I think if you put 3 or 4 experienced players in one team, right, even though you lose all your max, right, they still got their game sense there. They still got their macros there. They can out macro us.
Who do you want to face off against, and what will it mean to you to beat them out of the competition at the grand finals?
This one is for my man Odia Bambi. Right, we would like to meet Evos in the finals. I mean, some people like to talk about it. Right, he had a beef with his ex team. We have a secondary mission, which is to prove those people wrong that Odia Bambi still has his own worth. Right.
Who do you think is the easiest team in this season?
What about Stellark, since they have new players too, some people are even unknown.
I can say that they are the underdogs. I think they might have a chance to prove something this season. Considering the fact that they are really experienced players, as I said before, they might really have a chance to prove themselves up.
For fans of Team Flash, right, what's your message for them this year, and what can they expect out of you guys?
Well, I know everyone here is old and we're not really flashy as much as other teams, but we use this experience as our weapon to maybe higher than third place.
Maybe. Okay.
So Swell, I know that you're quite young, right? You're 22. What are your commitments right now?
Currently, I'm working and studying at the same time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's like a work-study course. So basically, I work in the morning, the afternoon, late evening lah basically. Then I will train at night, scrims and whatnot at night.
I have work too. I work a full-time job from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Then I train every day.
Yeah, I think
life is so tiring.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also the common theme for most of the players as well. There's a passion for the teams and for the esports scenes.
For someone that keeps talking about other players being toxic, you seem pretty toxic yourself down here.
He's a nice kind of toxic. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get.
First of all, I'm not toxic.
Really
nice.
William's a nice guy.
Thank you. Just a bit of troller also. Just to make fun of the team. I'm on this position because Remy is not funny, bro. As you can see,
I'm not funny.
Yeah. He's a very serious person.
That's right. Very serious.
Is at least your girlfriend supportive of you?
So basically, my girlfriend is quite supportive.
That's great.
Whenever I'm doing my scream, right, she won't really like text me or like disturb me lah, in a sense. So after my scream, I will just text her. Then we will just text normally.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you're playing ML halfway and then suddenly someone starts to call you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared to the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal. But no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I
But outside of RSG, who is one like best player in MPL?
For me, would be gear lah.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier on in match 1, against audience prediction, we have Stellark trouncing SMG cleanly. Now, this win has actually netted Stellark 3 points, pushing them up to the 4th position whilst pushing Revival down to the 5th. So right now in match 2, we will be anticipating Team Flash versus Revival in a few moments' time. Now, this game is actually a do or die for Revival right now if they want to secure that upper bracket spot, because this is literally their last chance to do so. So yes, if they want to actually climb up the upper bracket spot, they have to pull out all their stops right now. So, but first, we want to take this opportunity to thank our amazing sponsors for making MPL SG Season 4 possible. MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games, as well as Zenway Productions, supported by Frank Bio CBC, OSIM, and TikTok. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, a team no stranger to anyone familiar with the MPL SG scene, Team Flash. And next up, we have the team showing us that they truly lived up to their name, Revival, ladies and gentlemen. Now the teams are entering the land of dawn as we speak. So I'm going to hand my time over to the casters right now to let us know what they think about Team Revival's make or break game. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Cheryl, for that intro, and we've got a great series. This is going to be the second match. It's against Team Flash versus Revival. We've seen a bit of a step up in Revival's play. They've done quite well. Now we're in an awkward situation where who really wants it, right? My name is Holler. This is Abstract, and with Jace. Abstract, please tell me about this, a little bit about this series.
Well, when it comes down to Revival, they have already gotten themselves with quite a bit of numbers to their name, considering the fact that they have 2-1 against a couple of teams such as Zion, Evil, and Stellark, putting them, I think, 6 points up. So, looking at the fact that Stellark themselves have managed to get themselves quite a bit of points as well, especially after beating out the competitors SMG, that pretty much means that Stellark is currently above of Revival. Revival will definitely need to get themselves a 2-1, 2-0 for this game in order for them to, keep them a little bit more relevant. Otherwise, they may actually lose their spot in the upper brackets.
And that would be really unfortunate. But okay, please, Jace.
Yeah, but to be honest, it's happy to be back. The 1 week of absence just made me a little bit rusty, but hey, I'm back here. A bit jet lagged. A bit jet lagged. So, pardon my performance for today. But I think the most important thing we have to look is, like what Cheryl said, this is the make or break game for Revival. They've done so well for the past 2 weeks already. First week was a bit tough because, they're facing off strong opponents. But let's take a look at the statistics right away. You can see immediately this roster from Team Flash, I would say, has performed quite well with their respective signature heroes. As shown up here, you gotta have to give Reminiscent the Assassins. That's something that he likes to play. And it also boils down to how Alpha V9 sets it up. Another important key player from the side of Flash is also A1, A2. His positioning has been very impeccable, especially with his signature hero, that Yi.
Like, we've expected so much out of Team Flash. Like, I mean, they started off with a bang in the sense of 2-0ing Zion, but then they kind of ran into this, Juggernauts Row, SMG, Slate, RSG, all of these teams basically 2-0ing them, and we kind of don't know where Team Flash kind of fits into all of this, right? So this is one of those situations where are Flash not living up to their name?
Well, for Team Flash, I would say that they are doing relatively decently, you know, to a certain extent. We definitely have names that really shows up, right? Pokemon A1A2, Alpha V9, revenants, and the KCP. We have heard of their names before from many other seasons, previous season, not many, but the previous seasons. We know for a fact that they are really experienced, but you know, maybe just team chemistry, these kind of things, it takes some time for them to ramp up. Revival, on the other hand, they haven't exactly had a lot of time, such like Flash, but somehow they have found themselves on top of some of these other teams, Zion, Evil, and Stellark, with a 2-1 victory of each games, which is rather surprising to many other viewers out there. But we gotta have to say that LY4, he really have been playing pretty darn well in his role, and he is definitely making the impact together with QDX Love, which of course we can see signature hero, the Akai as well as Grog, respectively. They all have and knows what they need to do in their current compositions, no matter what draft it is.
And that's kind of why LY4, this is the experience, the veteran leadership that you're looking for. When they needed a game, this is a guy who stepped up. That was absolutely massive in the Stellark series. He's the guy that pretty much took the team on his back and carried them. I mean, he put themselves in a great situation. But Revival, they've got a 3-game winning streak. Let's talk a little bit about that, Jace. Yeah, but you know, I want to talk about Revival, but let's take a look at the keys of victory as shown on the screen for the side of Team Flash. First of all, you got to prioritize key heroes for A1A2 in the draft. A1A2, like I mentioned earlier just now during the stats, needs to get these heroes that could like zone everyone out. He's very prominent in the late game with his Sicilian. He's also set it up with the Siege. At the same time, they also have to play aggressively in the early game because KZP is a very aggressive roam. Another thing that Team Flash also have to look out against Revival, on the other hand, is try to limit QDX Love. You allow him to farm up the items, you allow him to become that front line, go into a late game. You know Revival is going to make it very hard for Team Flash to win. With that said, I want to talk to Revival now, especially the fact that, you know, they are living up with their namesake. They've revived all the way from the bottom of the roster, or bottom of the standings, all the way up to that borderline upper brackets. But let's take a look. LY4 needs to be the bait. He's very tanky. He likes to play these very tanky sort of junglers like, you know, the Akai, the Bauman. They need to be the bait of Flash. At the same time, another thing they need to do is they have to play it safe, because late game is where Revival truly shines. And speaking of late game, be disciplined when securing objectives, don't overextend, don't be greedy. I think there was a lot of moments where people counted out Revival. Yeah, right? I was one of them. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is that in the scheduling, you look like they went up against the Juggernauts early. That's correct. RSG, Slate, they looked kind of, it's rough against going against those
really
teams,
rocky,
right? Especially when you're trying to get a footing in this league. But the fact that they've now stepped up, they're like, okay, we figured out what's going to work for us, and they've got that 3-game winning streak. This is kind of putting them into a great momentum going into the playoffs.
I mean, when we are looking at the regular season, literally for Revival, it's kind of split into half to a certain extent, right? RSG, SMG, Slate. Well, SMG has been pushed backwards, but looking at RSG and Slate, a lot of us has threw ourselves and just thinking, you know what, Revival, they don't seem to be able to hold a candle against these top dogs. So we immediately just poof, thinking that, you know, Revival may not be as much. But the Facebook audience do agree that Revival, they do have a chance, although 40%, most of the votes still went over to Team Flash.
I think that this chart is actually very telling, right? Because if you look at some of the more recent games, which I think maybe Facebook is watching, you'll see you're going to support Revival more. The fact that they were able to clutch out some 2-1 victories last week speaks volumes about this team. Not to say that the other guys, the YouTube guys, are not smart. It's more of, you just got to pay attention to all of the other has a lot of angry fans at his doorstep right now. Come at me, bro.
Find him at Holla TV.
But it's one of those things that even in the predictions, yes, we were all kind of on which team?
Let's not talk about that. Yes, Cass's prediction, it is red all over the board, or rather orange. All over the board. We haven't seen a slight tinge of green, which I believe that most of us may actually come to regret after Game 3 or Game 2.
No, this is one of the closest ones. I think of all of the series, and I think we're going to see many good games today, I think that this is the one that I was struggling the most, because I love teams that have like that underdog story of picking up the momentum, really just like sticking it to the opponent, and I expect to see more of that today. If they win today, they're going to make believers out of me. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, on to the draft we go. This is Revival's make or break game. It all boils down to how Pacifist, the coach of Revival, planned this out. First on the chopping block, it's going to be the Melissa, the one that surges in popularity when it comes to gold lanes. And Flash, on the other hand, taking out that Diggy right off the bat.
Well, not too surprising. We are still going to be expecting to see Valentina, Faramis. They are still going to be thrown onto the board nonetheless. Now, when it comes down to banning out heroes, do they just want to specifically ban meta heroes, or do they want to take a look at some respect bans as well? As for now, Revival is still working towards more of the meta type. They removed the Melissa from the game, understandably due to the pseudo buff coming in onto Melissa. It's not a buff directly onto her, but a nerf on the other marksmen around the area. Yes, Bruno received the buff. We can definitely expect to see Bruno here and there, but the one that's really self-sufficient is going to be Melissa.
Yep, and on the other hand, you're seeing Flash taking away the Ammon. Ammon has been increased in popularity recently because it's so easy to execute the Ammon, and there's a lot of sustainability as he goes from one point of jungle to the other, and the camouflage that allows him to just surprise anyone from lane. And with the AoE, once you stack up all those shards on the floor, if someone wants to come to challenge you for these neutral objectives, you just one-click the button, the enemy junglers instantly just shredded into pieces, right? So I really agree with the ban coming out from Flash. But Amon, on the other hand, I don't see LY4 playing it, so I'm a little bit questioning on that draft. But it is also a very scary ban coming out from Flash.
Now, with Paquito being thrown onto the pool, that means that both the Faramis and the Valentina can be picked out by either one of these teams, considering the fact if Flash even bans that out. Revival would probably want to pick out the Valentina for themselves and leave the Faramis over to the side of Flash if Flash doesn't do anything. And looking at things, they may actually just open it up and look at some other heroes that they intend to ban. With Paquito, Bowman, Melissa, Amon, and Diggy out of the way, I believe that Akai and Julian could still fit the board.
Yeah, and that's a scary question that Flash is tossing at us right now. It all boils down to this ban. The ban is a Lilia. That's something that, you know, Sword knows how to play very well. AoE zone denial, but now the board is open. You've got the Faramis running around, but like I was kind of afraid of this. Flash answered with a first pick of the Akai. Immediately, Flash does have the Valentina and also the Faramis open.
Well, now we've got both the Faramis as well as Valentina open. This really throws me back over to MPL PH that I saw yesterday, where I believe that it was Onyx or was it Blacklist? I think it was Blacklist that they managed to get themselves both of these pick at the same time. Now, looking at the fact that Valentina and Faramis is going to be given over to them, we can be safe to say that the front lines of Flash is going to be relatively fragile. So from this point onwards, when it comes down to the jungles as well as the EXP later, they're going to have to look for heroes that have better initiation, executions, as well as sustainability, in which case Baxia Karina in the jungle can definitely play a very good part in Team Flash. And when it comes down to EXP later, we still have a lot to work with.
I agree with the Baxia pick because immediately you see how Revival is picking. They pick Clint up as well as the Esmeralda. The Baxia is a very good counter against the Esmeralda with a very high pick rate in MPL Singapore, as you mentioned, and also for the Clint, a very high win rate because it's so easy to execute, especially when you don't have Beatrix running around anymore. Revival, I think this is a good draft, but Team Flash, on the other hand, with that Dyrov going into the pocket of a V9, but it could also be brought into the jungle. But I would say, sorry, I'll take one step back. It's good against the XP lane because the Dyrov counters the Esmeralda very well.
When it comes down to the Dyrov pick, I will say this is relatively okay. You can still put the Dyrov into the jungle if you want, but nonetheless, you would want to ensure that the Esmeralda is kept in check. So no matter what, we gotta have to look around in the middle lane, the roaming trio, right? Faramis and Valentina. They've got the damage, they have got the displacements thanks to the Shadow Stampede. So what else are they missing? It really boils down to crowd control. They don't have that much of lockdown, stuns, knockups at any point in time. And throw it back again, Minotaur in the jungle, may actually sound pretty good to me.
Wow, Minotaur in the jungle sounds very interesting for you, Abstract, but in my opinion, I agree with you. Flash, regardless, they need someone tanky, they need someone that has a lot of hard lockdowns, because Team Flash, you know, you mentioned a lot of soft CCs all across the board. Like something like, I was thinking even the Baxia is really, really viable for the side of Team Flash. Now, Revival, focusing on the bans for the side of Pokemon. Popo and Koopa gets taken away. I'm not surprised if Revival bans the Bruno as well. This means that Revival is looking to play around the gold lane as well. Team Flash, on the other hand, limiting QDX Love. These two heroes are pocket picks of QDX Love.
Now, coming down to the fact that, okay, we will, for me, whenever I look at an Esmeralda, I will always think, do I want someone that can limit the healing capabilities, or do I just want to look for lockdowns? Because naturally, if you lock down an Esmeralda, she can't absorb shields. That's the main thing. And that is something that we have seen from the start of time until now, that Esmeralda is scared of crowd control. Flash has been missing that. And let's not forget about the fact that Valentina has got a slight nerf when it comes down to her Terrify, or rather Horrify, whichever word works. That is not really a very reliant lockdown anymore. It's not exactly even a lockdown. I would call it more of a bonus.
It's like a soft lockdown, as I mentioned. But there we go. Revival bans away the Bruno as well, focusing on the bans on Pokemon. Both sides identified who to ban out in the later parts of the game. Later parts of the draft. But let's take a look at what Flash. This pick will determine how they're going to play. They have a very strong early to mid game. They can go all the way to the late game as well because of the early to mid game priority they have with Valentina and Varamis. It's up to how they solidify this draft with a tank. And there you go, the Baxia as Abstract, you mentioned this.
Yes, the Baxia is definitely something that we can work out here. The last pick, unfortunately, would not be able to contribute a lot to the lockdown. So once again, it is always in my mind, lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. Are they capable of doing that? When it comes down to split pushing and of course responding to the split pushes, I would say that the Baxia would definitely be able to play that pretty well. But you know what? That could not... It's not set in stone yet. I wouldn't say that Baxia will 100% be the jungler, although it's probably like 80% chance, right?
I would bump it up to 99% because
99.
Because if you take a look at Team Flash, they have the Baxia, they have the trio roaming that you set it up earlier just now, right? These three are very strong at roaming around.
Very mobile.
But at the same time, looking at Revival, these last two picks, those are big ultimates that you can give over to Valentina.
Now, looking at ultimate-wise, right? Real world manipulation, and not forget we've got the wild charge, and as well we've got the heavy spin. Quite a lot of these give space as well as lockdown, so I guess we can leave it to that. Shouldn't be too big of a problem. Flash have got one final pick that they can go with. Popo and Koopa could be something that they would want to look out for coming from Pokemon. I don't think that...
Okay. We're going back to basics, ladies and gentlemen. Pokemon decides to go back to that B-Trix.
Okay, to be fair, Rena got nerfed, right? Yeah. Rena got nerfed, but in terms of damage. It's a small little MM. So Jace showed me like this tiny little bit of gap in between. But let's be honest, I'll take that damage nerf. For the fact that you are able to hit your targets a lot more consistently. I would take consistency over burst.
That's correct. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, looking at this draft right here, Team Flash going in for a very solid and mobile draft. Whereas on the other side, Revival, they're focusing on big team fights, stacking ultimates on top of each other to try to overwhelm Flash with brute force. But Flash does have the sustainability.
All right, as we go into Game 2, this is going to be Team Flash versus Revival. Of course, this is the first game. You talked about the draft. You talked about how, one is a little bit more mobile than the others. But going in, which won the draft?
Wow, that is understandably tough. But I would probably say that Revival's draft is actually not too shabby, right? When it comes down to the early mid-game composition, they do have Akai, Clint, and Grog that's able to deal a very good amount of damage early stages of the game. And not to forget, they have heavy amount of lockdowns, crowd control tools, and spacing tools in order to keep Pokemon at bay. So honestly, I would say that Flash, they might have a little bit of trouble when it comes down to facing off the Revival Death Ball.
I think it's interesting that this draft played out because they were like, hey, it was like a game of bluffing, right? Faramis was there, Akai, both of these 1-2 in terms of bans in the league, right?
these are not really played as much, so they kind of left it open in terms of the bans of, hey, if you pick one, I'm going to pick the other one, and we're in this awkward situation now where, who kind of pulls out on top, considering the meta is actually quite high with both of these roamers.
Team Flash current composition, they do have got a lot of damage, I'm not gonna lie. Looking at Valentina, the Dyrov, as well as the Beatrix, we've got damage. Reminiscent did pick up the Boxer, so he will be able to deal damage scaling off of the opponent's health, which QDX Love, LY4, and Ryan would have a lot of. Looking at the emblem as well, we understand that both of the junglers have decided to go for Demon Slayer, nothing too out of the ordinary here, except for the fact that the only differences is the fact that Akai have decided to go for attack speed, while our Boxer have decided to go for cooldown reduction instead.
Yeah, okay. And if we're looking at the top lane, I mean, let's just look at this one. Okay, the wall's going to be used. KZP sticking around. QDX Love, again, it's more of a... Just try to... Maybe we get a pickoff. Maybe we get a little lucky. Maybe we have that sort of rotation. But they got nothing out of that. It was a little bit of wasted effort by Revival there.
Now, when it comes down to Team Flash, right, they are currently just gonna go straight in down to the bottom lane and doing a little bit of proxy, which is something that we should expect to see Ryan doing. But we can clearly see that Team Flash, they are trying to gain dominance and really just choking out the opponents. In the meantime, Alpha V9,
but the heavy swing is there. He's pushing him on the side, but the real world manipulation is doing some damage, and that looks to be the Cult Altar keeping him alive, at least for now, but the turtle has been slain. Flash are looking to just back away. Again, this is like the Marvel fight where everybody's fighting, no one's dying.
They managed to get themselves the objectives and they do not want to overextend themselves either. Both teams understand that they are just in for the objective, not necessarily for the kills. Revival's composition can allow them to go in for more damage and be a little bit more greedy if they want, though.
Okay, Revival is one of those teams that has one of the lowest number of kills in the entire league, right? Revival they're very objective focused. They seem to understand how movements are supposed to work. They're very smart with just like playing the game the way it should be played, which is objective based, right? So seeing as that they're not really prioritizing, kills in that case and just making sure that they secure the turtle, or they try to, they're playing to their strategy. But as I say that, it looks like they're diving deep for this one. The heavy swing, just keep it Reminiscent stuck in a corner, not able to get away, and Bax is going to be down. That's going to be first blood. LY4 is looking to just kind of run away for here. He goes back in with a dash. Alpha V9 has been killed, and KZP is now on the run. Revival coming out on top.
One thing that I realized that I completely forgot about the fact is that A1, A2, or rather Team Flash, they focused on getting the Faramis instead. They are not exactly looking at the Yve that A1, A2 has been playing all the time. This time the A1, A2, the Yve is used by Swirl instead. And it kind of seems as though not picking the Yve may have bitten them right onto their bum.
Yeah, definitely. Yve is one of those heroes that you got to find out. You got to draw a beat on him because if he's just left alone, he's just going to do so much damage. It's one of those situations where, I mean, he's immobile. Is the team able to peel for him, try to protect him? Because if not, you got to draw a beat on him. You got to make sure that he dies, especially early.
One thing that I did miss out when it comes down to the emblem is that Alpha V9, instead of going for his Unbending Will, he decided to go for his Festival of Blood. So instead of going like super bursty, when it comes down to low HP, you bait the opponents out and destroy them. This Alpha V9 Dyrov game is a lot more about sustainability, which I definitely understand because they need that front liner, which is not necessarily Reminiscence's job. He goes in, deal damage. Yes, he can soak up a bit here and there, but his main job is really just whittle down the front lines of Revival, while Alpha V9 buys most of the time and, off chance, deals damage too.
All right, speaking of buying time, all of this in the top lane right here, they've got 3-2. They're going to dive in for this one. They go for peace, and the Cult Altar just keeping it, the extra HP, just keeping them alive, and Revival have lost another one, but they did trade that one for the Turtle. LY4 was able to secure that, so not the worst thing in the world.
Is this really going to be it? A1, A2, wait, the burn. Okay, burn is not going to be scorching him up. The small little embers just trickling off of his coat. He's just going to pat it off. Pretty simple, no issues. Team Flash currently, they do have 600 gold on top of Revival. When we're looking at Revival's team composition, the first thing that we think of is that, yeah, they're going to play early game. But noticing their signature is that they want to play over to the late stages of the game. They don't necessarily have a lot of heroes that scales very well into the late. It's just that Esmeralda can be a lot more sustainable over to the late. While Peace, well, he's got scaling, but probably not as good as Beatrix. The main thing is that Revival wants to use their early game composition in order to keep themselves focused. disciplined and control the state of the game in order to play towards their advantage, which is how they usually macro into the late.
You talk about it. You hit it on the nail, on the head, so to speak, with basically controlling tempo. I think that that's the biggest thing. Like, both of these teams are kind of still a little bit of a skirmish. I mean, it's a net worth lead of like 0.7, right? Which is negligible at this stage. But it's one of those situations where we don't see a huge edge. As I say that, Revenants just goes directly into Peace. Really no chance there. Really nice rotation by Team Flash.
Revival doesn't really have that opening that they are looking out for, even though that they have the Grok as well as the Arkai. They can actually open the maps up a little bit more and just kind of like face check into the brushes. Considering the fact that there is a Grok, you can just channel up your power, your power of nature and just run straight into brushes. I don't think that you are necessarily going to be having too much problems. Yes, you may be dropped to, what, a quarter of your health or maybe half by Pokemon if he does have Wesker on hand. But other than that, I don't think that it's going to be that big of a deal.
Yeah, the start move. Oh, the Alpha V9 just dodges most of that, and they trade the turtle. It looks like Baxis will pick that one up. Revenants hit that is, so that they're in prime position. That's the second turtle. That's a pretty big one, especially at the 7-minute mark. But, okay, Alpha V9 right now, he's largely been unchecked. He's 0-1-1. It's been kind of quiet. At what point do you start putting pressure on him?
Well, technically speaking, when it comes down to Alpha V9, you don't necessarily want to put too much pressure on him because you would want to focus onto the Beatrix, which is understandably going to be doing a very good time. Beatrix skills all the way from the early all the way to the late. Most of the Beatrix now plays onto Wesker and Renner. So no matter what, they have an option for front lines and the back lines. You will be able to hold on to the high ground. Alpha V9 is just going to be there soaking for damage, as well as the fact that he's going to buy a lot of time. You wouldn't want to spend too much of your resources focusing onto Alpha V9. He should be a collateral damage in most instances, and only if you find that your rotation fits the build to kill him, then go ahead. Most teams would not especially move out for the for this Dyroth.
Oh, the Shadow Stampede pulls him back, and that's going to be an easy kill. That's going up against Ryan right there. Really nice play. They've got the outer turret bottom, and Team Flash are really playing this one to the T. The strategy's been on point. Their movement, look at how much they're just zoning out, making sure that, you know, it's very difficult to even defend this one, but they've gotten turrets. Objective, objective, objective.
When it comes down to Team Flash, they can just jump right into your face thanks to the call alter. In the meantime, RWM.
Oh, A1, A2's been stuck. The real world manipulation is going to catch him out. That's going to be a nice kill by Revival. That was really well played by QDX Love, making sure that he was controlled in the right spot and where they wanted to be. Now, if we're going to look more into the middle lane, this is a bit of a push. Pokemon is now here. He's just joining the fight, and they're kind of sticking around with this mid-game fight. The heavy swing. No, I'm the panda. No, you're the panda. As they go with heavy swings, just literally knocking each other in the head right there. But A1, A2 back, and that's just going to disengage everything.
That is a true definition of wet noodle fight. You can never say anything else is a wet noodle after looking at two Arkai, you know, kind of like crashing against one another, spinning top, Beyblades, if you might. For those people that doesn't know about Beyblade, you can probably want to Google that. Of course,
I know what that is.
Of course you do. If you don't, that's an issue.
We're the same age, of course. That's why I would know that. Sure. All right, but now it's going to be the Lord. Team Flash kind of zoning. QDX Love is just doing a little bit of a scouting mission, excuse me. But the Lord is continuing to be gone on. Half-Life, something to take note of. QDX Love getting very low, but they got KZP. The Cult Altar is going to be on point. Reminiscent is getting a bit low. The heavy swing is just putting him into place. KZP does go down, and LY4 is now on the run. Oh, the Star Moon Dance is going to start doing some damage. He goes right into this one. All four of them, but he looks like he's going to explode. Alpha V9 will secure that one. The Lord has been reset. Alpha V9 is going to be solo. He does get killed. LY4 gets that kill. A1, A2 is now on the run. Peace flickers over the wall, secures that one.
Whoa, man, oh man, Revival played that to the T. They ensured that they are able to take control of their fight throughout the entire time, and I gotta have to say, it is very likely gonna be the slow coming in from Swirl that allowed them to control the opponent's movements down to shackling their legs, right? The opponents, Team Flash, they couldn't run much anywhere. They allowed LY4 to disengage himself and then re-engage again in order for him to get himself in a better control. Yes, he went in with the heavy spin. No one followed up onto Reminiscent, but we should definitely not forget about the fact that Alpha V9 can deal a mean damage onto Revival, which, yes, is quite an impact, but it doesn't seem to be enough.
you're starting to feel it, right? From last week to this week, Revival just making sure that they're making smart plays. Like, they have a lead in this game. This is one of those things where we're really starting to see this uptick of Revival just being able to play and to kind of, to force their will onto the enemy team. They're just in a great position. They understand how the movements are working. This is a team on the rise, and I think, if you're Team Resurgence or, Slate, I think that you do need to be careful about Team Revival moving into this league.
Here's one thing why I really love about about Beatrix, is that whatever weapon that she is using, you can tell what the team is trying to do. The last I saw was a Bennett, so very likely they're trying to go for a defensive.
The heavy swing pushes Reminiscent all the way back, and he realizes that he's stuck in the wrong side of this one. KZP and A1, A2 just need to get out of there. Not able to do it. He does go down. Ryan is a little bit low, but Revival taking 2 kills as well as the outer turret.
You're gonna have to be careful about Bennett's range.
But now the charge is on point. KZP, he does get that 3-man knockup, but KZP is running for his life. Ryan is making a beeline for him. KZP, is he able to chase him? No, he's not. This is going to be the great escape if he can get away from this one. KZP is continuing to be chased. Ryan is not letting him go, and I feel like he's got the police siren because it's like, wee woo, wee woo, trying to get him.
Boom, boom, pow. No way that...
Oh, the jukes are real. KZP, though, looking off his time, he will, though, go down in the end, and Ryan will secure that one in the end.
I mean, he did manage to buy a lot of time for his fellow team, right? We're talking about Mega Creeps just stomping and marching through this island, and just because of a single Valentina, it just stopped the momentum coming in from Ryan. I guess that was just, he's itching for blood. He smelled the blood and it's just crawling time and time again, but it doesn't seem like it was the right play, I suppose. It seems as though Revival could have gotten a lot more out of that push, even to the point of bringing down the inhibitor turret in the middle.
Yeah, I wonder if he didn't go after KZP, if they continued to just group up and just push the mid, if they could have been a little bit more damage to that inhibitor turret mid, because it's about half-life. Maybe that could have been enough to sway, so not the worst thing in the world, but KZP, the funny thing is that if you're running away for your life, and that's like the best play of the game, I think you're in a bad situation.
Well, to be fair, KCP was kind of met with the dead end right by the dark alleys, right? There's really nothing much you can do. The best you can do is just buy as much time as possible, which technically he did his job.
Oh, the heavy swing, locking in Reminiscent, but QDX Love, now KZP stole it, but he does go down. LY4 is on the run, he's very low, he's going to be focused here. They do get the pullback, the Occult Altar is going to be used. Alpha V9 continuing to go in, the Lord is actually doing some damage as well. Alpha V9 has been killed. A1, A2 is looking to run right now. He does get bursted. QDX Love will secure that one, and they start this one off again. QDX Love continuing in, but a little too far, too deep, and Pokemon will make him pay.
Wesker doing Wesker things. At this point in time, we can pretty much tell that Revival, they are getting skilling, and the skilling comes in forms of defensive matches. QDX Love, LY4, and Ryan, they are all just so sustainable and so tanky, while Team Flash, they just don't necessarily have the damage output to deal enough damage to whittle all of them down. They can have Alpha V9 focus on one or a couple of person, but the main thing is that his ultimate gotta hit more than one.
Oh, the Falling Star Moon, they're going to continue. Reminiscent will secure the Lord. That's a huge win for them. They're going to back off. And I thought that was actually risky because I thought Revival had an advantage. They had numbers, but they were like, no, we're going to reset. We're not going to take the Lord. We're going to go back into it. And in that tiny bit of like a window that they had, Team Flash took the Lord and made sure that they secured it. Very smart play by Team Flash. They needed that win.
That was definitely a huge gamble, considering the fact that Team Flash would lose in the Retribution battle. LI4 was level 15, while Reminiscent was level 14. Just from Retribution levels, Reminiscent will lose. But Team Flash, they still stuck to it anyway, and they still want to get that money. The Lord marches down to the bottom lane, and Team Flash focuses most of their resources in the middle lane, allowing Pokemon to snipe down the first tier defense turret in the middle lane, while the rest of the members have decided to put themselves at the lower quadrants of Revival's jungle, asserting so much dominance, not allowing Revival to branch out and take advantage of Flash's overextension position.
The Lord here is going to be taken down. Revival, yes, they did defend, but they lost almost all of their outer turrets, the inner ones as well. So this is one of the situations where, yeah, they gave up the Lord, and Team Flash is back into it, but this net worth lead, it was a close to, I think, 4 or 5K lead, now is dropped to about 2K. This is something that they need to be worried about. Revival are maybe throwing that lead away?
Well, not necessarily. At this point in time, I wouldn't say that the skilling is going to be too important. It all boils down to execution. Which team is able to play it well? Because we gotta have to identify what all of these teams needs to do, right? Revival, they have a lot locked down onto their hands. They need to open up space in order for Peace to hang in the center of the grid and just blast off against Team Flash, because his front lines can stay on for as long as they want. Looking at Esmeralda probably won't die unless Alpha V9 went straight for him with the Abyssum Strikes. Now, for Team Flash, whatever that they want to do is that they want to make full use of the Cult Altar and just rush straight into the face of Swirled as well as Peace. Essentially a death ball composition. Alpha V9 needs to understand who is going to be his #1 priority, and Pokemon would definitely want to put himself either in Nibiru or put himself onto Wesker. The burst potential is something that you would need in order to bring down the back lines and then eventually translate it over to the front.
So that's the game plan of Team Flash, right? It's to basically focus on the squishies. LY4 from Team Revival needs to ensure that his team is protected. Yes. He needs to be the big brother, making sure that nobody comes in. All of those are protected. Because if you look at Peace, 7-2-4, right? Swirled, 1-0-12. He's been not able to be killed because he's all the way in the back just using his real-world manipulation, making sure that he's zoning out everybody else. So they played that one pretty well. Now Team Flash must figure out a way to get into them. I don't know if they have the right initiation to do this, because they're like one of those death ball teams that just come right at you. There's no real flanking. Yeah, you have your shield up or whatever, but at the end of the day, you see it coming towards you.
With the win condition in check for both of these teams, it will we will be able to just kind of like translate it over to the key victory for Revival, as to use LY4 to bait out the members from Team Flash. But unfortunately, right before the main fight starts, Pokemon goes straight down.
That's going to be a huge one. He's down for 40 seconds. Reminiscent now is on the run, but Team Flash are like, do we fight this one? They're sticking around with 4 versus 5. Cult Altar is going to be used, but Reminiscent, I think he's going to be left for dead. He looks like he's going to die twice. He is a Gemini. He's going to be gone, and A1, A2 is back to safety. And they're going to try to defend this inhibitor turret, but, you know, Revival back into it. And KZP, real manipulation, that should be the end of that one. A1, A2 is out of the zone, but they do get KZP, so it's not the end. Alpha V9 does fall next, and it looks like A1, A2 is going to be next, and that looks to be the base right there. And very well played by Team Revival, just completely turning that one around. I mean, it's super smart in terms of how they play that one out. 20-7, they're going to win game 1.
Well, Team Revival, they have played this game down to the T, and of course, yes, we have managed to see some ups and downs. And speaking of ups and downs, we have definitely seen the ups and downs of Cult Altar as well, right? It enables you to jump over to the back lines and just go ham. But unfortunately, if all things goes bad, you are just going to have one person silenced, unable to move in a pack of 5, and you can't do anything about it, like what we saw from Reminiscent.
Okay, well, there's one person that was silenced, but there's one person that's not silenced, and let's bring in Jace on that one. What do you think about that game, sir?
I was thinking, like, is that a crowd control thing that you're talking about? And it's like, oh yes, I was muted all the time. Okay, truth to be told, this is surprising. Probably also not only just the casters, of course the viewers. Earlier just now we saw 40% was voting for Revival to win. 60, a major big majority actually supported Team Flash. Now what actually went down for the side of Team Flash? Team Flash, I think they got off a very good start, right? They roam very well, they identified to shut down the marksman first, and then after that bring Pokemon to each lane to start bringing down turrets. But when Revival starts picking up items, especially for Peace, that triple kill for the side of Peace at the top fight was the one that solidified Revival in that win.
Very good win, and I agree with you, right? It was one of those things where Revival was sticking around, and they've been through the worst of the worst, right? They know how to come back. They're a very, very veteran team, and they're willing to take a punch because they know how to counter. But let's talk a little bit more about the post-game.
Yeah, but looking at the items, I think the thing that we have to look out for Team Flash is the fact that KZP is actually the Valentina roam instead of a Faramis roam. And with that, Team Flash actually brought in a very heavy damage Faramis. But as Team Flash, on the other hand, using KZP as a Valentina, more of a utility. You've seen multiple Beyblades or, you know, spinning top fights throughout the whole in the Land of Dawn. But something that Team Flash also did not do, in my opinion, well, is that they cannot catch Peace. Peace Clin, that second skill, innate, it's making it very hard to dive. Whenever, you know, you see Reminiscent try to dive him, second skill gets him out of the way. You see, you know, Alpha V9 try to dive the backline like Peace. He also uses second skill to get out of the way. And to make things even worse, once Swirl picked up the Ice Queen 1 right there, everything just makes it so hard for Flash to dive the backline.
There was another thing that I do observe, the fact that Alpha V9 picked up the Festival of Blood, but there wasn't a single Bloodlust Axe onto his inventory. So he went for War Axe, he went for Hunter Strike, and then went full defensive. It kind of seems as though that itemization would have worked a little bit better with Unbending Will instead, because he's not necessarily very sustainable, which would probably explain why he's been melted down time and time again to a certain extent. And when it comes down to damage, he's definitely got them. So it's kind of like a hybrid in between. I'm relatively confused, but hey, it's up to the players' itemization, how they want to play it.
I think what Alpha Vina wants to do is to really skip that Bloodlust X, right? Use the emblem to get the necessary spell vamp, and he hopes to basically snowball, because Team Flash, remember, early game...
Kind of a greedy way.
It's a very greedy build, I would agree. Alpha V9, well, not only just Alpha V9, Team Flash, they're focusing on the early parts of the game, but once Revival, you know, he start picking up the item, that triple kill, like I mentioned, he also has the most farm, he also has the most damage as well, and even if you look at the kill participation, Revival, all of them are above 50%.
Okay, well, we're going to go into the MVP, but before we do, who do you think we're going to be? Who do you think is MVP, Jason?
I think Swirl.
Because,
for the side of Revival, I think it's Swirl. Because, first of all, Swirl is very integral in making sure Peace stay alive. But hey, here we go. It is Peace for the side of MVP. Another thing to also note for the side of Peace is that he faced a lot of pressure from Team Flash. Constant ganks on the top side at the gold lane to make sure Pokemon gets up the farm, but he still managed to hold his ground well, scale all the way to late game, give Revival that victory.
Okay, well, it looks like Clint won MVP because of the GPM of 666. Of course, that's putting a number on it. You thought that was going to happen. You were calling it even before we saw the stream. But Abstract, what did you see about Clint or Peace more than anything else?
Well, the main idea is the fact that he stands put and he shoots his long revolver.
Okay. Was it as simple as that?
It's pretty much as simple as that. You just gotta have to just deal the damage.
Yeah, you speaking of which, when pure damage, BOD, Malefic Raw, Endless Battle, these three items combined, you're gonna just penetrate any single thing. Like, this is overwhelming amount of damage from Peace himself.
But the team is starting to play well together. They understand their roles, right? The fact that Peace was just in the back, almost untouched throughout the entire game, just really played, you know, everybody's playing like, you know, basically meat shield or protecting him. It's like protect the president for that one guy. He's doing a very good job. I just had to bring that up early.
Another thing that I think Team Flash also did, tried to do as well, is like what I mentioned. Reminiscent tries to dive the backline, but Reminiscent's main role is to also secure the neutral objectives. If Reminiscent dives too deep and members of Team Flash cannot follow up, if you notice, what LY4 did immediately pops the heavy spin, and then just pin Reminiscent to the board, and then all of a sudden you don't have jungle priority, you don't have neutral objective priority anymore.
Okay. All right. Well, let's find out exactly what happened. Let's check out the highlights, if you don't mind just walking us through some of these.
So this is the point where at the bottom lane, if you notice LI4 identifying Reminiscent, this is exactly what I said. So that's where, you know, Revival starts to pick up. Mid-game fights are where they truly shine, you know, when LI4 picks up the heavy spin, Swirl with the real world manipulation, even though they know they're going up against a Valentina. Whereas if you notice, this fight is, I think, is where Peace starts to pick up the item. There's a double kill already, and then this is where, you know, you look at Swirl and Peace, that tag teaming, this constant amount of slows, and if you notice how Flash just lining up the shots for Peace himself, just basically do a lot of damage all across the board. And with that said, from that point onwards, that killing spree heal comes in very clutch, and he's able to stay in the fight longer and just win the fight over and over again, even out-sustaining the Faramis.
I'm kind of looking at this one, and I just see just the impact of LY4. I mean, yes, he's 3-1-8 at this stage, and we'll see the NKDA, but this is a guy that has had so much impact. The fact that he's able to control, understanding when he's been able to initiate, like come back to the beginning of the league where, you know, the first two games it was very shaky, he was out of position, he died a few too many times, but now he knows he's completely on the right page with his team and just cleaning it up.
I think in this fight, before this particular fight, that basically solidified the win for Revival. If you notice, Reminiscent and I think it was KZP and Pokemon that was hiding all the way in the bottom side fight. They were trying to bait Revival into an enhanced lot. And once, you know, they pick up Pokemon and Revival's like, that's it. That is the perfect opportunity to just go for the GG push. So Revival identifying these key moments, the leadership of LY4 really coming to show right there.
Definitely. The leadership is huge, but okay, here's the thing now. You are Team Flash. You've been punched in the face, right? And we've seen a lot of 2-0s. It's very demoralizing losing that first game. It's one of those situations where I feel like if it was reversed, Revival would be in a better spot. Team Flash now, what do you say as coach, if you were coach? What would you say to Team Flash to get them back in this?
Well, firstly, draft heroes that have some form of lockdown.
Okay.
That is the most important thing. Since the drafting stage, I have been emphasizing on the fact that they don't have enough lockdowns. And from those team fights, we have seen it a lot of times. A lot of these heroes actually slipped right through their grasps. Like, for example, in one of the fights, I believe that it was LY4. Heavy spin right onto Reminiscent for the longest time ever, no one connected, right? He backed off, disengaged, turned one big round around. He was like, what, 1/4 health? By the time he reappeared, he was half health. And that's the kind of thing that can happen when it comes down to composition that relies on sustainability. You have passive healing when it comes down to your Guardian Helm. You have any form of healing that helps you to get yourself back into the game. If you allow heroes like that, slip out of your grasp, allow them to regen, a lot of these damage just becomes unquantifiable because you're like, I dealt the damage, why is he still coming back? The main thing is you are not stopping him from healing. You need to stop them from doing that, otherwise your damage equals to no damage.
Yeah, and it's all about controlling the team fights. I think we just saw how Team Revival, there was a moment where the game was back in play and they were almost losing, but then they were able to win that one team fight and just snowball in the end. Just really smart play in the end.
Yeah, but of course, we do have a sponsor shout out. Don't forget, sponsor is the one that makes the world go around, especially MPL Singapore go around as well. That thing that has been behind us, you know, making sure we're really comfortable. Thank you very much for Ozim chairs.
Very comfortable.
Yeah, they are.
And we were kind of making use of the massage chairs
during the break. Yeah,
I can see that.
That's why
your V hand is up.
Oh yeah. I'm actually doing mid cast. I'm just like turning it on, right? So sometimes I like might stutter or whatever. It's because of the massage chair. I'm getting like.
So Holler's like, and I think there's a reason why, like, when I come and sit down and eat on these chairs, it's always inclined, and I like to, you know, cast with a very straight chair. But that's probably why you guys are just enjoying this while I'm gone, right?
You know what I like? The recline, of course.
Woo!
All right, and we will see him in match 3. He's going to be back there. No, you're going to come back. You're going to come back.
He's going to stay there. He's going to stay there.
Goodbye, guys.
All right, well, I can't have you fall asleep. Okay, and
that's
you're
the
going to
lowest I can go.
That's the lowest? All right.
That makes you pretty sure.
Okay, hey, guy, come back up. Come back to our level.
That's the reality. That is how I look like in real life, huh?
But anyways, I really have to say, Revival proved us wrong.
Yeah.
Not only just the casters, not only just the enemy team, but every one of us watching MPL Singapore. Like, from the bottom of the standings, going all the way back up, winning one game from Team Flash, and a solid 2-1s for the past few series as well. They really climbed back from that brink.
Yeah, it shows the resolve of the team, right? So not every team can like come back from that game 1 loss, right? That's the biggest thing, is that this is a team has faced adversity, right? If we're looking at RSG and Slate, they have faced almost next to no adversity.
Now, the thing about Revival is that I truly appreciate their MO, right? The fact that they will lose one game, and then they win the next game, and then they win the series altogether. True, it sounds like a nice MO, right? But unfortunately, it doesn't really quite do justice to your point system.
Yes, that's correct. That's something that I really want to bring up. Like, if Revival, even though they, they got a 2-1 out of this, there will be 8 points, and it's not exactly a good point to be at, especially if they want to solidify their upper bracket. Because right now they're at 6 points. If they win, that 2-1, there'll be 8 points, and that makes you on the same level as Stellark right now, which is sitting at 8 points. And it's not a very comfortable place to be in. If you want to solidify the upper brackets, you want a higher chance to be at upper brackets going into the playoffs, you really need to clean this up. Stop going for the MO, B2-0 against Team Flash, and that will be so good.
Okay, for the record, they're trying to get those 2-0s. It's not like they're, you know what I mean, like lack of trying. It's like one of those situations. But hey, this is going to be game 2. We're going to go into the draft here. It's Team Flash versus Revival. How about we just kind of go through this one with the Diggy Band up there?
Well, with the Diggy Band right off the bat, together with Akai, Melissa, as well as a Ballman, I gotta have to say, things are starting off pretty normal, I gotta have to say. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I would believe that we should be looking at Paquito, Valentina, Faramis. It's kind of weird that those two heroes actually got leaked.
Yeah, not only just that, right? I think this is a common trend in this particular match. Team Flash, even though they're the one that picked up the Valentina and the Faramis both together, they wasn't able to actually win that game number 1. Now, another thing that I'm very concerned about looking at the bans, the Diggy, the Bauman, the Dyrov, and the Arca and the Melissa, what is LI4 going to play? Because LI4 has shown a lot of success in these very strong tanky tanks. So Revival going second pick right here, well, the Baxia works, but going in second pick right here from the side Revival may cost them this game. A little bit too early.
A little bit too early to say that.
But I have this is a big concern.
Yeah, but nonetheless, I do appreciate that that insight. There could be a possibility that we would be able to see a little bit of a shift, perhaps. But for now, we're looking at the fact that Purple and Koopa is going to be banned, and the first pick coming in from Flash is that they prioritize onto the Faramis. No more Yve.
Yeah, I think, you know, Team Flash, they identified they want the Faramis. They want to try to go back into that first game draft. They want to out-sustain the damage coming out from Revival. I think Revival, if they're going to go for that Faramis, I'm going to go back to the same... Oh, like, there you go. Oh, Reliable, the Clint, and also the Esmeralda coming into play.
Well, to be fair, I believe that when it comes down to Team Flash, I think that God, their coach, may have gotten a little bit of inspiration with how they tackled in teamfights the previous round. They didn't really have a lot of that kind of frontline damage, backline damage that they really wanted. So from this point onwards, they would want more heroes that is able to deal damage that is literally right in your face. Paquito fits the bill super well. And now Atlas to add on to the lockdown synergy, I'm absolutely loving it already.
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned what Team Flash was lacking in game number 1. They lacked that hard lockdown. And immediately, once Atlas was being picked by the side of Team Flash, Revival take the Valentina. But we've seen this kind of drop before when, you know, the Valentina was picked on one side and there's an Atlas on the other side. What Team Flash could do on the... what Team Revival could do on the other hand, we bring Valentina with that Purify. When KCB go in with the Fatal Links, Swirl could just go in with the Purify, immediately respond with her Fatal Links, and then all of a sudden just turn that whole team fight around. It's going to be a very strong micro game for both these two sides if they want to win the team fights.
Loving the ban on the Claude though, it definitely plays very well with the fact that they would want to jump into the opponents as a death ball, works with the Atlas, works with the Faramis, but now we can also look at some other heroes such as junglers or perhaps EXP lane because we don't necessarily know how this Paquito is going to play. But a small part of me believes that they are going to play Paquito into the jungle in order to make full use of the Cult Altar and just bursting right in. Other EXP laners that is able to hold on to their ground, of course, we have seen Dyrov being picked in the previous one, so I wouldn't be too surprised seeing that again. But looking at the rest, I would say, okay, actually, you know what? Dyrov may actually be my best call right now, especially since looking at an Esmeralda in the EXP lane.
Getting banned already. Team Flash is the one that's supposed to have the Dyrov got banned, even though Team Flash was the one that brought the Dyrov in game number 1.
Oh crap, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately it wasn't enough to dissuade Revival from doing what they want. But take a look at what Revival has done for the past 2 games. Focusing on Pokemon's ban once again, a lot of marksmen being banned out. You know, Popokuba, the Claude, and the Bruno. It's up to Revival right now. QDX Love. Even also got target ban as well from the side of Team Flash. You know, the Estes and even the Croc this time. QDX Love could go for something else, like even the Chohi has been played really well. You know, being able to kick away the Atlas is also a good idea. And there you go, Cho being picked up by the side of Revival.
Masha could actually be a relatively good pick right now.
From Riot, yeah.
Yeah, for Flash actually. For Flash, I would say that the Masha would work pretty darn well, especially if they want to go in your face and really deal with Peace, and especially understanding that Peace was quite a bit of a problem in the previous game.
Yeah, but Peace has used the second skill really well. I think Team Flash has, you know, faced the brunt of that second skill to slow down that root from that Clint is super annoying to deal with on the side of Flash. I think Flash, they need to draft something more like an assassin, trying to find peace at the same time. You're gonna deal with a Marsha running up to you, or you also want to deal with an assassin running up to you. I think Team Flash is all about the execution going in, and now Team Flash going to the Irithel, and as I mentioned, assassins. The Karina fits that bill.
Looks like Karina is gonna go to the jungle, and they're leaving the Paquito over to the EXP lane instead. So no more bursty Paquito, but instead maybe more towards a bursty Karina. If whether it's gonna be a tanky Karina or a magical scaling Karina, that is something that we gotta have to see. But looking at the fact that Revival has a Cho, has an Esmeralda, and then the rest is relatively just squishy, I think that Ryan's pick will determine if whether Karina goes for tank or a damage.
I think Ryan definitely needs some tankiness going in.
It could be
for
a
the side
support,
of jungle, pick, right? So, like the Baxia is wide open for them, but okay, a Thamus actually works for LY4 as the jungle. Remember, LY4 is very strong in these tank junglers, something that has CCs. Technically speaking, the Thamus infinite amount of slow is almost as good as a root on its own to slow down the tempo of Flash. So Flash, you expect them to bring a lot of sprints going in, but Reminiscent looking at him right now, I believe that needs to be an assassin Karina. Your main job is to find peace, deal with him quickly, and then, you know, just escalate from there, snowball out of control.
Now, the compositions, we have quite some time to talk about that. But with all of the team composition coming in together, Team Flash versus Revival, I think now the biggest question here is always if whether Revival is able to get a 2-0 or are they somehow sticking back to the ammo kind of thing and get themselves a 2-1.
We're going to go into Game 2. This is Team Flash versus Revival. If you look at Team Flash, their lineup seems to be almost like the caveman theory, right? Or the caveman strat of, I'm just going to run at you, right? You know, monkey see, monkey do, just use my stick and just bash you. Because at the end of the day, they need to figure out a way to get to peace. If they can get to him, then it's pretty much GG, right?
Well, technically... Okay, no, not technically, but yes, that is exactly the way. But the thing is, Peace does have Purify onto his hands, so he can actually get himself out of the Fatal Links pretty darn easily, and the rest really relies on their teammates. If whether Swirled is able to get himself that Fatal Links and return the favor over to Team Flash, in this case, LY4 might not be the bait anymore. It may actually just be Peace being the bait. He can just get hit by the Fatal Links and then just pop the Purify, second skill, and run away.
Oh, nice. Perfect match there. QDX Love dashes to safety. Ryan, on the other hand, not able to find the rest of them. But a little bit of a skirmish in the mid lane, and it's one of those things where who can be isolated the most, right? KZP taking a little bit of damage there. Does need to be careful. QDX Love will just kind of do some damage, and they're going to look to just kind of push the mid lane here.
With the early game starting right now, I think that it is most apt for us to take a look at both of these teams' composition and understand what they gonna have to do. For Team Flash, they are really more of a burst style composition, and they just want to jump into the opponent's face and do whatever that they want. Speed is important, damage is important, and that goes all across the board.
Oh, KZP continuing to stick around the mid lane, and it looks like they're just gonna prioritizing that mid lane, try to get as much for Swirled, you know, and just, you know, get themselves in the game by prioritizing the mid lane. I think that it's going to be the #1 thing, where if you're looking at what Revival are doing, LY4 has almost been in all of the lanes right now.
Well, getting back on track, right? We were talking about damage and speed. Team Flash's emblem syncs really well.
Yeah, but Ryan taking so much damage there. Alpha V9 blowing him up. And they were not expecting the return of Reminiscent to stick around, but it looks like KZP is getting a little bit low. The turtle here, the Cult Altar, can we go back to the turtle? And it looks like Reminiscent will end up killing the turtle. The Cult Altar will keeping him up. QDX Love is going to be next on that list. He does go down, but LY4 falls as well.
Well, unfortunately for Revival, they haven't gotten a single good thing when it comes down to kills as well as neutral objective. They have lost 3 person as well as a single turtle. Definitely not great for themselves, but we should be able to see a little bit more from this point onwards, as Team Flash have gotten themselves 2,000 gold advantage, and I gotta have to say this Irithel may be doing a pretty decent work against Peace.
I mean, it complements the team really well, but as I said, okay, Ryan and Alpha V9 will just continue to skirmish, but it's one of those things where you can do your damage, you can get into range, you have mobility, you have ways to get to the enemy, right? Team Flash right now, it's all about just running at you, make things very difficult for you, and just kind of forcing the issue.
Well, looking at the fact that there is a multiple amount of, two purifiers over to the side of Revival. I think the most important thing is that they cannot, whenever they're trying to go for a setup like that, they can't rely too much on KZP's Fatal Links, group up together and deal damage on the Revival. Because they should be expecting that Revival give them a taste of their own medicine. If Swirl and Peace got hit by the Fatal Links, hey, you can be sure that no one is going to be there once the Atlas lands. Because Swirl will turn things around, go for his own Fatal Links, and then Peace will just hit it in 4 days. So Team Flash, they gotta have to look at another win condition, and that is to understand that LY4, in order for him to really do well, he needs to stand still and brawl it out. Is that gonna be a bait, or could they compromise that?
Oh, nice 3-man Fatal Links right there, and the Call to Altar just using defensively, but LY4 is stuck in. He's gonna probably be left for dead. QDX Love is very low as well, and they're gonna back off here. They pull back KZP, put him out. Yes, they did get the shot, and Swirl will snipe that one.
That is 1 kill for the side of Revival. So far, we're looking at Swirl constantly picking up the called altar for themselves instead of trying to give Flash their own medicine. So at least now, we know what they're trying to do. They are trying to play a little bit more defensive, which works exactly with how is their key to victory. They want to play defensive in the early stages, and it works pretty darn well. Perhaps in the later stages, they will pick up the Fatal Links a little bit more. With all 5 members brawling it out and preparing to take this turtle, something's going to erupt, which is really dependent on who is going to be the one to set the deal.
Okay, somebody called for a party. Oh, nice 3-man knockoff by QDX Love. He's been pushed back, though, and it goes right in for this one. And it looks like the immortalization on Reminiscent. Cult of Altar just keeping him alive. He's been thrown back. The Fatal Links is going to be used. The heavy swing pushing him back. Ryan barely able to survive A1, A2 that's been stolen, and they're going to look to just actually retreat on that one.
That is definitely unacceptable for the side of Flash. They really tried their absolute best, even seems as though they had the control of the neutral edge objective. But Revival, out of all of that chaos and mayhem, what exactly happened is probably something that Team Flash couldn't understand as well. There's too many things going on, and it's such a small, tiny little area. That Call Altar understandably gave them so much value, making sure that the Fatal Links is pretty much for nothing. And Revival, this has been very consistent time and time again. It's the fact that they always cycle who gets the damage. Ryan goes in, he goes out, and then LY4 takes the damage, and QDX Love takes the damage. They're always making sure that everyone has an equal amount of damage received, and they are sharing it throughout so that they can consistently deal damage with 5-man consistently on the battlefield.
They need to do the damage, and I mean, most of that is going to be pretty much on the back of Swirl, or the fact that he's able to steal the right ult at the right time. He did that, and they did well because of that. There's a lot of pressure on Swirl to ensure that his team wins based on his steals.
Well, when it comes down to Team Flash, I think that they can probably see a lot more game plans, but I think that it is kind of like a very static way of playing, you know? Shadow Stampede into a Fatal Links sounds like a dream. It sounds like something that you would be able to pull off and then melt everyone down with Alpha V9 rushing in with his combos, and not to forget Reminiscent with his assassination combo, and not to forget Pokemon, he's got his ultimate that allows him to deal AoE damage with his crossbows. So that is the dream composition. That is the dream engagement. But let's be real here. That is definitely not going to happen with the amount of Purify that's available onto Revival side.
Oh, it's very hard to do. Alpha V9 gets knocked up. Oh, the jab. One more time. The Cult Altar is going to be used. Peace has been knocked out, and that's going to be a lot of damage that's going to be mitigated off of this one. The stolen one is going to be used. Pokemon, he's going to be back to full. Swirl is running for his life. He goes down. Alpha V9 will secure that one. Ryan's on the end, and it looks like they're going to back off here.
Definitely do not like the Cult Altar as a caster. I hate looking at that. I have no idea who is going down and whose HP was what. That's the biggest problem! 19,000 gold for the side of Team Flash and 19,000 as well for Revival. Both of these teams are neck and neck and pretty much on the stalemate. It is very tough for either one of us on the desk to understand who is exactly winning. The amount of turrets that's taken from both of these teams are relatively equal as well, except for the side that Flash have got more confidence, as such, running straight into the opponent's quadrant.
Oh, but the backside QDX Love is going for the flank. They found Reminiscent. They do the damage. They have enough. LY4 will secure that kill. Now, Team Flash, are they looking to just kind of bait them out? Swirl is kind of on the wrong end of this one. He gets to safety.
What seems to be a problem for the side of Team Flash is that they constantly let the opponent slip right out of their grasp, right? They don't necessarily have a static opponent that they want to bring down to 100%. It's more of like, I will do as much damage as I can within this period of time. So if this person runs out of my way, let me target another person kind of thing. And we've seen that time and time again. If someone gets out, they are definitely going to be safe, especially in the death ball composition for the side of Revival. So Revival is able to cycle through their health pretty effectively. And not to forget, LY4 is sustainable, Ryan is sustainable. So if Revival keeps on playing like that and Flash allows them to play like that, Flash is not going to have a very good team fight in the next few minutes.
Oh, the perfect match, just barely off the mark. Nice two-man knock.
Oh no.
The kick, that's going to be used. The Cult Altar used on both ends. Swirl is going to be back to full. KZP's looking to fight.
There we go.
But the other one, A1, A2's been killed. Swirl is next on that list. They want to get more. Peace is looking to draw a beat onto somebody. Alpha B9 goes directly for Peace, tries to burst him, doesn't have enough. QDX Love tried to save him. He dies in the end. Ryan is going to be next on the list. And Reminiscent is looking to just clean up at this point. They have 4 members of Team Flash here. They come out the victors on that team fight.
Now, the outer turret is going to be taken down by the hands of Flash, but a short little recap of the previous fight is that most of the time I'm just confused about value. Is it more value the fact that your Cult Altar basically mitigate the damage coming in from Fatal Links, or the fact that the Fatal Links is the one that procced your Cult Altar, dropping you into a silent situation where you can't move, you can't do damage, people can't do damage to you? Because it essentially is the same way as being stunned. So what is it really working for Revival? Is that really the game plan that they want to do? To be locked down onto the ground despite not being flung in the air by Atlas?
Look, it's one of those moments where Swirl stole it, right? Using it is a whole nother option, right?
Sometimes practically value, right?
It's value, right? It's when you can get it and when you can kind of get it off. I mean, the fact that he's able to steal it and to even get it off the first time, I think is just tremendous value already, right? Having it at the perfect time, of course, Swirl needs to work that out. Not easy to do, and there's a reason why it's a very difficult situation where, again, you're trying to counter Faramis' Cult Altar, and when do you use it in return?
I think technically at this point in time, Revival wants to look at their win condition as easy as possible, the easiest way to do things. Because popping the Cult Altar is 100% easier than popping off with the Fatal Links. And you wouldn't want to do that, because if you pop off the Fatal Links, the opponent is just going to Cult Altar, then that is balance, right? It's practically a stalemate. If the opponent does a Fatal Links onto you and you have the Cult Altar, it's the same thing, vice versa. So I think Revival right now, the main thing really goes down to the other team members and to how they fight.
Oh, but QDX Love went in ham. He tried to go 1 versus 4. I don't know what that call was, and it looks like they're going to retreat for this one. And QDX Love just very ambitious with that one, completely putting himself out of position. But as I say that, Alpha B9 gets pulled back, will run away.
Not too big of a problem coming in from a Paquito. Does have quite some sustainability, especially with the Festival of Blood, and I can imagine that he has popped himself with a couple of a Bloodlust Axe, War Axe, or perhaps even Hunter... Okay, it can't be a Hunter Strike, but probably full out defensive as well as a single Bloodlust Axe. So we can expect that Team Flash does have quite some sustainability onto their side, and KZP is mainly the one that goes in for the initiate... Hunter Strike.
Yeah, and
okay.
If we're looking at Team Flash, though, I feel like you talked about ease of play, right? Ease of a team strategy. Team Flash, it's pretty much just run at you. Maybe you get the perfect match, maybe you hit it, and then you just win the team fight, but it's much easier for them to do that.
And now with the Lord marching in, or rather just trampling down onto the inner turret. That is 2 turrets in the middle lane that's taken down. The Mega Creeps that's marching into the bottom lane and top lane ought to bring down all of the inner turrets from Revival. As such, what's left is going to be the inhibitor base turret standing up tall. All of which are still, you know, relatively unchipped. And all of them are still in a tip-top condition. I don't believe that Revival is going to go down just yet. It all depends on how Revival plays this in the defensive situation, which I'm not gonna be too confident of, because from this point in time, their damage may not be as much as we would expect.
Definitely not. Definitely not at this stage, right? Team Flash, I'm sure that they would have, expected it to be, even higher at this stage. I mean, they're up 5K net worth lead, but they're playing things very, very well. This is a great bounce back game, and what we expected from Team Flash, because, it's one of those moments where maybe this draft is starting to work well. Like, it's very simple and very, not to undermine what Team Flash have done. They're definitely mechanically skilled, but here we go. Cult of Altar, that's going to be used, and if they throw back, they've nice 3-man knockup. QDX Love is getting so
4-man.
low, but it looks like they're going to continue on. QDX Love dashes over the wall, but Swirl has already been killed. Massive one. 30 seconds on that death timer.
Once again, the advantages and the disadvantages coming in from the Fatal Links, right? You see all 4 of them just chilling out there, and you can imagine putting yourself in the point of view as the characters themselves. Imagine being a Clint, you know, a marksman, a rodeo cowboy guy, you know, you're just standing there looking at everyone looking at you. You don't know what to do. The only thing you can do is just wait until the shackles of you comes off, and then you're like, oh, I can move again.
All right, okay, for the record, the cowboy is probably like the Marbo man. Just look at, he's like a model. He's not really a cowboy. Like, he doesn't know what he's doing, right? He's sticking in the back. But as I say that, Peace, very low, doesn't need to be careful. They do have the knock-up on Reminiscent. LY4 does get pulled back. They've taken a lot of damage. Revival, looking to just heal things back up, and they'll just look to reset everything.
Now, here's the thing when it comes down to Revival is the fact that I'm not too sure whether I mentioned it already, but I'm not really a huge fan of a Thamus playing into this composition. Yes, when you steal the opponent's Cult Altar, you can definitely do a very good job in standing tall and just dueling it out. But that also brings down the amount of time, the duration that you can use your Quadrant Inferno. So do you want to use it before, after, or within the Cult Altar? That is always the biggest question. How long can LY4 stay committed to the Quadrant Inferno? And of course, itemizations, right? Does he have the corrosive side? Does he just go in for the rat build? Because if he does, there could be a possibility that he can do a very good job ratting down the turrets as fast as possible and perhaps even end the game all by himself. But it's definitely not something that we can see or will see, because now a fight happens.
Yeah, Cult Altar is going to be used. That's going to be used defensively. Peace is on the wrong side of this one. He gets blown up. Reminiscent will secure that one, and it looks like they're going to go for a QDX Love. No, LY4, he gets knocked up. He's been killed as well. Pokemon's looking to clean house at this point, and it looks like Ryan is on the run. No real way to get away from this mega kill Reminiscent.
The top lane creeps up, pushing all the way down, and they have a lot of pressure already. Revival only have 2 members to defend this, while Team Flash, all 5 members are still remaining. What exactly can they do? Throw their bodies in!
They're trying to go for this one. QDX Love just trying to defend, but the base is being focused, and that looks to be GG at the 15-minute mark, 13-6. Team Flash strike back.
Well, impressive game coming in from Team Flash, I gotta have to say. You know, when it comes down to composition, Team Flash, they do seem a little bit rocky, but they have worked on to what I believe would help them. In the previous game, they don't have the lockdown, and of course, they don't exactly have the composition that can really get in your face and deal damage as much as they want. This time, they have the Paquito, they have the Karina, they have the Irithel that stands at the back that deals AoE damage that will work very well with the Shadow Stampede or the Fatal Links. Albeit, there's a couple of questions as to how all of that interaction works with the opponents having a Cult Altar as well. But all in all, it still worked out, and that is what they're looking out for.
Yeah, everything seemed to work out, and let's bring back Jace. What really worked out for Team Flash on that one? What really worked out for Team Flash? Definitely Pokemon on that Irithel. There is no way that Irithel can be touched at all, because from the side of Revival, they're playing this very front to back, whereas on the other side, Team Flash, they have a very divey Karina. Peace was always knocked out in all these team fights, and makes it so hard for, Revival to start to, keep going onwards to what they like to go. They like to stampede from the front to back. But, Peace, once in a while, I always see him out of position, especially that very last team fight. I think it will be into the highlight. It just getting caught out. There's like 5 men right there, and it's just Peace in that bush. There's no way for him to run away.
Technically speaking, I wouldn't say that he got caught out because of his bad positioning per se. It kind of seems as though a little bit more on the fact that Revival's composition, their frontliners does have the mobility that allows them to rotate pretty fast. Cho, Thamus, Esmeralda, they all have some form of mobility that helps them, ring around the rosy with Team Flash. And in that case, Peace probably didn't get the memo that they are playing Ring Around the Rosy. He stood in the brush, and by the time that he realized it, the opponents and his team have swapped place.
Yeah, Team Flash, a very fast-paced kind of team composition. Reminiscent, on the Karina Pokemon, once he turns on that sprint, he's gonna vroom vroom, and when he's gonna vroom vroom, he does have the Wind of Nature to go on. So even though Peace is outputting the damage that's required, and even LY4 to some certain extent, Pokemon is basically invulnerable as he goes a drive all across Revival's side of the draft.
For me, it's all about the draft. I think
Yep.
that Revival, just like Peace, he's playing the same hero, but everybody else is different. You had something that, like a working solution that worked in game 1. You were getting all the kills, you were basically feeding Peace to just carry the game for you. But in this case, it looks like LY4 was almost stealing kills from his teammate.
Yeah, at the same time, you know, LY4, of course, being a Thamus does have a lot of damage in terms of the magic helm and the burn. At the same time, you know, the constant amount of sticking and slowing it down, not funneling go into Peace could be a problem. Another problem that, in my opinion, from the side of Revival is that they cannot find Pokemon. Yes, QDX Love actually put his life on the line to try to pick up the Pokemon from the back line, try to kick him to the front line, but unfortunately Team Flash proven super fluid and super slick.
I think one thing that we gotta have to take into context is, as well, is the fact that Revival, they are a team that naturally plays into the late stages of the game, and we see that all the time. Looking at Peace picking up a Clint in this game, and the itemizations is relatively okay, but I think that the emblem is something that just doesn't really work too well with me, because it doesn't help the Clint to actually skill in the later stages of the game to kind of be on par with the Irithel. He picked up a killing spree, which understandably, yes, is good. It's a combat buff, not necessarily a tempo buff. This means that Revival, they need to play in the early and the mid stages of the game, because late stages you just can't deal as much damage as Pokemon, and you just can't really just duke it out and do the brawly style composition that you would want, which LY4 enables.
Yeah, another thing is that Team Flash, not only just with Reminiscent, Alpha V9, the mobility, there's a lot of these knockout punch that basically knock Revival up in the air. Same could be said over to Cho as well. But there's also another thing. Team Flash, I think, Hollow, you're mentioning about it. Pokemon with the ultimate, the heavy crossbow is an AoE damage. With the Fatal Links together, it's basically a recipe for disaster for Revival.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the draft, Faramis, Atlas, Paquito, first 3 picks, these were completely on point. Like, you know, even if you steal the Cult Altar, they group up or whatever. But then you have the Atlas to just clean up. But the MVP here, Karina, this is a Reminiscent, that is. This is an easy one, right?
Yeah, of course, like 716, and he snowballed out of control in the earlier parts of the game, picking up the necessary kills. You see how fast he pressed the ultimate, right? Like, shing, 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 and all of a sudden, 2 people are dead, and then he's on a tank build. So, Karina really doing an outstanding job. Also, like what I mentioned, forcing Peace out of position is something that this Reminiscent did well in this game.
Oh, okay. For the record, I love the fact that you're doing sound effects. The little shing, shing,
thanks.
shing, Moontown Games. If you're there, you need sound effects, you find this man, Jace. He's going to help you out, because those are on point. That's exactly how Karina, that's how it sounds in my head, at least.
The only thing that is in my head right now is the fact that
What,
when
shing, shing, shing?
I mean, shing, 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 yes. But can you imagine, you know, First Blood, you know, notification announcement, shing, 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 First Blood, with Jay's voice? Come on, try it out.
Shing, 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 First Blood.
Boom! Boom! I cannot unhear.
Sell. It's a sell. It's $1 million sell.
Yeah, but of course, we're going to go into the highlights very, very soon. We have to break it down. Don't forget, it is Team Flash that was behind in earlier parts of the game. But once, you know, the mid-game comes along where, you know, Reminiscent, Pokemon starts to join these team fights, that's where they start to shine. But Team Flash, that pickup is really good for the side of Reminiscent. But then again, in near the mid-early part of the game, that's when, you know, Swirl start to pick up the necessary items in the mystery shop. It helps a lot. The Purify coming in clutch. They are not using it both together. Peace and Swirl cycled it so that one of them will be having that Purify. So that's a very nice balance. But time when Pokemon joins the fight, this is where the recipe starts, right? The hurricane starts for the side of Pokemon joining this fight, just dishing out the damage against Team Revival.
Once it comes down to the later stages of the game, Pokemon is the one that really got himself the skill. And you can see, no one is touching Pokemon. No. He's free reigning and just running around. No one cares about him. In the early game, we definitely saw a couple of uncertainty, a couple of doubts going all around the place. That is because Pokemon just can't join them in battle. And throughout all of these highlights, just keep your eyes onto Pokemon. His health is always more than 50%. Even here, he's so aggressive. He ran into the face of the opponents, and this is the point in time QDX Love realizes, yo, I need to do something about Pokemon. But from that point in time, he can't get close because he missed out his opportunity and they just got ran over like a double-decker truck just going into them, exploding them.
Yeah, and don't forget, Revival, I think there's a lot of good setups with like QDX Love, but you can see the starts, they're not on the same page when they go in these team fights. It's either Peace like hanging behind, QDX Love overextends, or I force a little bit slow to join the team fights. Well, that kind of costed the game.
Yeah, that was an absolute massive one. And I love the fact that target prioritization was huge on Pokemon. Being able to find out who needs to die first. He was very smart with 1 through 5, and he was just pretty much targeting everybody in that first game.
I mean, technically speaking, he doesn't really care about anything because AoE, you know what? I see what, I shoot what.
Yeah, and I'm an Irithel on a sprint and a Wind of Nature. I feel like a god if I'm playing that particular build for the Irithel. Just run in, just shoot, and just kill over.
Okay, all right, but let's go to the first promo before we go to that one. That was the second game, though, and it's going to be the OSIM promo.
No. Well, when it comes to
the OCBC promo, this is going to be the Frank. Of course, the credit card, if we're talking about, these are all limited edition. Have you signed up for this?
I haven't renewed mine.
Mine's renewed.
Yeah, because
so you had the old designs.
Yeah, I had
the one with the Seraphim, Lunox.
Oh no, I had the OG design, the default design. Yeah, and it's actually.
Is it the one with
it's
the
actually expiring
MPL logo?
No, not yet.
Okay. Oh, it's not yet.
Not yet.
So it's like the predecessors of the predecessors.
Yeah, that's correct.
Wow. I'm keeping this.
Actually, they have a hole punch down that one, just
you
for people like you. So for the record, they're all like security protected and everything, as you can see. But nonetheless, you can see the designs.
Man. It's all about the designs, really. It's really just about the designs.
And also, we do have some skins that are on the way. Yudaman in the Dark, that's going to be coming up. You're going to see a little bit of a sneak preview. That's going to be coming up to see. And those skins are fire.
Yeah, but when we are talking about being Kagura, you can see at the bottom side, you know, her umbrella. Kagura players out there, Yuzhong players out there, yeah, let's go, Udemon the Dog. That's exactly.
When they actually release it on the advanced server, it looks really dope already.
Oh, really?
And not only just that,
I'm gonna take a look.
During the like the trailers, right? It looks really good. The animations are on point, so get your hands on one of those skins because
soon, because it will be released soon.
That's correct.
Yeah, so just keep an eye out of that. If you have any diamonds right now, you might want to save them. Waiting for these skins to come out. Don't just splurge it out and just be like, you know what, I got too much diamonds, I don't know what's next, so let me just use them now. I mean, technically you can.
You just gotta save yourself. You gotta be patient, and as well as the viewers at home, we're gonna take a little bit of a break. It's of course 1-1. We're gonna go to a Game 3 between Team Flash and Team Revival. That's gonna be coming up. Stay tuned. And we are back with the third game. This is, of course, the second match. And to be honest, is it a surprise that Revival is going into a third game?
No, we're basically... Revival is just following MPL. I'm just looking at the board beside us right here. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Yeah, we're going... Seems like we're going to go into 2-1, but... we're not sure which side is it going to be for the two.
You know, the temptation for me to just kind of like drag this, the whiteboard over and just be like, you see this?
That's correct. But of course, you know, Revival being forced into this position once again, I think they're no strangers to it, but there's something that I have to tell, right? Flash and Revival, in terms of the points, it's not looking very healthy for them because they're all borderline being 8-6, and it's where they would struggle, you know, in the middle, where you're borderline going to upper brackets and lower brackets, and that's not exactly what you want. You want a surefire going up to upper bracket. You want to get that that advantage going to the playoffs, especially when this is the second last day going to the playoffs.
You don't want the miracle lower bracket
no
run?
Thank you.
You want to go in the upper bracket or go...
I like it safe. I like to play it safe.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're going up against RSG Slate, and I mean, okay, I think that you'll be guaranteed top 6 if you do end up getting in the upper bracket, so that makes sense. Obviously, there's more money involved. Everything's, you know, better for you.
That's correct.
It's one of those situations where maybe you can build a little momentum going into the playoffs in that lower bracket.
Well, I will say, yeah, you can definitely play on the momentum, especially for teams that actually rely on momentum. For example, Evil. Evil is a team that really relies a lot onto momentum, which will coincidentally gonna be the next series of the day. They are a team that really works very well as long as they have a good game. But once the game started to, you know, look shaky and the ground looks like it's gonna go on like a 9.0 magnitude earthquake, then things are definitely gonna start to crumble. And that is definitely something that we have been seeing quite a bit in this season from Evil. But I definitely want to see a little bit of a change for this final week.
Yeah, I mean, the teams, there's no time but today, right? You have to make a stand. Which is the team that's really going to show up? And we'll talk more about Evil in the next series. But for now, this is game 3, right? We saw Team Flash really have a great draft, at least in my opinion. They kind of completely steamrolled that one. But now, how does Team Revival go back to Team Revival ways of playing well, Jace?
I think the most important thing, LI4 needs the Archive. Like, really, first pick the Archive is something that LI4 is super comfortable. You saw it before going to game number 1. It's one of his signature picks as well. So that's something that Team Flash might look out to ban. Current banning away the Bauman, and the other hand, Revival sticking to the Melissa ban.
Well, with all of these heroes being banned out, it's once again not much of a surprise. Revival has been constantly playing with their Clint in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, it worked for them, especially since they are looking at Esmeralda that worked towards the later stages of the game in order to play a lot more self-sufficient and dealing good damage at the same time. Yves and Grog, they just came in to supplement some of that damage that Clint may be missing, because I would believe that Clint also played in the killing spree. Revival's composition in game number 2 is where things are starting to get a little bit more shaky, I would believe, when it comes down to overall damage from afar, because they don't have that kind of high ground that they have had when Yves was on board. So when it comes down to game number 3, I believe that Team Revival should be looking at Clint again, because they seem comfortable with that, but they should be looking at other heroes that have that high ground advantage, with Yves or perhaps with Farsa.
Yeah, I think Revival needs, or either sides, like Team Flash also knows how to play heroes with the high ground advantage like the Yves. I think we're also mentioning Farsa is starting to slowly peek back because of the damage buff, but looking at what Flash has banned away, targeting the Archive, targeting at the Bauman, LI4 needs to look for something else, but because LI4 needs to look for something else, Revival could first pick something for other members, like for example Swirl, like even QDX Love as well, something that could set the tempo. First pick, you know, Valentina Faramis, still wide open, but Revival, sometimes they will not go for that, but there we go. Darov could pick up in first pick.
Looks like they are sticking to what they have done in game number 1, and that is leaking both Valentina and Faramis over to Team Flash.
It kind of feels like, you know, Abstract, Revival does have an answer to the Valentina Faramis one more combo. It's up to Team Flash if they want to repeat that again.
But the thing is, they lost in game number 1. So what kind of change are they going to do? Because if they are still going to go for the same thing, they need the lockdown. In this case, they are going to get the lockdown. They picked up the Atlas for themselves and securing the Atlas for KZP, which we have seen worked miraculously. Now, because of these two big ultimates, this is very similar to Game 2. Where Revival, they have a chance of picking that Valentina and playing the same route. which is using a single cult altar to nullify maybe 1 or 2 ultimates at the same time.
This really feels like game 2 once again, ladies and gents. Revival picking Swirl, going back with the Valentina to really steal those ultimates once again. It's going to be a little bit confusing for the casters as well. Like, I am you, you and me. It's going to be a little bit confusing, but Revival really sticking back to the guns, pulling out that clean once again. And Flash just immediately, you know what? We're going to go game 2 again. They're gonna pull out the Eraser as well.
Okay, look, Flash, just pick your Karina and just pick a Paquito, man. I mean...
Paquito is already banned, so...
Oh, right. So let's look at some other things then. I can't think of anything at this one in time.
Alright, Team Flash, let's not talk about what they're gonna pick. Let's talk about what they're gonna ban. Once again, Team Flash, I believe they're gonna target ban QDX Love once again. Revival, same thing as well, but unfortunately Team Flash has already secured Pokemon's hero, so Revival could look at banning away those junglers like Assassin's Reminiscence for a period of time. Very well known for his Assassin, but he has a very big hero pool when it comes to jungler heroes.
Now, when looking at the other heroes, okay, at least when looking at Flash's ban, they have decided to go for a Grok ban, and is understandably because, well, one thing, they probably, because they have lost against the Grok in game number 1, so they might not want to look at that Grok pick anymore based on the impact that QDX Love have showed in game number 1. But when it comes down to it all, it kind of seems as though Team Flash is looking to lock down heroes that that puts them at a disadvantage when it comes down to small choke points. Like, for example, when it comes down to Grok, you can very simply have a single power of nature and you will be able to hurt quite a lot of people at one go, or most importantly, the Guardian Barrier that really just cuts everyone off. Arkai have got the same thing. Estes, it does have a huge ring of slow. That is going to stop people in a single choke point, and not to forget the utility of healing everyone else up as well in such a, well, fragile composition.
Yeah, we mentioned about those hard lockdowns. The Lapu Lapu gets taken away by Revival from Flash. Now, Flash first pick. This, after the ban, should go into an...
Yeah, just be Karina, dude.
Yeah, it could go into a Karina, but LI4 comfortably shouldn't play Karina, so I think Flash is okay to leave that Karina out, but okay, you know what? Really? They're going to go back to exactly what I said for game number 2, right?
Dude. I mean, let's be fair.
Right.
You know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Oh, we heard this so many times in MPL for this particular
Is it
season.
as many as Protect the President?
Hey, come on, it's a long time ago, right? But Revival, now they know that they have someone that could potentially dive the background. They need someone to basically lock down. A single target lockdown is really good. The first thing I think about is that Lolita. Something that could have Aluminum Blast to basically control everyone, especially when everyone's grouped out around the Faramis to benefit from that Cult Altar. You know, Aluminum Blast will do the trick. Apart from that, the single lockdown stun could also protect Peace from, you know, the likes of Reminiscent or even cancelling the Fatal Links to some certain extent. The shield will go in very well for Irithel, but hold on a second, Revival, what is this?
Kadita, okay? There can be a little bit of a change back and forth depending on who wants to be the roam and who wants to be the mage. At this point in time, it's very likely that the Valentina would want to play as the mage in order to take the full control of the Cult Altar, in order to have more of the extra health that you pop up for the Cult Altar. Otherwise, if you do have the Karina on the roam, it's not too bad as well, but I would highly go against it, especially since Peace, or rather Revival, picked up the Kadita in order to burst down this Irithel, which is something that is a problem in the previous game. Kadita does have Breath of the Ocean in order to get a really decent knockup, so at least they have something to work with when it comes down to a Death Ball composition, which is something that Team Flash will actively be working on. But one thing that they missed out is definitely going to be the fact that there is going to be a lot of movement speed coming from Team Flash. So landing that Breath of the Ocean is definitely going to be tough.
Yeah, that's why I feel like the Kadita, if QDXL want to play this well, that that knockup must land on top Pokemon. If not, everything everything will fail. But at the same time, Team Flash, they brought in a lot of lockdowns. Just take a look. Just, you know, the Ruby, the Atlas, and then you couple that. So easy to wombo combo off, especially in towards the team fights.
Well, I asked for lockdown in game number 1.
And they said yes.
They said yes. They showed me in game number 2. And from game number 2, it seems as though they said, you know what? Not quite enough. Let us just throw a Ruby right in. And that is the composition that we have in this final game between Team Flash and Revival.
This is game 3. We're going to go at this one. And it looks like it's almost the same draft of game 2. It's going to be, you know, a very similar playstyle. You know, again, you talked about the fact that it's not broken. It's going to do okay in that situation. I think that everybody needs to just continue on. This Faramis Atlas combination is sick. I love it. I give it, you know, in this game, I think that it's actually going to have a huge impact. Teams need to be careful of this going in.
Well, at this point in time, we are definitely going to be looking at quite a stalemate in the early stages of the game. Both of these teams are working onto their roles, or rather for Revival, they are working the roles based on what I want to see. QDX Love into the roam and Swirled, that is, the Kadita in the roam, and then the Valentina on the jungle, in order to not lose out in the Cult Altar that you are stealing. So basically for Revival, the execution, the level of execution is relatively low. The only high part is the fact that they gotta have to get the Breath of the Ocean to connect onto Pokemon, which is the most difficult and most important thing. Once that lands, the Ocean Oddity as well as the Rough Wave will come in naturally and should be able to bring down Pokemon pretty instantaneously without being disrupted either by the Fatal Links or Combat Wolf King. And, well, let's just be honest here, even I'm offended.
Kadita picked 3 times before that. It's won once, right? The impact of it, yes, it can happen, but you got to make sure that you find the right target, right? It's very difficult to do to be able to burst it, especially when you have a Faramis against the enemy team. I think that this is something that they do need to be careful about because you're putting your eggs in one basket. You're looking for that wombo combo, that rough alt that, you know, that just kind of takes over the team fight. But with the amount of sustain that Team Flash, it seems like their lineup is so easy to play into this one.
Well, currently, Team Revival, they didn't really have that much of an early game momentum as much as I would want to, considering the fact that they have Kadita, they have Valentina, they have the Dyrov, they have very strong early game damage that should be able to pop off against Team Flash. But I can understand because they are the kind of team that want to play aggressively in the late game.
Oh, the Shadow Steps is going to go right in and they're going to do some damage, but it looks like Ryan has secured the turtle. That's going to be a pretty big start, but they did steal that one. Reminiscent will take out LY4, and Ryan now on the run. KZP looking to just try to find the perfect match, not able to do so. He was swiped right.
4 men that just dove themselves, nosedived onto the face of LY4. They did a really good job, and they did manage to bring him down right after Revival snagged the turtle for themselves. So at least LY4, he did manage to have a short little time of enjoying his turtle soup. But all in all, Team Flash, they didn't even lose a single member. As such, giving Reminiscent a bit of an EXP advantage over LY4. But right now, both of them are still level 5, nothing too extensive. The EXP curve, EXP graph should be more or less the same, but we'll take this moment in time and take a look at the emblem. In Pure Rage, as well as the Magic Warship coming in onto the Valentina, as well as Kadita, nothing out of the ordinary. We're still looking at the Killing Spree onto Clint, so not much of a late game skilling, more of a combat buff that he wants to pop off in the early, mid, late game. It really just benefits him in a quality of life concept. While for the rest of the members from the side of Team Flash, nothing too out of the ordinary as well. They are just picking up the emblems that they want, focusing on to damage. And some of them, even movement speed, which understandably for Pokemon, he wants the movement speed paired up with Sprint.
Okay, I predicted Team Flash. I think we all picked Team Flash going into this series. It was, you know, I think that we all kind of agreed that they were a little bit of the stronger team. They definitely showed themselves, but I want to be wrong. I want Team Revival to win this one. I think that they have a chance. They have a great play, but as I say that, the Cult Altar, that's going to be used. QDX Love does get healed back to full. They've got the Fatal Links pulling him back in. They're doing so much damage. Alpha V9 getting low. A182 on the point. Reminiscent, he's back to so low. Is he able to get killed? Ryan is looking to just focus on this. He does get that kill. Ryan will secure that one, and it looks like Team Flash are on the run with only 1 death.
There could be a lot more impact if the Abysm Strike eventually lands on someone from the side of Team Flash. But Team Flash, I don't think that they are too interested in picking up early game fights, because let's be honest, when it comes down to early game fight, the only one that can have early game damage really comes down to the Karina as well as the Faramis. Yes, KCP is there for the utility, great slow, great stun as well, and if he wants, he can even group enemies up with his Fatal Links, should it be too big of a problem.
Yeah, it should not be too big of a problem, but it's one of those situations where can you find the right target? Are you able to just make sure that you're in isolated, or you find that right target? But okay, KZP looking to stick around with Ryan. Ryan doing a good job of zoning, making sure that nobody gets near. Easiest turtle of LY4's life.
Team Flash's team composition can actually play in many ways. If they would want to push KZP into singling out one person, he can definitely do that, because when you see a perfect match, naturally your team, if the opponent's Atlas perfect match is rushing right into you, you naturally will want to run away. But before we even talk even more, let's take a look at the itemizations, whereby the Karina have decided to pick up a Radiant Armor for himself. That means he's going to go for a defensive Karina.
A little off screen there, but Alpha V9 does fall to LY4, so something to take note of. I mean, these are difficult kills to come by at this point. I mean, it's only 5 minutes and 30 seconds into this game, so any kill super important as you get yourself, hopefully snowballing.
Well, when it comes down to Alpha V9 playing as a Ruby, you can't expect to have a thick amount of health in the early stages. You're really just sustaining. As such, if you do not have a lot of ways to deter the aggression coming from LY4, who will drop your physical defense down to 70%, you can't really do much.
The perfect match, the flicker, that's going to be on point. Pieces have been eliminated. That was very well played. They came storming in. It was like a SWAT team. They made sure they got the kill. Now they need to run, make sure that they stay alive, and they do get value out of that rotation.
Well, it is still pretty early in the game, right? 6 minutes in, but it kind of seems as though Pokemon already have got a decent amount of damage that allows him to go ham in the middle of the fight already. Without a doubt, Pokemon can play even harder once the game eventually scales more to their favor. But Revival seems to have a better macro across the map. They have got more gold for themselves, despite the fact that they haven't gotten a single turret down. Yes, to be fair, they do have 2 turtles to their name.
Yeah, actually, turtles are very important, right? Let's be honest. It's all about the objectives, making sure that you're in there. And there's a reason why Revival, I mean, yeah, the kills are 2-2, but they have a net worth lead. It's all that, it's the objectives, it's being able to cut the minions. Look at how much damage Ryan is doing just by being a nuisance, making sure that it's very difficult to get any sort of rotation going up in the XP lane. But let's look at this turtle. Team Flash, they're going to start this one off. KZP doing a little bit of scouting action right now.
It's definitely fun to see both of these teams, right? Esmeralda and Ruby. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, creep for a creep. The rest of the members coming from the side of Team Flash and Revival finally met up with one another, and there we go, rough waves.
Cult Altars, that's going to be used. KZP getting a little bit low. It looks like he's going to be next on the list. He gets healed, and they're continuing to fight. A1, A2 is going to be on target. LY4 securing that one. Swirled is down as well, and Pokemon has been killed, and that's your damage. Alpha V9 now running for his life. Ryan does not care. He's got the shield. He does have it, but the turret is starting to get in the way. Is doing some damage, and he goes for the ult, and he doesn't go for that one, but he will pay with his life. So
what's that worth then?
I don't know if that was worth it.
I mean, technically speaking, it's not too bad, I gotta have to say. You did manage to bring Alpha V9 out, but what kind of value you get from here? It seems like it is bringing down the turret. I'll say okay, they didn't definitely manage to translate that kill over to objective, so value is definitely there. If Revival's Esmeralda just jumped right in and killed Alpha V9 and they did nothing about it with that open space in the bottom, then I'll say it's for naught.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really like that play. I think it's one of those things where, haha, I killed him, but at the end of the day, I think you need to stay alive, right? You need to ensure that you do secure that. Oh, but Ryan, now you're by yourself. Speaking of trying to stay alive, Ryan is under turret, and this is a 3-man rotation. Pretty huge, but do they get the turret? Yes, they do.
Well, it is going to be a 1-for-1. Both teams have got a turret of their own, but QDX Love with a concealed play going into the Breath of the Ocean.
Oh, he's going in, and he's fine for now. He's going to be healed back to full, and it was a very ballsy play. Considering he was under the turret, I think it needs to be careful. Reminiscent is now joined the fight as well, but he misses the stun. The perfect match is a little off the mark. Pokemon has been blown up. KZP seems to be next on the list. The Fatal Links pushing him back. KZP is doing some damage. He's a little bit low, doesn't need to be careful. Alpha V9 trying to survive survive, trying to help the team. KZP is down. They pull back LY4, but at what cost? They've lost 2 already.
7-4 is the current scoreline, and Revival has got about 3,000 gold on top of Flash. Revival is going in head-to-head against Team Flash, and it continues their onslaught.
They've got the catch, they've got Reminiscent though, but do they have the damage? They do! And it looks like he's been, no, not.
They do not, unfortunately. Revival definitely tried whatever they can to bring down this Reminiscent, this Karina, but he's still a little bit too tanky.
Another Cult Altar completely keeping him alive. Swirl went for all of it. We tried to go for Pokemon, who was incredibly low, just not enough at the points, but really smart play and fast fingers by A1A2.
Big clutch tool coming in from Team Flash. Understandably, they have the Faramis. They can do whatever that they want, and of course, even if Faramis do go down in the early stages of the fight, he can just still come back pretty darn fast and give in a lot of value due to the fact that, well, he's got the souls, he'll be able to come back from the dead. It's like you never even closed the casket.
Alright, here's my problem with Revival, is that they're trying to go for the bursty plays against Team Flash, which is all about the sustain. They have that protection. That Cult Altar is incredibly huge. You do need to be careful. Either you bait it out, you retreat, you go back and win when it's on cooldown, or you maybe get a pick off, you get lucky. You do not go in, especially when the enemy team is grouped up with all 4 or 5 in that mid lane.
Here's the thing, Team Revival, they have made 2 main damage dealers, A1, A2, as well as Pokemon. Reminiscent can be the one that deals relatively good true damage, only if the opponent's health is coming down to an all-time low. And that is how you eventually end a fight, or rather end someone. If you don't have Pokemon, if you don't have A1, A2, I gotta have to say, Reminiscent will have some trouble dealing enough damage over to the slightly, fragile lineup of Revival. Even though they are slightly fragile, he still won't do much damage.
Oh, they've got the pullback on Ryan. He's gonna scout out all 3 and hiding in that shrub right there. But the Lord continuing to be tanked by Reminiscent. KZP sticking on the wings. He's trying to do as much, just hopefully somebody steps out. They need to be careful with how they proceed. They got the pullback, Alpha V9, and they're going to look to just fight with this one. He flickers to safety. It looks like the Cult Altar is going to be used a little bit early, but Pokemon is not able to find a beat. A1, A2 does need to be careful. Lord is getting low as well. They have the nice 2-man stun right there. LY4 is looking to go this. He gets the heal. KZP has been taken out. That's a lot of the control, and it looks like Revival have done this. They've gotten Pokemon, Alpha V9, rack him up, and Reminiscent is down as well.
Boy, oh boy, Team Flash, they really tried to press their advantage against Revival, and they really wanted to bring members from Revival down. But unfortunately, the fight was just kind of like split up. It was very confusing to see exactly what is happening and how is it going on. Such a fragile composition from Revival, and yet, by the end of it all, most of their HP are more than 50%. So Team Flash's damage composition just doesn't really work too well. Probably most of the fact attributed to the fact that, well, Swirled, he have got more items than A1A2. As such, the Cult Altar did manage to stay along longer, and all of the damage that Pokemon as well as A1A2 dealt in the early stages were all absorbed by the Fatal Links. That is the problem. Flash does not have enough damage, and if Revival did manage to find out to either number 1 zone out Pokemon or kill him down with the Kadita, then Team Flash, they have essentially lost their win condition while Revival has fulfilled theirs.
Let's talk a little bit about target prioritization, because I feel like Revival have done a great job. This is a true gauge of how good of a team is, how coordinated they are, understanding who needs to die first. As I say that, it looks like they're going to initiate or at least zone out the rest of Team Flash. They take the top turret right now, and it looks like the Lord is probably going to take the inhibitor turret. He's going to take up most of this damage here. The Cult Altars, the Shadow Stampede is going to be used, trying to find that pullback. They haven't found the right target, but he goes right back in. They do have the damage. The Cult Altars now going to be used. A1A2 is a little bit low, and it looks like they get the inhibitor turret, but can they get anything else? Ryan has already been killed. Revival have got what they want. Pokemon is left for ice. QDX Love will blow him up. He takes him out. Very smart play by QDX Love.
What a big mistake coming from Pokemon. He doesn't really have any of his team to back him up, but he was hoping that his pure, raw damage is gonna be enough to chase the intruders away. But that is not the case. It forced Swirl to rush right in, considering the fact that he knows that his skills are off cooldown. I can go in, horrify him. That is this sweet little spot of entry where I will be able to stay alive, and that gamble worked out for him.
Look at Team Revival, man. Like this is a team that has gone from the pits all the way back up. This is if they pull this one off, this would be their 4th match in a row that they've won. This is a team completely on the rise, finding their groove, figuring out who's really working together. They're playing well as a team, and they're just doing everything right now.
Well, I gotta have to say, when it comes down to Revival, it definitely took some time for us and maybe even the viewers to understand how strong they are, how much impact they are playing in their own games. Because just by looking at them, sometimes you would just be like, yeah, you know what, I can beat them. But when you are in the game with them, you just realize you are just a sitting duck. You don't even know why certain things happening, and this just puts the beauty onto Revival. No one knows the beauty of Revival, only themselves.
Wow. Not even their moms? Just themselves? Well, okay. Falling Star Moon, that's going to be committed one, and that's going to go right out to Alpha V9, and it looks like they're going to be on the run. And the Shadow Stampede back here. Ryan does need to be careful. He's going to be rezzed up. The stolen one, that's going to be used on points. But Team Flash, can they get anything in return? Remisik going super deep. That's going to be looking to just take him out. He does go down, and Swirl will secure that one. They've gotten more A1, A2. KZP is next on that list, and Peace is starting to get the damage, and it looks like this is going to be a GG push. Pokemon just trying to salvage what he can by maybe cutting the minions.
He's proxying the lane in the middle lane, ensuring that Revival is not able to push in with the creeps. Pokemon is doing exactly the right thing. And now, there is no way the Revival can push. They have to resort down to the bottom lane. And this means that Revival have to go through another barrier. And that is going to be the inhibitor in the bottom lane. This bot Flash, so much more time. But Pokemon, he's still dead. How exactly is Flash supposed to do this without him?
Oh, it's going to be difficult here. QDX Love, and it looks like they're going to focus on the base. This is going to be looking to be game here. 15 minutes, 30 seconds. This is exactly what we're talking about. Revival, yeah, I mean, Pokemon was delaying, but at the end of the day, Revival came out with it.
It would have been a lot better if Pokemon didn't go down, but it's unfortunate. He's already bought so much time. He has extended his death timer, and no matter what he was trying to do, he's playing his absolute best. And I gotta have to say, that was quick wits and quick decision making. It bought so much time. I absolutely loved it. But enough about Pokemon. Revival 2-1, they won the series, and we should be looking right at them and tell ourselves, Revival, they are actually pretty darn good.
Yeah, they're very, very good. And I mean, they're making us all look stupid. I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of those awkward situations with Revival pulling that one out. But Jace, what are your thoughts on that game 3?
And it's really scary, the fact that, you know, like what you mentioned, Ola, from the pits, from the bottom, 0 at week 2, if I'm not mistaken, climb all the way up. I think they're at 4th right now. With this, they garnered themselves 8 points, 2-1, fitting the MO as well. And whenever you see them clash, it's a total coin flip, a total coin toss. You never know what's going to happen, and then suddenly they make miracles work, and they revive themselves against, you know, one of the fan favorites. They beat Team Flash in a 2-1 fashion.
Yeah, just amazing player, really. It's one of those things where, look, if they win even to tomorrow's game, going into this playoff with like a 5-game win streak, I don't think any team is really going to want to play up against Revival in the playoffs.
I think that this really changes the narrative for Revival and Stellark to a certain extent, right? Because right now, at the end of the second series, both Revival and Stellark, they have the same exact points. If I'm not wrong, that's 8, right? That is 8, correct. So whatever it is that they are playing tomorrow, it will be a big idea as to how things are going to work. Is Revival going to get a 2-1, 2-0 against SMG? That is the biggest question, because they need to be on top of Stellark, because you never know. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place, so many of these are not yet static. We don't know who exactly is going to be 3rd and 4th, and who's going to be the one to move on to the upper brackets.
Yeah, but with that said, let's take a look at the items going in. Interestingly, Esmeralda built the Ice Queen 1 because constant slowdown, because this Pokemon needs to be slowed down as much as possible so that QDXL can land down the knockup. And at the same time, if you look at QDXL, the damage items going in, that's overwhelming amount of burst damage. Once, you know, QDXL catches up to a Pokemon, that's it. That's just generally GG. And don't forget, if you notice how LY4 is building this Darov as well, going pure tank, defenses, sticking on top of Team Flash as he continues output the damage, providing that meat shield. It's unorthodox. If you're a Darov, you want to have a lot of burst damage, you want to kill, but LY4, turn it into a tank.
Well, to be fair, I can get what he's trying to go for, right? Because your second skill already brings down the opponent's physical defense by 70%, and your Abysm Strike already deals quite a chunk of damage. Yes, you can exponentially increase the damage of your Abysm Strike from there, but no matter what, you will always be able to exploit the opponent's defenses while they are weakened just from your second skill. And if you're able to stay longer in team fights, the more you're gonna heal from your enhanced basic attack, and the more you just work out with your first skill and second skill.
Yeah, I would say that's ingenious, right? LI4 is basically playing this Dire off not as a killer, right? You mentioned about the armor
It's really a
reduction.
bruiser.
It's a bruiser, and also it provides so much damage back into Peace. Peace will just lovingly take, just deal all the damage all across. This armor reduction provided for Peace is just amplifies that damage. He doesn't need Weapon Master anymore.
Exactly. That explains where the damage is coming in from the side of Peace.
Yeah, and there's so much damage, and this is what you want to do, right? I think that they were playing very smart, realizing that what
Three
they
faces?
need to do, right? Like, completely on point. And, yeah, 3 faces. Rich guy that carries sandbag, all from Ryan.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Esmeralda has been
Esmeralda highest GPM.
Esmeralda has the highest GPM. Esmeralda also did the most damage, and also more damage taken from this from Team Flash combined. Ryan,
I mean, I
basically
understand
one lane.
sandbag. I definitely understand sandbag.
Yeah,
but Rich guy, really?
Yeah.
What position is this Esmeralda? He's supposed to be position 4.
But the impact of Ryan can be felt all throughout the Lamb especially, you know, finding the backline of Team Flash, locking down Pokemon with the ultimate. It allows QDXL to enter very easily.
I felt everything. I mean, it just like the damage, the gold, everything. He was everywhere. And I felt
Overachiever.
it. Yeah. I think we need to bully this guy because he's like taking all the awards, right? Like,
dude, everyone's parents are gonna be so proud of him.
94% kill participation.
Yes. I mean, I think he pretty much won everything, even my heart at the end of the day.
If he's not an MVP, I'm walking out of set.
Yeah, for sure. He had the most damage. I mean, he was everywhere. But I think maybe this might be also the fact that Esmeralda, it's still in a really good spot. It's the #1 pick here, and there's a reason why Ryan is MVP.
Yeah, just take a look at items. Avarice to start things off. As long as he deals the damage, he gets the items very quickly. The most important item for the Esmeralda, the book, is going to be very important so that he can constantly spam out the shields and constantly spam out the spins. You top that with Oracle, you top that with the Ice Queen 1, you basically become this... It feels like another Eve in a sense, right? You go in, you slow everyone down. It's something like a Eve, a Uranus would do, and I think it works really well. I like this build.
You're an unstoppable force, and yet okay, so you're an unstoppable force. You are greasing your own gears while slowing the opponents down at the same time. This is a different breed of Eve, right? You can't die. You don't have to be too afraid of being compromised. But I think that the first thing I think of is that you probably don't deal as much damage until that it hit me. Yeah, Ice Queen 1 increases magical power.
That's correct. So basically, as long as I stick to you, I do damage. The same kind of theme going for the Diref as well. And not only just that, right? Like, you slow down Pokemon, allowing, allowing QDXL to land those knockups. That has been very crucial. Apart from, the MVP of Ryan, another thing I have to highlight is that QDX Love, if you go into the highlights very soon, you'll see these knockups have been very crucial in terms of winning Team Flash.
Yeah, and let's see the highlights that they're coming up right now. All the little knockups that you're talking about.
There you go. And the best part is whenever there's whenever Swirl bring in with the Fatal Links as well, it also queues it up all the way to QDX Love. To be honest with you guys, I am a little bit sketchy regarding the draft coming up from Team Revival, especially there's not a lot of tank, but LI4 became that pseudo tank, and also you top that up with the sustainability. Just take a look. LI4 is always at the back line, super healthy all the time, and look at that. Ryan just follows it up, and there's no way for Alpha V9 to run. Look at that, constant slow, and it's getting super annoying.
Sometimes it really, I'm really bothered about the fact that why QDX Love isn't dead in most of the team fight. Yes, I have explained to myself and everyone is the fact that there is rough waves, right? You don't have to be too afraid. Rough waves as well as Ocean Oddity, but it still doesn't make sense. His health, look at him. He doesn't really die much despite being in the center of the team fight.
Yeah, because he knows the limits of this Kadita, right? That's why you see other regions picking this Kadita. Yes, you can try to burst it down. As long as you don't finish the job, he'll come back strong again with the knockup with even more damage. And it's so slick and stripped. Just take a look. It's instant heal all the way back up, and there's no way. And you can see this Pokemon, right? Immediately after that, he popped the sprint as well to just to try to clear that wave before, delaying just a little bit. But unfortunately, it's a little bit too late.
If only he had another sprint to work with, or I don't know. But this point in time, when Pokemon is already been taken down, the members of Team Flash just don't have the damage to work with anymore. And the entirety of Team Revival, they just ran rampant.
Yeah, to be honest, guys, Revival making miracles right here. From the I know I said this a lot of times, right? From the lowest pits, the Tartarus pits of the standings, revive themselves all the way. Making team fights feels like, you know, you never know what's going to happen, even though they're going with a more experienced team.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you talk about miracle, but to be honest, I'm seeing the hard work. They've done a great job of scouting, understanding the draft, making sure that they're in a prime position to actually have a chance to win. They've done quite well. Revival, team you got to look out for.
Well, we have really just brought them down too early, and now they have showed us quite a big game.
They make us look stupid.
Yes, they definitely did. In the meantime, let us just jump over to the host and take a look at what, or rather listen to what Revival have got to say.
Alrighty, so as we have mentioned earlier, or as I mentioned earlier, this game is really and truly a make or break for Revival, and they have definitely exceeded our expectations. Now I have Peace right here with me, and we have so many burning questions. So hi, say hi, Peace. I think it's the first time everybody's seeing you. So yeah, so tell us a little bit more, Peace. Is playing MM something that is a comfort role for you?
I would say at first when they put me on the MM, I wasn't my comfort role. But then after training much, I get used to it, and then yeah, get very well.
Oh wow, and you truly delivered right here, MPL SG Season 4. Now, next question, what do you think was the reason that Revival lost Game 2 when you guys were literally doing everything right?
I think Game 2 mostly is my fault because I bought in a Fury. Then whenever I bought the Fury, they just chase me down. So Game 3 we made a change for it.
Right, because you cannot run, so they
just chase me down all the way.
Okay. So then the next question would be something that I think a lot of our online friends mentioned as well. Revival almost gave the same draft in Game 1 to Flash. What did you guys think about this?
I mean, Game 1 we won the game. So if they don't make a change, we'll still take the win. Is it? Yeah.
I see. So you literally just, I give you lah. Okay. So what were your thoughts on the first Lord team fight in Game 3?
They keep like to look at me, see wherever I go, I guess. Because I didn't pay much attention to the first Lord fight, just to get my teammate falling.
Right. So you mentioned earlier to me that actually a lot of attention was placed on you during the matches. So that's where you did the little shift, right? You switched from your skills?
Better spell.
Yeah, your battle spell from the Purify to the Sprint.
Yes.
So you literally just let everybody just come for you, and then you let QDX Love do the housekeeping.
Yeah.
So trust in the teammates. So that's the secret recipe. All right.
That's right.
So final question for you, Peace. Do you think that you and your team can climb back to the upper bracket?
I think anything is possible. If we manage to beat SMG tomorrow, maybe you can be an upper bracket. Must see how the other teams fare.
All right, so we shall see. Thank you so much, Peace. Thank you so much for your insightful sharing. Alrighty, so ladies and gentlemen, that was Peace right here from Revival. What an exciting match. So later on, we do have match 3 that's happening at 4 p.m. So stick around and we'll see you then.
Casanova right there.
Which teams, in your opinion, are Titans? Have you matched up with them in ranked games, and how did that go?
I personally think that ranked game we can't really compare much because
I don't think everybody is playing their full potential, because sometimes like you never know what they're doing behind the scene lah. But like sometimes when I was playing, I'll be eating stuff, so they are not. So I know that they are not playing their fullest potential. So like I can't really tell anything about it. Yeah.
So given a choice, which team do you want to face off in the grand finals and beat them to win the championship?
The team that I want to face is RSG. Not because I feel they're like the easiest. I just want to have like a revenge story after last season. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Adamir?
I think probably the same team. Yeah, cause like revenge match as well.
But outside of RSG, who is one like best player in MPL Singapore?
I think for me it would be Gear lah. I haven't faced him much in the ESP lane, but when I was facing him, it felt like he posed a little bit of a threat to me. Yeah, so I...
Just a bit.
Just a bit. I mentioned it last season, just a bit. So is the one who posed a bigger threat, but I overcome it already, so yeah. So now there's only Gear left, which I don't think it's much of a problem, but he's still a player that I think is very strong.
Right, so who do you think is the weakest player in the league right now?
I'd say the weakest player is Bray. He's just getting carried by the other four. I'm just confident that I'm gonna be better than him.
He was also quite strong himself, and he kind of blew our expectations. So I think, Gear, you do have a title to protect. What are your feelings about that?
I'm confident I'll keep it. Yeah.
Okay, let's throw the question to Diallo. Who do you think is better, JPL or
What?
You're very wrong.
Oh, you ask me? Of course I must support my own team. Of course it's your team, man. You can't ask me. If you ask anybody else, then you might get a
Okay,
more
who's the second and third best? Then cannot.
Definitely JPL lah, second. Yeah. Third, anybody can be the third lah.
All the same standard.
All the same.
Singapore,
third is tied for the rest of
time for the rest.
JPL, everyone.
Singapore is like these two only.
Police are investigating the position's appearance as a citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we are all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
For me, because I do have a full-time job, I'm also a last year student in NUS. So there's nothing, holding me back from pursuing what I want before we go to the 9 to 6 after we graduate. Right.
Just curious, what did your parents think about this decision?
They were quite supportive of me, and basically I'm in my own world. I get to plan out my own schedule in terms of training or work or studies. So I really appreciate the support that they give me to do this. Yeah.
Now that Sync is now in Stellark, what do you think about their team?
They got a lot of experienced players. I don't think we will lose in max, but maybe we'll lose in macro somewhere somehow.
And maybe the communication.
Yeah, because they are really experienced players lah. So I think if you put 3 or 4 experienced players in one team, right, even though you lose all your max, right, they still got their game sense there. They still got their macro there. They can out macro us.
Who do you want to face off against, and what will it mean to you to beat them out of the competition at the grand finals?
This one is for my man Odia Bambi, but we would like to meet Evos in the finals. I mean, some people like to talk about it, like he had a beef with his ex-team. We have a secondary mission, which is to prove those people wrong, that Odia Bambi still has his own worth. Right.
Who do you think is the easiest team in this season?
What about Stellark, since they have new players too, some people are even unknown.
I can say that they are the underdogs. I think they might have a chance to prove something this season. Considering the fact that they are really experienced players, as I said before, they might really have a chance to prove themselves.
For fans of Team Flash, right, what's your message for them this year, and what can they expect out of you guys?
Well, I know everyone here is old and we're not really flash as much as other teams, but we use this experience which as our weapon to maybe higher than third place.
Maybe.
Okay.
So Swell, I know that you're quite young, right? You're 22. What are your commitments right now?
Currently, I'm working and studying at the same time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's like a work-study course. So basically, I work in the morning, the afternoon, late evening basically. Then I will train at night, scrims and whatnot at night.
I have work too. I work a full-time job from 8 AM to 6 PM. Then I train every day.
Yeah, I think
life is so tiring.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also the common theme for most of the players as well. There's a passion for the teams and for the esports scenes.
For someone that keeps talking about other players being toxic, you seem pretty toxic yourself down there.
He's a nice kind of toxic. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get. First of all, I'm not toxic.
Really
nice.
Yeah, William's a nice guy.
Thank you. Just a bit of troller also. Just to make fun of the team. I'm on the position because Remy is not funny, bro. As you can see,
I'm not funny.
Yeah. He's a very serious person.
That's right. Very serious.
Is at least your girlfriend supportive of you?
So basically, my girlfriend is quite supportive.
That's great.
Whenever I'm doing my scrim, right, she won't really text me or disturb me in a sense.
Yeah.
So after my scrim, I will just text her, then we will just text normally.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you're playing ML halfway and then suddenly someone starts to call you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gouge. Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflage state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
you! Coward. The one who gave you the wand.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Have the heart of animal. I, Fusion Axley, will never surrender!
So, what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
So how do you think you're gonna balance that?
I will like schedule myself like
20 hours per week.
Yeah, time management.
So there's 24 hours, right? So 20 hours of training and 4 hours of studying.
20 hours per week, bro.
20 hours per week.
Per week,
not a day.
20 hours per day of training, bro. Your thumbs will drop.
Who stands in your way the most? Who are you most fearful of?
Everything is on the way, in the way lah. So we have to get through everyone to get to top 2. I don't think there's any teams that like in our way, because every team we also have to take them on to be able to stand top 2.
Are you guys single?
Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
You also single?
Available. Vanix.
I'm not available.
Not available.
Why? Why are you not available?
I'd rather date myself.
You would rather date yourself because you're confident about yourself and you love yourself. That's confidence right there.
Alright. Then Supergirl, why do you think Vanix is single?
He's waiting for the sky to turn red and maybe snow.
In Singapore?
Yeah,
the snow in
That's
Singapore?
impossible. Turn it around. Why do you think Supergirl is still single?
Because he has too many girls to choose from.
Too many variety.
Right there.
Which teams, in your opinion, are Titans? Have you matched up with them in ranked games? How did that go?
I personally think that ranked game we can't really compare much because I don't think everybody is playing their full potential because sometimes like you never know what they're doing behind the scene lah. Like sometimes when I was playing, I'll be eating stuff, so they are not. So I know that they're not playing their fullest potential, so like I can't really tell anything about it. Yeah.
So given a choice, which team do you want to face off in the grand finals and beat them to win the championship?
The team I want to face is RSG. Not because I feel they're like the easiest. I just want to have like a revenge story after last season. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Adamir?
I think probably the same team. Yeah, because like revenge match as well.
But outside of RSG, who is one like best player in MPL Singapore?
I think for me it would be Gear. I haven't faced him much in the EXP lane, but when I was facing him, it felt like he posed a little bit of a threat to me. Yeah, so I
just a bit.
I mentioned it last season, just a bit. So is the one who posed a bigger threat, but I overcome it already. So yeah, so now there's only Gear left, which I don't think it's much of a problem, but he's still a player that I think is very strong.
Right, so who do you think is the weakest player in the league right now?
I'd say the weakest player is Bray. He's just getting carried by the other four. I'm just confident that I'm gonna be better than him.
He was also quite strong himself and he kind of blew our expectations. So I think Gear, you do have a title to protect. What are your feelings about that?
I'm confident I'll keep it. Yeah.
Okay, let's throw the question to Diablo. Who do you think is better, JPL or
What?
Your own wrong.
Oh, you ask me, of course I must support my own team. Of course your team, man. You can't ask me. If you ask anybody else, then you can get a
Okay,
more
who's the
accurate
second and third best then? Cannot.
Definitely JPL lah, second. Yeah. Third, anybody can be the third lah. I doubt
the same center, you know.
All the
Singapore third is tied for like the rest of the time for the rest. Singapore is like these two only.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
Promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
It's the era of change. A time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different. We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we are all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the final.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
For For me, because I do have a full-time job, I'm also a last year student in NUS. So there's nothing, holding me back from pursuing what I want before we go to the 9 to 6 after we graduate. Right.
Just curious, what did your parents think about this decision?
They were quite supportive of me, and basically I'm in my own world. I get to plan out my own schedule in terms of training or work or studies. So I really appreciate the support that they give me to do this. Yeah.
Now that Sync is now in Stellark, what do you think about their team?
They got a lot of experienced players. I don't think we will lose in Max, but maybe we'll lose in Macro somewhere somehow.
Maybe the communication.
Yeah, because they are really experienced players lah. So I think if you put 3 or 4 experienced players in one team, right, even though you lose on your max, right, they still got their game sense there. They still got their macros there. They can out macro us.
Who do you want to face off against, and what will it mean to you to beat them out of the competition at the grand finals?
This one is for my man Odia Bambi. Right, we would like to meet EVOS in the finals. I mean, some people like to talk about it. Right, he had a beef with his ex team. We have a secondary mission, which is to prove those people wrong that Odia Bambi still has his own worth. Right.
Who do you think is the easiest team in this season?
What about Stellark, since they have new players too, some people are even unknown.
I can say that they are the underdogs. I think they might have a chance to prove something this season. Considering the fact that they are really experienced players, as I said before, they might really have a chance to prove themselves.
For fans of Team Flash, right, what's your message for them this year, and what can they expect out of you guys?
Well, I know everyone here is old and we're not really flashy as much as other teams, but we use this experience as our weapon to maybe higher than third place.
Maybe.
Okay.
So Swell, I know that you're quite young, right? You're 22. What are your commitments right now?
Currently, I'm working and studying at the same time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's like a work-study course. So basically, I work in the morning, the afternoon, the evening basically. Then I will train at night, scrims and whatnot at night.
I have work too. I work a full-time job from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Then I train every day.
Yeah, I think
life is so tiring.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also the common theme for most of the players as well. There's a passion for the teams and for the esports teams.
For someone that keeps talking about other players being toxic, you seem pretty toxic yourself down here.
He's a nice kind of toxic. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get.
First of all, I'm not toxic.
Really
nice.
William's a nice guy.
Thank you. Just a bit of troller also. Just to make fun of the team. I'm on the position because Remy is not funny. As you can see,
I'm not funny.
Yeah, he's a very serious person.
That's right, very serious.
Is at least your girlfriend supportive of you?
So basically, my girlfriend is quite supportive.
That's great.
Whenever I'm doing my scrim, right, she won't really text me or disturb me in a sense.
Yeah.
So after my scrim, I will just text her. Then we will just text normally.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you're playing ML halfway and then suddenly someone starts to call you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gujin. Gujin's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gujin with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Gujin's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gujin's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gujin. That's why we're bringing Gujin's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gujin in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gujin's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
You are the problem. Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Interesting proposal, but no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
So, what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like doing one of the MPL weeks.
So how do you think you're gonna balance that?
I will like schedule myself lah, like
20 hours per week.
Yeah, time management.
So there's 24 hours, right? So 20 hours of training and 4 hours of studying.
20 hours per week, bro.
20 hours per week.
Per week,
not a day.
20 hours per day of training, bro. Your thumbs will drop.
Who stands in your way the most? Who are you most fearful of?
Everything is on the way, in the way. So we have to get through everyone to get to top 2. I don't think there's any teams that like in our way, because every team we also have to take them on to be able to stand top 2.
Are you guys single?
Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
You also single.
Available, Vanix.
I'm not available.
Not available.
Why are you not available?
I'd rather date myself.
You would rather date yourself because you're confident about yourself and you love yourself. That's confidence right there.
Alright. Then Supergirl, why do you think Vanix is single?
He's waiting for the sky to turn red and maybe snow.
Oh, in Singapore?
Yeah,
to snow in
That's
Singapore?
impossible. Turn it around. Why do you think Supergirl is still single?
Because he has too many girls to choose from.
Too many variety,
Casanova right there.
Which teams, in your opinion, are Titans? Have you matched up with them in ranked games, and how did that go?
I personally think that ranked game we can't really compare much because I don't think everybody is playing their full potential, because sometimes like you never know what they're doing behind the scene lah. But like sometimes when I was playing, I'll be eating stuff. So they are not. So I know that they are not playing their fullest potential. So like I can't really tell anything about it. Yeah.
So given a choice, which team do you want to face off in the grand finals and beat them to win the championship?
The team that I want to face is RSG. Not because I feel they're like the easiest. I just want to have like a revenge story after last season. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Adamir?
I think probably the same team. Yeah, because like revenge match as well.
But outside of RSG, who is one like best player in MPL Singapore?
I think for me it would be Gear lah. I haven't faced him much in the ESP lane, but when I was facing him, it felt like he posed a little bit of a threat to me. Yeah, so I...
Just a bit.
Just a bit. I mentioned it last season, just a bit. So is the one who posed a bigger threat, but I overcome it already, so yeah. So now there's only Gear left, which I don't think it's much of a problem, but he's still a player that I think is very strong.
Right, so who do you think is the weakest player in the league right now?
I'd say the weakest player is Bray. He's just getting carried by the other four. I'm just confident that I'm gonna be better than him.
He was also quite strong himself, and he kind of blew our expectations. So I think you do have a title to protect. What are your feelings about that?
I'm confident I'll keep it. Yeah.
Okay, let's throw the question to Diallo. Who do you think is better, JPL or
What?
Your own wrong.
Oh, you ask me? Of course I must support my own team. You can't ask me. If you ask anybody else, then you might get a
Okay, who's the second and third best? Then cannot.
Definitely JPL lah. Second. Third. Anybody can be the third lah.
All the same center, you know.
All the same Singapore third is tied for like the rest of
Tied for the rest.
JPL, everyone.
Singapore is like these two only.
Police are investigating the suspicious appearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and swift authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
It's the era of change. A time when new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different. We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
For me, because I do have a full-time job, I'm also
Alrighty, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to MPL SG Season 4. Now, earlier on in Match 2 of today's matchup, we had Revival truly understanding the importance of that make-or-break game earlier, clinching a 2-1 win against Team Flash, truly living up to their name of Revival. Now, next up for Match 3, we have Zion Esports crossing swords with Evil. Now, ladies and gentlemen, right now I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our amazing sponsors for making MPL SG Season 4 possible. MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions, supported by Frank BioCBC, OSIM, and Tech Talk. Now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our teams. Can they rise from the defeat and show us that they still have their fire in them? Presenting to you Zion Esports. And next, a team that can make miracles and have shown tenacity throughout MPL SG Season 4, Evil. Our teams are locked and loaded, are heading over to Sanctum Island right now. So over to you guys, casters.
Zion Esports up against Evil, two teams that are going to prove today that they still have the fervor for MPL Singapore. This is Season 4, Week 4, Day number 1. My name is Scrubby Cheeks, and here with me on the desk, two gentlemen, Jace as well as Holler. What do you guys think? How are you feeling about this upcoming match?
There's a lot of things for both these two teams to prove. Seriously, like I know we talked about Flash and Revival. That's Revival make or break. But then again, Zion Evil going into the playoffs at this current stage, I think they need to really try to dig even deeper into their souls, into themselves, on how to basically come up triumph in this particular series.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where Evil is the time where they've really struggled to find that first win, right? They haven't done that, but they've taken a win off of Slate, which speaks volumes about this team. They have a potential. They've drawn blood of the champion, so to speak, or the second place at this team at this point, but they've done well. They have an opportunity to really show up this today.
Yeah, it's like you're so good at additional math, but you're bad at general math.
That's you, right? You're just relating a personal experience.
Yeah, that was me.
I felt that.
Yeah,
you have a friend.
But I mean, to your point, right? They have proven that they have what it takes, and they were dubbed the Titan Slayers for a reason. So it's really down to being able to get together, banding together, seeing whether they can just climb back up.
Yeah, but of course, other than that, Zion and Evil, like what you mentioned, they proved themselves. I think this is also a game to prove themselves that, hey, they're not out of MPL Season 4 just yet. But at the same time, Zion, the past few weeks hasn't been really kind for them. But at the same time, they really also have to prove themselves as well. So it's about a game of proving each other.
Well, let's take a look at the team statistics here. First up is going to be Zion Esports. Now, looking across these statistics, anything that stands out to you?
I mean, if we're talking about GPM, obviously that's got to be the biggest one. Supergirl has been the player thus far. He's been able to get the most farm, as KDA is quite high as well. So they've just kind of done a great job with that. Now, if we're talking about Azura, Mango, Vanix, all of these guys are really able to step up. They've been really able to support the team. But let's talk a little bit about Wonderstruck. Average damage taken, 94,000. I don't know if that's a good thing, but he's been doing a good job of taking, at least on this team.
Yeah, and apart from that, right, if you notice also the signature role for everyone here, Diggy for the side of Wonderstruck is actually quite interesting, and especially right now, you start to see a lot of Diggy bans. So looking at these heroes right here, I'm seeing 3 of these heroes will definitely go into the banning pool.
For sure. And if we're going to go into this one, let's talk a little bit about Evil, right? This is another team that's kind of been on the bottom looking up a little bit. And I mean, you have Coconut, Melon, JS, Powerful, and Carrots. All of these guys have done quite well, or given themselves an opportunity to win. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to really close out the game. But look at this GPM by Coconut, 606. I mean, Powerful is like right behind him, so they know how to get farm. It's just a matter of converting that into the eventual wins.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, looking at the statistics as well, it's shown that Evil, they have the ability to fight as a team. They deal a lot of damage, and it's quite similar across themselves and Zion. But the thing is, they need to be able to turn these into objectives and be able to secure that for themselves. So statistics probably quite similar across the board, but the ability to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I think it's just the most important thing is I think Evil needs to identify, yes, you can go for the kills. You can see that our KDAs are actually quite good. Just look at Melon in terms of the assists as well, and also the KDA from JS. The most important thing is you fight for a reason, right? You fight for an objective. If you fight for basically nothing, you don't get to convert. Yes, you get the gold, but you don't get anything at all.
Yeah, taking a look at the keys to victory here for Zion Esports. What do you think, Colin?
Okay, well, number 2 really sticks out to me because be aggressive when taking objectives and zone Evil out. They are one of the best at taking objectives. On the other hand, one thing that they're not so great at is terms of kills. They have 73 kills in the entire league. That is the lowest across all of the teams. They've gotten themselves in a position to win because they've been very objective-based, which has been smart. So which this kind of relies onto getting those objectives, and of course the third piece, which is getting that presence and of course the vision.
Yeah, and Zion, I think this is exactly what they will do against Evil, right? Wonderstruck definitely will open the map as aggressively as possible, but at the same time, Evil, even though they have the vision, sometimes they just don't know what to do with it. And you can see that sometimes, Evil, speaking of the Evil, let's take a look at the keys to victory very, very soon. It just feels like, Carrot actually opens out very well. He sets his team up very well, but sometimes halfway through, you just felt that there's this desync of every single one. They're all trying to do different things at the same time.
Communication is very, very key, right? So looking at the keys to victory here for Evil, playing safely in the early game, engaging as a team as well. I think they do that very well, engaging as a team. They want to play on the team fights usually, but they have to be careful not to overcommit for objectives, not to dive so deep and get lost in it, and they drop too many kills because of that. We've all seen now JS play that game up against Slate, so he has really, really made an impact, up against Slate and in this team roster as well. So being able to center their fights around JS seems to be one of the winning conditions that has worked out for them.
If we're talking about keys to victory, 1 and 2 really kind of stick out to me because of the fact that you're telling them to play safely in the early game. It's like, hold up. And then the second one's like, don't overcommit, right? So these are things where Team Evil tend to be a little bit over-aggressive. They get out of position. They're not really playing well as a team. So it's more of like, hey, maybe you should do these 2 things as opposed to maybe denying the enemy team.
Yeah, that's correct. And exactly, like Evil, especially when you put like Coconut on a gold laner that actually scales all the way to the later parts of the game. We've seen him pop off before as a carry. This is something that they need to really try to play safe. Sometimes they overcommit just a little bit and then it costed them the game, which is a little bit hard to see sometimes.
So the discipline, the communication coming in from Team Evil really needs to be on point, right? I mean, Powerful, we know, is the shot caller here, and a lot of that depends on him, whether or not he's able to, galvanize the team, provide them with the direction as to what to do, especially when they go into the later parts of the game, because any fight then can make or break their victory.
Yeah, especially when you go into the later part of the game, right? When, the death timer starts to raise, the pressure starts to come online. Powerful not only just needs to shot call, but also has to land the retribution to secure the neutral objectives as well.
Yeah, well, we are going into the drafts pretty soon, but in the meantime, let's take a look at your predictions out there from Facebook and YouTube. It's going to be quite a lot heavily in favor of Zion Esports, 81% for Facebook and 69% for YouTube. But we know from the matches today, expect the unexpected, right? A lot of these have been, upsets in a way.
Of course. It's been nothing but upsets today, right? I think that we're all of my predictions are in shambles right now, and I'm looking to just kind of recover from that one. But I've chose Zion Esports. I think I'm with the 69%. You see what I did there? I'm with that one. I see what you did there. I'm definitely with them as well. But it's one of those situations where Zion Esports have proven to at least get one match, right? If and Evil right now haven't gotten that first match, so it's very difficult for me to predict that team.
It's going to be tough. definitely going. It's an uphill battle since day one of the regular seasons for EVO. Zion, on the other hand, a bit rocky. They got a quite good start, right? But then it started to become a little bit rocky, and then somehow they know to give away leads.
Yeah.
Especially when you go to the later part of the game where, like what I mentioned, tension gets high. They start missing certain cues. They also kind of like stop communicating with each other a little bit. It's a little bit tough. So I think what Zion should try to do, really punish and push early, try to close the game as quickly as possible, hopefully by 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think also one more thing that was interesting for me looking at the stats earlier is that Wonderstruck seems to be playing today rather than Latte. So it seems like Zion is still figuring out what exactly is the best lineup for them to go into this game. This is the one that they've chosen to go with, and I'm excited. Let's go right into the drafting phase here.
Yeah, like what Scrubby Cheeks mentioned, Wonderstruck, was from an MPL team. It used to be called Sky as well. So coming back here, at least there's like, 3 familiar faces. Actually, no, make it 4 faces from the side of Zion who has MPL experience already. Mango, the newcomer in this particular season, will be playing instead.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where I'm kind of worried, right? This is the last weekend. There's 2 more days of the regular season. You're still getting a feel for who should be on that starting lineup, right? Or who has the best synergy with the team. But when there's things like communication and coordination at this point, that worries me.
Yeah, but regular season is where you should try to figure out your winning composition, your winning roster, right? But then if you're still trying to experiment, all the way to this day, I think that also spelled kind of a bit of concern. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the bans right off the bat. Evo bans away the Diggy, the Valentina will follow suit as well. Zion, on the other hand, bans away that Akai. Currently, we've seen must bans recently, especially from the previous series. The Melissa should be banned away. I'm not seeing that for now.
Yeah, and look at Zion going with the Akai and the Faramis. Both of those are like 1-2 in the league itself. They're very, very strong. They were like having no part of that. In the other series, we've seen a ton of those too, which is kind of very different, right? Because again, the meta has been to ban them, but in this case, it's like, no. Zion doesn't want to deal with that. We'll deal with the other ones and stick to the meta.
Yeah, it feels like both these two teams, right? It just doesn't get the memo. Nowadays, we see like, Valentina and the Faramis getting leaked through, but both these two teams chose to ban it away. So I'm probably expecting a Beatrix if they're going to go down this route. Not too sure. We still have to find out. It's still early draft, early phases of the draft. But Evo, on the other hand, right now, what's up there to ban? There's like, the Bauman that, Powerful could actually pick up, or even one Vanix could pick it up. There you go. The Bauman gets taken away. Very powerful in securing these neutral objectives, the turtles, the lords, and even executing heroes at the end, near the end game.
If you look at the stats, the bans right now, the top 5 are Faramis, Akai, Diggy, Valentina, Ballman. We've got top 5 right now. Apparently, people are paying attention and understanding the stats and what people like to pick. So these are great bans.
Yep, definitely. Zion, I agree with this ban. Ban away Paquito. I think Zion also want to try to make Powerful as uncomfortable as possible. So Evo, on the other hand, knowing that, a bit of threat on top of Powerful's hero pool needs to secure something like, I would say, if Powerful goes for like the Baxia is actually quite good as well. It's a good roaming you want to secure. Remember we mentioned Evo not very strong in terms of securing the vision. The Baxia could give you this get out of jail free card as you just roam around map. No one can catch on top of you.
All right, Paquito right here. Okay, I get why people like it. Yes, it blows people up, against non-mobile heroes. Yep. It's great. But the thing is that it's been picked over 30 times. It has like a 28% win rate. And it's just absolutely abysmal in that sense, right? It's more of the potential of a Paquito popping off more than actually doing the damage. We have not seen that in the MPL, which is, MPL SG. I want to clarify because the other regions have done quite well with it.
Yeah, but I agree. But the biggest threat that, a Paquito going in first pick, because you don't know where this Paquito would be going. Could go into the XP lane, could go into the jungle, and if you want to go on a very weird flavor of the ice cream, you can put him in a roam, but no one does that anymore. Evo, on the other hand, first pick the Julian right off the bat. Same idea as well. Serves the same purpose as the Paquito. You first pick the Julian. You're not sure whether it's going into the mid lane, could go into the jungle, and technically speaking, go into the XP lane. However, Zion, Grok going in for the side of Zion and the Melissa that we're talking about. Okay, seems like Zion got that memo.
Yeah, they got that memo. They definitely want this. Now, okay, first things first, you were talking about ice cream, and I was kind of wanting to talk more about that. But
right.
we'll talk about that one offline. But if you're looking at the Julian pick, there's some bits of changes in terms of the meta and in terms of the patch. I mean, just overall, though, what are your thoughts on this Julian now?
I think this Julian still does quite a bit. I think the main thing of the Julian must do is to land those enhanced chains. The strongest part of the Julian is just really setting it up for the rest of the team. And the flexibility coming in with the combo, because every, like, how many few seconds, you got a very massive knockup coming in. You got a very big DPS going in at the same time if you play it right. But Evo, ooh, okay, going for the Bruno this time. Yeah, okay, both teams apparently got the memo. They pulled out that sticky note that was pasted onto their phones, and okay, Reddit. All right, we have to update each other on the meta.
Okay. So Julian is more about the early game nerf, something about 4 seconds to like a 10-second cooldown. Now the late game buff though is a little bit different, so that you just got to get yourselves to that. What better way than the JS and the Bruno? Both of these, the Esmeralda and Bruno, kind of scaling yourself up so that you're prepared for that late game.
Yeah, if you want to pick a Bruno going into this fight, Bruno needs a very strong and solid front line. Yes, the Esmeralda is okay, it's decent enough if you get her up to speed, but I need to see more tanks coming out from the side of Evil. On the other hand, Zion, if you look at it, you got very strong setup from the side of Brock. The wall will block any Evil to cut off their reinforcements as someone coming in from the sides as well, and also the knockup will catch onto a Bruno very easily because of how big the AoE for Wild Charge is.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where I don't feel like I have that reliable stun. Some way to control them, right? Esmeraldas tend to be very annoying because, you have the shield, you have the tank ability, and you just have that potential just to outplay people because of the speed. She has everything, but you don't have that lockdown. That's what you really need to kind of just force the issue and make them, fight at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think Evo does have that in the Julian. But if you use it wrong, you focus on DPS instead of using the first skill instead, you don't have the chains, then you don't really have that CC knockup. But at the same time, I'm looking at the gold lane matchup right now. These two teams going in, I think Melissa should take the cake right here. Melissa, a very strong lane bully, whereas Bruno does need some time to farm up. When he gets the first item, that's where his power spikes. Usually it's like either the Berserker's Fury, or if you want to go pure damage, you can go for the BOD. But Berserker's Fury, my personal favorite, should be able to kick him out. But at the same time, you see the Melissa with the ultimate. That's where, JS will be a little bit difficult to go in. So I think what Zion secured for themselves right now seems pretty solid. Evo, on the other hand, needs more tanks.
Yeah, it needs more, and they need some way to survive, right? You talked about Melissa. Yes, she has potential, but is she able to just pop off, go from kill to kill to kill? I don't know. This seems to be like if they can maybe catch the Julian, Bruno off guard or out of position.
Yep.
But that's a very difficult ask without maybe locking it in with the Grok wall, maybe.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the bans, ladies and gentlemen. Zion ban away the Atlas, Evo bans away that Lydia. Like I said, Zion, using the Melissa, I think it's very easy to go in. Melissa will punish teams that don't really communicate well, because the puppet that goes down in the middle, and it kind of forces everyone to just separate. If they don't separate in time, you actually spread damage all over, and it's a lot of damage. There's a lot of burst potential in this Melissa. So Zion, on the other hand, like I said, really have to try using the wall from the side of Grok, should be able to block or also allow, the Melissa to escape if things goes wrong.
Dang, bro, you're just like, this, you're basically saying that Zion is looking at Evo and be like, those guys don't communicate. This Melissa's gonna pop off because, they don't talk to each other. They're not gonna be on the same page. They're gonna, not know what to do.
Yeah, I think I really have to say this, but Evo has shown sometimes, Carrot going in a little bit preemptively. He does, like I said earlier just now during the game, before the draft start. Perfect setup from Carrot, but sometimes Evo is a little bit slow, the rest of the team a little bit slow to respond. So Evo, I hope they really group as 5 to fight together, but like I said, I don't really see a front-to-back kind of composition coming out from inside Evo. On the other hand, Zion bans away the Franco, Evo bans away that Eve. No more siege opportunity from the side of Zion.
Okay, apparently it seems like Zion does not like any roamer. Like that entire list is just people like, yeah, we don't want to play against anybody. Hopefully you just got somebody left at the end of the day. But this is one of those situations where, I think Evil are looking at this as a change of pace, right? Don't get me wrong, Zion right now is in 7th, Evil is in 8th. This is a struggle for both of these teams, but this is probably the best chance that they have to get that elusive victory. Hopefully they can build on that momentum, but let's talk a little bit about this pick.
this Lunox have rose in terms of popularity because of the changes in the mid lane, right? You have very efficient 1v1s at level 1 itself. You do a lot of damage, at the same time you heal a lot so that you can stick to the enemy. So, but the question is this: Evo still has quite an open draft in the mid lane. You can bring first pick. I can't remember the name for it. Oh, the jet lag's coming, killing me. The Julian, that's right.
Yeah, yeah.
I was thinking Justin for some weird reason.
You should have just said Justin. I would have rolled with it.
He looks like a Justin.
Yeah, it's like, okay, they bring in Julian in the mid lane, and you also got a lot of, escapability coming out from the side of Lunos. But okay, I like what Evo has selected. You got front line in a sense with the Lolita. You should be able to do quite shield against the Lunox and also the Melissa. And you also got assassination from the side of Amon to find you can find the Melissa at the back.
Yeah, it's going to have to be there, but I like it. It kind of negates a lot of kind of what Zion wants to do. It's one of those situations where can he be in front, be that meat shield, let everyone else do the damage. Everybody's can scale, but look at this last pick.
Oh my goodness, Zion coming in with that Fanny pick once again. It's a recurring theme, right? When you see teams start testing the waters just a little bit slightly, they bring in that Fanny. Now the Fanny's main role is to try to shut down either counter assassinate using the Amon or basically find a Bruno at the back line.
Alright, Fanny's been picked 4 times already, has won 3 of those games. They've been able to outclass them and outplay them, and this is going to be the last pick surprise. This is the one where, it changes everything. We're going to have to see Fanny's going to be everywhere, and I'm super excited to see this in this game right here.
Yeah, the surprising thing, Holler, and also Scrubby Cheeks. Wonderstruck is playing as the Lunox, whereas Azura X plays as that Grok. I think, Scrubby, you mentioned about this. Are you really trying to experiment your roster at this point of the regular season? I think that is a concern.
Well, to be fair, they have the space to experiment, right? This is the last week that you have to be able to experiment before you go into the playoffs. But let's see exactly how this pans out, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 between Zion Esports and Team Evil. Now, it looks like off the start, the composition coming from Zion is very, very heavy on their pressure, right? Across the lanes, they have the ability to bully the Roth up against the Esmeralda, like you can see, Melissa up against the Bruno as well, and Fanny being able to have that high mobility and invade the jungle as well. You can see just Evil across the map already pressured into their own side of the map.
Yeah, Evo has to go follow their keys to victory, knowing that their side lanes are basically losing lanes. They have to play it safe. They have to farm under turret, especially in mid lane. Once again, remember the Lunox spread so much damage and also the heal, especially with the change mid lane with the 4 minions instead of 3. So, Wonderstruck should be able to win the mid lane as well. Evil, on the other hand, needs to make sure Powerful gets to level 4 very quickly. Then start to assassinate Zion's members one by one. Let's take a look at emblems once again. Electro Flash for the side of Bruno so that you get more movement speed as well. Melissa will respond in the same. Something interesting coming out from the Lunox instead is going for Impure Rage. Spamming those skills, making sure that she has as much mana as possible is going to be very important. Another thing to also mention is Vanix with that high and dry as well. You need to expect Vanix to go in, solo kill, get out. That's how Zion's going to play. There's been fast and furious gameplay coming from Zion.
Oh, Powerful though, in the meantime, gets 1 kill up against Azura X there in the mid lane. First Blood Code there for the fastest fingers as well to claim your rewards. Now, that's going to definitely help Evil because we talked about how they're supposed to be pressured right now in this early part of the game, but Powerful already on the turtle.
Yeah, Powerful will start on the turtle, but at the same time doesn't have the ultimate. I think Vanix, looking at how he's pathing, he's actually focusing on the purple buff instead. Zion will give that turtle away over to Evil for now. Like I said, early game, start to slowly farm it out, but Azura X looking at the bottom lane.
Oh my goodness, that Guardian's Barrier just pushes Coconut to the wall and he has to flicker out in order to get away. Now Vanix might want to try and clean up the kill, decides the better of it, even though he has his ultimate up.
Yeah, Zion, I think, wasted a little bit too much time at the bottom lane, in my opinion. Evil, right now, that first turtle is going to be very good, but at the same time, Melon finds a bit spin, a knock-up coming in for the side of Melon on top of Supergirl. Once again, Evil focusing on bottom lane, but they need to protect Coconut. Coconut will spike at the mid game. They need to try to fight front to back. Needs the first item, Berserker Fury, anything. That's when Evo can solidify in terms of these team fights.
Yeah, and Evo recognizes that as well. Very, very quick rotations there by the entire team except for JS, just to help out Coconut and make sure that he doesn't get ganked. And now you can see Carrot as well, just sitting on the bottom side, making sure that Coconut has that peel and kind of, meat shield available for him as and when it's needed.
Carrot will escort Coconut for now, but if you put Carrot at the bottom lane, this means that Zion has a lot of free real estate to rotate. If you notice, Supergirl on the Melissa bullies Coconut very well, so I think Carrot identifies that, so that's why they're sticking all the way to the bottom side. However, Melon, slowly coming down to the bottom lane, Vanix will find him.
Yeah, doesn't look like they will commit though. The purple buff is coming up in about 5 seconds, so I think Vanix definitely wants to make sure that he secures that as well. Gonna play it safe just for now.
Yep. Safe and sound. Both these two teams don't clash. Yes, that was the first blood coming out from Powerful to assassinate Zion, but Amon, technically a very snowbally kind of hero, but now Zion, on the other hand, play it super safe. They pull it all the way back. I'm expecting Vanix to come in to try to swoop in, but then again, look at how many bodies Evo is putting at the bottom lane, not just to make sure that Coconut farms under turret and make sure he gets as much the first item in as quickly as possible.
We're running into a technical pause here, so just we'll be jumping back into the game as soon as it's possible. But we just want the game to be able to be smooth and fair for all the players. So just bear with us as we sort out what is going on. Now, looking at this early game, what are your thoughts so far, Jace?
So far, both these two teams playing it super safe, not committing at all. Don't forget, there's a lot on the line for both these two teams. It's not just about the points anymore. It's all about proving themselves, right? Both these two teams not having a very good time in the regular season, especially going into the playoffs. That's why I feel like the pressure is surmounting both these two teams. Powerful. That first blood was going to be very good. Going into the mid part of the game, I need to see Powerful starting to find the backline, like the Melissa or something, burst him down quickly, and then rotate to the next target.
And it feels like Zion is trying to do exactly the same thing with that Fanny pick on the last pick as well. They recognize that, yes, you have an Amon, you want to burst down someone, you have that Julian as well, but I'm going to just have a Fanny. I can get there even faster than you can potentially. And if they get that snowball in the early game, it will be even harder for Evo to take this to the late, because looking at the draft, yes, they have, Amon, they have Bruno for some late game damage, but they're also very single target based. So when they group up, I feel like Zion has a much stronger ability to engage and disengage, especially with the Grog's Guardian's Barrier, and Lunox can also get out of the fight with brilliance.
So there's a lot of a lot of ways for Zion to exit, right? Not only just the two abilities that you mentioned by these two heroes, you also got a Fanny that could just zip in and zip out, but going in with high and dry, I really need to see, those solo kills, like what I think Gear did back then with the Fanny. I know I'm putting that up, but then again,
he's not even in this game.
It's not even in this game. Yeah, a little bit excited in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, and that's what I feel we haven't been seeing yet, right? Fanny so far has been just farming up, trying to secure the buffs, and I think the last we saw was maybe even a level down from Powerful on the Amon. So it's not looking great. I feel like they do need to pull off something, try to look for those ganks as soon as possible, because if Fanny doesn't snowball, it's harder to be relevant in the later team fight.
Yeah, but at the same time, its counterpart, right? Amon is starting to snowball. That first kill is very big. You mentioned that one level advantage going in. The retribution is going to hurt more as compared to the other one, especially if I'm not mistaken, coming back after this technical pause, the turtle should be the next point of contest already, and if I'm not mistaken, it's all the way up in the XP lane. Yes, it is a Dyrov going up against Esmeralda. JS, even though he's playing the Esmeralda, he actually fares quite strong against the Dyrov, even though it's a natural counter.
I mean, you just have to wait out till that level 3 to 4 spike, right? Because the moment you have the shields available and the falling star moon, it's a lot easier for you to play against the Dyrov as well, even though it's a counter to that. And if we know JS, he is so comfortable on this Esmeralda that he definitely can. So yeah, like you pointed out, I think if JS is able to hold down his lane and be able to have that control over the EXP side, then Powerful might have a better chance at securing this objective, which is very, very crucial for him to be snowballing instead of Vanix.
Yeah, I with that point, I also agree. If you notice the rotation with Evil, focusing on Coconut instead, technically leaving JS all the way up top in the XP lane on his own.
Yeah.
But that's because, Evil has full trust on JS to play his own lane. So that they're trying to grow Coconut and then make sure that Coconut gets enough farm. When he starts to kick those footballs at people's faces, that's when he hurts with the crits.
Yeah, and Lolita will also be very critical, right?
Yep.
Against this Melissa, you need to be able to block the basic attacks coming from there and protect, protect Coconut, right? And allow him to dish out the damage that he needs. It looks like we're still trying to sort out the game pause at this moment, so do bear with us and hang tight. We just want to make sure everything's fine for this game number one. A lot is on the line here.
Yeah, definitely, but an interesting usage of the Lamba support for Mango. You gotta elevate your gameplay just a little bit, putting on that rather than putting it at the back.
It's important, if your hands are resting like horizontally on the table, it's not a great experience, right? Because your wrists get
Gets
like
tired, right?
or like carpal tunnel kind of syndrome.
Sorry, coughing at bad jokes, but I mean. Thank you for Ozin for providing support not only just for the back but also for Mango's hands right there going in. Like I said, a lot of things are on the line for both these two teams. JS currently holding down the fort at the top side. You saw it just now before we go into a technical pause again. The turtle is coming out around 5 seconds as well. So you're gonna expect both these two teams will focus their attention all the way up top side. Now the question is Zion going to be playing towards the later parts of the game? If you notice, they're very passive in the early game. They're focusing up getting the items up, especially when going to the late game. I believe Melissa does a lot of damage towards an AoE area. As long as you land down the puppet to like 4 or 5 people, that's actually a lot of damage going in for the rest of the team.
And she basically scales on attack speed, right? So you definitely have that going the way of Melissa, Supergirl.
Yeah.
Supergirl on the Melissa. Yeah, so I think the team will be playing around Supergirl for that matter. But then you also cannot forget there is the Lunox, because if you get blindsided by trying to go for the Melissa, Supergirl pops the go away and you basically can't get near the Melissa. Lunox goes in and bursts you down. Or it's able to take down objectives as well.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? If you notice, Supergirl also brings in the Inspire battle spell. That's definitely gonna be a lot more output damage, and not only just damage, right, based on the attack speed. You also get some healing as well from get certain lifesteal as well, so that Melissa can successfully sustain. But now the question is, can Evil, stun out this Melissa before anything goes wrong? Lolita will definitely be very important in this kind of thing. Like the Luminum Blast is a big AoE thing. Carrot needs to set it up well. But Zion, you're looking at how, you do have a Grog Wild Charge to kind of cancel out that Luminum Blast. There's some form of charging required for the Lolita before, you can land down that stun. It all boils down to execution. In terms of the draft, I think both of these two teams know what they want to do. But Zion, on the other hand, I believe has the better draft because Evil, well, they do have one front line, but Esmeralda needs more time. So Zion, like I said before we get into the game, needs to try to end this game quick. Yes, they do have late game potential, but looking at Evil, when Bruno starts to pop off, Amon starts to assassinate, they also have a Julian as well. So that's something that Zion has to look out for.
I think the thing is, though, with Zion's draft, it feels like they have a plan B, because if everything goes alright, you kind of still have Fanny to be able to split push across the map, make cross-map plays very, very easily. But on the other hand, JS today, he's on the Esmeralda. He's not on the Benedetta anymore. So he cannot do the same thing, try to split push and force Zion to respond in the same way. And in that sense, then I feel it's there's more onus on Evil to close this game out.
Yeah, and also, Fanny can just go from one point to the map to another very quickly. And, you can see Fanny at the bottom lane split pushing, and all of a sudden there's a turtle fight. This Fanny is going to jump there immediately very quickly. Whereas Esmeralda will take some time to respond. So I think Zion, not only just they need to execute it well to try, like I said, cancel away that Lolita's Luminum Blast, they also have to play the macro game because they do have the advantage in terms of the mobility, transversing from one point on the map to the other.
It's speed, right?
Yep.
It's speed. And the thing is, when you compare the two tanks as well, there is also speed there because the Wild Charge procs a lot faster than the Numenon Blast does. And both of them, they have equipped Flicker. So for Carrot, it's harder to pull off because you basically have to hide in a bush, make sure that no one sees you, and for that time you're taken out of the team fight. Whereas for Azura X, not only can he peel for the teammates, not only can he zone out members of Evil with the Guardian's Barrier, he can at any time flicker in and engage with the Wild Charge as well, and it's harder for Evil to see that coming.
Yeah, and it boils down who plays the card first will lose. It's a very scary game. It's like a Mexican, not say Mexican standoff, it's like a cowboy standoff kind of thing. And whoever uses the ultimate will lose first. And it's very precious. Sometimes these ultimates, definitely going to late part of the game, will make or break the game. But you do know that these two ultimates do counter each other. So you do know it boils down to the timing.
Yep, I think positioning as well, right? Because like we talked about, Coconut, he has to also hide behind that Numenor Blast as well as the shields. If Coconut gets caught out of position, I think it's very, very hard for Evo to be able to execute their game plans. Well, that being said, I mean, just looking at the players, I must say, Evo's looking a little different today, you know? I feel like for the past few weeks, they seem a little down, expectedly, right? They've not been performing probably as they have wanted to. But after taking that one game from Slate, I feel like it's brought their spirits up a little.
Definitely, like, momentum, confidence, very important, especially playing in a stage like this, right, in front of an audience and looking at Supergirl. I'm not sure who he's looking at. I thought he's looking at me.
Posing at the camera.
Posing at the camera. You know, Supergirl is very photogenic, right? But at the same time, you know, not to digress away on that point. Zion, while you know, Evo does have the uptick, they do have the confidence boost, taking one game away. Sad to say, Zion, you know, not really performing as well for the past few games, especially games against Revival, games against SMG. Those are the games that they should have won, but unfortunately, they lost, and it kind of hurt team spirit and team morale. So
for sure,
hopefully, you know, Zion was able to get that rest in between the week, between week 3 and week 4. You know, digest the game. If putting Wonderstruck on this particular roster is the way out, I hope they bring Wonderstruck in during the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it really boils down to the team synergy, right? The way that they play out some of these fights. We've seen in the past few games, I felt like sometimes the fights that they took seemed a little disconnected. You might have, say, Supergirl trying to pull off a last-ditch effort, going in with I think he was on a Claude, probably going into Blazing Duet, trying to pull something off, but it seemed like the rest of the team was trying to retreat. So in that sense, I think it's very, very important because in Mobile Legends, we all know everything moves so quickly. That split-second decision really matters so much. And the moment you burn a huge ultimate like that, your team is not there to back you up. That's basically it.
Yeah, that's a lot of powder that Wonderstruck brings in. He opens the cap and was like, whoa, that's a lot of powder. But yeah, powder actually helps at the same time, especially, you know, going in, especially when your fingertips gets oily. That's why, you know, if you notice Supergirl, he wears something,
finger caps,
finger
gloves.
Finger gloves kind of thing, right? And he actually was like trying to load it up to some other players. And that's the thing I like about, you know, MPL Singapore players.
The finger caps?
Not only just the finger caps, right? It's also about, you know, they actually play with each other even off MPL Singapore. So really like this how, you know, MPL Singapore has been growing since season 1 all the way now in season 4. And then you also have like veteran players coming back to teach you. You saw LY4, the leadership of LY4 going into Revival is starting to shine. But at the same time, you know, Zion, hopefully they should take one game or at least 2 games away from Evo, because I'm definitely voting for them. They do look strong, but they have a lot more to prove.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to the predictions, right, a lot of people are behind Zion in this match. So in that sense, it is Zion's game to lose just because so much expectations are hinging on them taking this victory. But at the same time, if you know Evo, they are one to prove expectations wrong. So not to count them out for sure.
Yeah, and especially after today, just looking through my predictions on Instagram as well, it's like everything that I pick, I think it's wrong for now. And like, it's so volatile, especially going into week 4, right, the first day. Looking at, you know, you already have the first 2 standings already solidified. The next few positions in terms of the standing is like 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a lot. It's very tight. They're like difference in 1, 2 points, and it's very, very, very tight.
But that's amazing, right? You
Yeah.
know, it's just testament to how the different teams are actually able to step up at different points in the tournament. It is not a one-sided games. You know,
No.
we've seen so many
Back and forth.
2-1 games out of a best of 3.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And not only just that, yes, you can look at the board and you tell me, oh, 2-0 is a clean sweep. No, remember,
Within that 2-0.
Yeah, within that 2-0, they also made it hard. Don't forget, I remember that game from SMG. It's a 2-0, and you saw SMG push to wit's end, but they bite back, and that's really something respectable from all these 8 teams coming into Season 4.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been great, honestly, just
Yep.
to see all these games. But ladies and gentlemen, do hang tight with us. We are still trying to sort out the issues. We will be back with this game as soon as we can. But in the meantime, we're gonna go for a break just to make sure that everything is all right. So stick with us, and we'll come right back with you. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back into game number 1 between Zion Esports and Team Evil. Thank you for your patience. We are now back into this game, and it looks like the action has already begun. The two teams at the turtle, Vanix diving right in for Melon there, but using the cables to get out. Wow, they're bringing the action just as we come back.
Yeah, man, I was expecting it to jump into us first, but the turtle is very important, right? Both of these two teams looking at it. Vanix took a little bit more damage. The knockup coming in, but it's going to be JS. Actually put a big ultimate going in for the side of Mango for now. The Vinova charges.
Oh, it's going to be Vanix taking it, and now they go in for the stun. Azura X goes down. Mango's the next target. Vanix does not get out alive. 4 down on the side of Zion Evil. That's a big, big win for them.
That's a big win indeed. You know, the Aluminum Blast charging it up. This is exactly what we want. I need to see Evil sticking as well. Just take a look. Carrot charging it all the way up. Catches 4 members. Even the Fanny, even Vanix gets stunned all the way up. And it's simply easy game for the side of Evil to take not only just the turtle, but also 4 members for their names.
I mean, yeah, that's huge. And then Numenor Blast, my goodness, Carrot really showing himself there. We talked about how he needs to be careful of his positioning to be able to hide that Numenor Blast, and he played that to the T.
Yep, Zion wasn't expecting that at all. Even though Azura X, I believe the wall charge is also still available, but now because of that early game, they were able to put some pressure against Zion, but hold on a second.
Vanix tries to go in here. Melon down with the She Wonderstruck. Blinks in, will be able to land a final blow, but Powerful fights back and will put him in the dust. 1-for-1 trade across both teams, but they've also used their flickers in that fight.
Yep, JS, of course, will get shut down by Mango on the top side, but at the same time, look at how Powerful is starting to scale. 4 kills, 2 assists. With the Mystery Shop, already secured the first core item that an Amon needs. You do know that Powerful is going to put a lot of damage out against Zion for now. This is the snowball that Evil need in order to pick up this early game.
Yep, and you know that they're just going to continue trying to pick off fights again and again. They're pretty good at leveraging their advantage, but as we said, they need to convert this into objectives, into turret takes as well. So we'll see if they are able to do that. Right now across, you know, both of these teams, we can see Vanix 2 levels down behind Powerful.
Yeah, 2 levels down. It's not very good, especially going into the turtle pit in less than 9 seconds. Your retribution is going to do a little bit less damage, but Zion, you know, still not too far. Earlier you mentioned those 2K, Zion slowly catching all the way back up. Now Zion just have to slow it down just a little bit. Now Evil, they're starting to push that pedal to the metal a little bit, pushing down the bottom side. They have full bottom lane control, and Zion looking to try to steal this away. And both these two teams not going to, Zion not going to commit for now. Vanix needs more farm, but is this the kind of any that you expect going from the side of Zion?
I mean, this is tough. Definitely not, right? With the killing spree, with the way that he's been playing, he wants to get those kills, but he has not been able to. And you talked about how they have a full control over the turtle. Not just that. All that time that Evil was doing the turtle on the bottom side, JS was also up top, and he took that turret. So this is more map control for them. Very, very nicely played.
Yeah, Evil this time around in the driver's seat indeed. Zion, you know, this high and dry emblem is not working very well for the side of Vanix, and you can't find the backline, you can't find anyone to assassinate or counter-assassinate Powerful, because Powerful, that ultimate will follow you regardless of where you spin.
And the thing is, right now, JS has barely even joined the fights as well, you know, and Evil's already winning out some of these fights. So when JS really starts to come in, we know that he can definitely zone out the members. Does that very, very well. Vanix tries to dive in, though. Azurax misses the wild charge, but it's going to be Powerful, stunned out, bursted down as well. 1 kill down for the side of Zion. They're trying to retreat at the moment. Evil's pressing on. JS trying to put some pressure, but they're going into a full retreat. Mango responds with a take on the turret top side.
Yeah, Zion finally fighting back a little bit. That Powerful shutdown is going to do wonders in terms of the gold lead, and Zion putting some pressure on the top side. That is good. But once again, Evil has already cleared off 2 turtles out of the 3, and that's good score. But the problem is, you know, Zion, while they're focusing in the mid lane, don't forget Coconut was actually focusing at the bottom side in terms of the farm. But let's take a look at the game items, ladies and gentlemen. Look at what has they secured. Bruno has already secured the Berserker's Fury, and if you notice, Amon has already secured going to the Holy Crystal already. So you do know that Amon Powerful is going to do a lot of damage going into the next real team fight. And then not only just that, if you take a look at the counterpart, the Fanny, going in the Blade of Hephaestus first, a little bit behind in terms of the damage right now, and that's exactly not what you want to be, especially you want to be a Fanny, you want a snowball. But now, it's just a small little snowflake.
Exactly, it is a small snowflake. He has 1 blade of Heptasis up against 3 items. And now Vanix, he tries to go in though, putting out the damage onto Melon. He takes too much, has to cable out. Mango trying to pew for the team, has to... Oh my goodness, the burst damage coming from Powerful will shut him down. Wonderstruck pops Brilliance in order to disengage. Zion on the defense, popping all their skills just to retreat from Evil. And this is going to give them free reign over this Lord.
Right now, Vanix doesn't really have the items. You saw how he's trying to target on top of Melon. Melon refuses to get assassinated because Vanix doesn't have the items. Zion, I think the most farm up player from the side of Zion should be Supergirl and also Wonderstruck. These two needs to be present in order for Zion to win. Right now, Vanix, I think the only way for Vanix to climb back into the game, really, just go down to split pushing. You do have high and dry. Hopefully, if someone tries to come in, you should be able to deal with him. And if there's too much, you can cable out of the way. But Evil securing the Lord, marching down bottom lane.
The thing is, Evil's not making it easy for them to do that, right? JS is always playing at across the map as well. So even if Vanix wanted to split push, you can be sure that JS is going to be there, already having pushed up the waves 1 step ahead. Now Evil putting pressure on this mid lane here. They're going to take this turret as well. So more space created for them as the Lord comes down on the bottom side.
Yeah, and this could potentially be the last purple buff that Zion could potentially secure. If you notice how Evil, they're already stepping in the privacy of Zion Esports for now. That jungle is not safe. It's going to be dark. Evil, going to put on the pressure and they're going to put it at the bottom side for it now. It's going to be Powerful and Coconut, but I think they're just going to deliver the payload all the way to the bottom side. Gives it Zion to defend, but I'm looking at the high ground advantage. Zion doesn't really have any high ground at all. Yes, Supergirl does have the extended puppet to try to push, but I don't think that's enough.
Well, you have to count on the wild charge from Azura X as well as the Guardian's Barrier to try to prevent that siege from Evil. They've been able to defend that inhibited turret so far, but Evil's basically stripped them of almost all their inner turrets. Conceal play coming in from Zion here. I don't know if they want to pull something off.
I don't think they want to pull anything off. It's very dark. This jungle is not safe at all. Carrot could be hiding in any bush at all, charging out Luminum Blast. And Zion, they're not maintaining. They're still stuck together because they do need every single member hands on deck to output the damage, and that's not enough. But oh, that's a nice scout coming out from Supergirl. We'll reveal 2 members from side. Evil push them away. But what is Zion getting out of it? I don't see anything at all. They're still walking around. But hold on a second, bottom lane. Oh my goodness.
Gosh. Wow,
Barely.
that 1 HP, you can... Oh my god, it's almost inexistent, right? He's slowly healing up, but Vanix actually manages to get out of that. And see, they're trying to pull this off, split push across the map, but Evil's making it so difficult for them. JS though dives in the backline and hands chains to stop him.
Yep, like I said, this could be the potential last purple buff. Vanix needs this purple buff. That's really gonna fight.
Carrot with the Numenon Blast tries to stun them all. He does get them. Azura X has to back away. 3 down already on the side of Zion. This is so good for Evil. They're gonna start sieging in on this mid lane turret. My goodness, only Wonderstruck and Azura X left to defend this Guardian's Barrier though. Will it be enough to hold?
I don't think that's enough. Remember, so 60 seconds right now. Zion desperately throwing bodies right there, and Evil will put a trigger.
Yep, the burst damage coming from the Endless Shards will end the life of Azura X. The knock up onto Wonderstruck as well. But Evil, they have no creeps. They're waiting it out a bit, but it's a wipeout from Evil. So they get free reign over this turret. Over the core. And they secure game number 1.
And not only just that, this is the 2nd win for the side of Evil already in terms of the game. Wonderful job getting Powerful up on speed. That snowball starts to become an avalanche. On the other hand, the Snowflake unable to form a snowball. Vanix going in super greedy with the Fanny and with that high and dry. Doesn't have any value at all to provide for Zion, and Zion's practically fighting a 4v5.
I mean, the idea was there, right? Yes, get the Fanny, snowball the Fanny, fight against that Amon, but unfortunately, Powerful had a lot more traction than Vanix was able to pull off in the jungle. And you can see he was, kind of starved out. He was a level behind as well. So it's tough, right? Zion, you can see, not looking very good. So they kind of have to go back to the drawing board as well to see how they can adapt to game number 2. But Holler, what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, it was what we expected from Evil's draft, right? They definitely had a very early, powerful lineup, right? It's one of those
No
things that
pun
does
intended.
kind of peak off in that sense. I mean, they're very strong in that sense, right? And all, you know, Zion needed to do was to delay the game as much as possible, get to that late game. But the Fanny on this one, Vanix, unfortunately, not able to really pop off. When your Fanny is 0-1 and 2 at the 11-minute mark, you're going to have a rough game.
And not only just that, you saw attempts of assassination, but it just doesn't cut it close. You saw, I've got no idea why Vanix tried to assassinate Powerful at the bottom lane. You saw, it is a miracle that Vanix was able to walk out of there with just a single pixel of health. But let's take a look at the side of the items right here. Looking at, remember, Powerful has all the big items going in already. This Powerful will burst any single one down. But kudos over to Carrot 0011. Full assist, no deaths, making sure that his team gets all the pickoffs required.
It's absolutely flawless, right? Let's be honest. Yes, you've died 3 times, but at the end of the day, that's an amazing game that Evil did. That was very clinical. Every single objective, every single move that they made, yeah, you lost 1 person, but they didn't overcommit. They weren't like, oh, we lost a guy, let's go in 4 versus 5. It was more of a, we lost a guy, let's cut our losses, let's retreat and recall.
Another thing about Zion, for the other hand, if you notice Mango building pure defensive already. When your XP laner is forced to build, you know, Athena shield, the dominant eyes, you do know that there's a big problem going in. But let's take a look at the post-game stats as well. Kill participation all across, above 50% for every single one. Coconut barely there, but Powerful always there at the team fights, always able to kill, and Zion unable to just do anything to hold down this Powerful.
Yeah, Powerful's the teammate I want in my ranked games. Coconut is the one I get with only 50% kill participation. He's never really there when I need him. But it's a great opportunity for Evil to really show. You've seen that the growth. This is one where I felt like they were in firm control of the game. There was really no chance, and this is kind of building off of the momentum. Yes, they lost the Slate last week, but this is a pretty huge win, at least for them.
For sure, I think you can see, we talked about how their spirits look a little up, right? And they're using this momentum to come back as well. I think Coconut, let's be fair to him, he was the gold laner, right? So it's difficult for him to participate in those fights. But that being said, it was also Evil, you know, recognizing that the moment Coconut need help, they rotated so quickly down to the bottom to make sure that he was in safe hands. Now let's take a look at the MVP here for Team Evil. It's gonna be Carrot, there you go, on the Lolita. All these roamers now getting so much recognition, love it. 0011, kill participation of 92%.
You know, Scrubby, I love this so much because, like, you know, behind every carry, there is a strong support. The one that anchors down every single thing. You have no idea how many times Carrot anchored down each fight. The Luminum Blast coming in clutch. Always when, you know, Zion least expected it because it's always from a brush. And remember what I mentioned before going into the game. It's about, during the game, it's about who uses the ultimate first. Always, it's Carrot that uses the ultimate and they won. So it's actually quite surprising for me to see, you know, the fact that Carrot was able to stun every single one because of the brush control.
I think it's also that, you know, he managed to pull that off at the right timing. He knew when Zion was grouped up and that he had the opportunity to do that, like at the Turtles as well. So very well played.
Yeah, very well played. And to be honest, a pro tip for all of you viewers at home, if you die 0 times in a game, chances are you're going to win that one. So it's just a matter of staying alive, being able to cycle through your spells as much as possible, give yourself a chance and peel for your carry. You're going to have a good game as a roamer.
Yeah, and it's also not to forget another thing that Evil did well, in my opinion, in this particular game. Like I said, they babysitted Coconut instead. JS, even though they put so much trust in JS, right? If you take a look at the highlights later on, it's always JS alone at the top lane. This is where they take their first turtle. Look at how Carrot just set it up. And no one for the side of Zion is actually expecting this. And it's super easy for, you know, Powerful to just go in ham, spread shards all across the board and just clean up the rest. If you notice, those shards basically practically followed the Fanny as he tried to zip away. But this is where, you know, Vanix tried to assassinate Melon on the backside, but then again get punished instead and has to force the retreat. And all of a sudden you go into a fight as a 4v5, yet Supergirl using the ultimate just to block JS to cover their retreat, but it's a very defensive one.
But look at this team fight. If you look at that first turtle one and then you look at this one, you see that things are a little bit disarray, right? Yeah. When you go in, the call has to be made. It's like, oh, we're going to go against Coconut. We're going to go. Everybody focuses on Coconut, finds who he is, and blows them up. They have not done that. If you look at what's happening is that they're going in. Vanix is like, oh, okay, I'm going in. Azura, what am I doing? I don't really know. Now they're backing off. They've already lost members, and it's just the sheer numbers game, and they start to roll Evo completely controlling that game.
Yeah, it feels like it's just sheer pandemonium for the Zion's roster right now. Evo finally bit back. This could be their potential series right now. They're just one game away to claim that series in their hands.
Yeah, Holla, I think you made a good point. This is what we were also talking about. You know, for Zion Esports, it seems like they need that sort of synergy and communication, especially when they try to go in for team fights or try to disengage from team fights from that matter, for that matter. And I think it's been tough to watch especially because Evo is such a team fight oriented team. They like to play these, and you can see with Carrot's Newman on blast this game, they really could pull it off.
Okay, for the record, I just want to go back to it because you talked about pandemonium and then we have Zion here. Are we going to let that one go? Right? What? The king of puns, it's a panda, you know? A pandemonium. You didn't even realize. You're just you're on point.
You know when
you didn't even know.
Bro, hold on. You know when you reach that level of punnery to the point that it just goes through your head and you just say it out without even realizing
it's subconscious.
I know. It's a whole nother level.
It's built in already.
What do I need to get to your level? You're like a black belt in punnery.
Please, teach me.
But no, please don't. Please don't learn from me, guys. Just one punnery expert in the caster roster is good enough, alright?
He's really taking this, taking this all the way home.
Is it on your LinkedIn? the king of
expert. But anyway, we're going 3 minutes into the next draft. Zion going back into the drawing board as well. Evo, I think this is the momentum that they're looking for. Going up against Slate, they took one game away. I think Evo, looking at what they did in this particular game, feels like the communication is there. Carrot, remember, he sets it up really well. I've criticized, harshly in fact, to some certain extent. Evo allowed Carrot to set it up, but no one followed. This time round, they did, and I'm extremely delighted to see this.
Yeah, I think that's also what Evo has changed, right? The fact that they used to play around Powerful's rotations, but now it seems like they're playing around Carrot's movements and Carrot's setup and initiation a lot more, and it's paying off, right? Carrot, I think, has been very sort of overlooked, I think, in a lot of the games. He doesn't really come up as a key player. We either look at Powerful or JS for that matter, and not on Carrot. But this time, he really stood out.
Yeah, and those setups has been done really, really well. And now I'm excited to see what Evo has in store for next. Zion, on the other hand, what they have to look out for, in my opinion, is just, I think that Fanny was a bit too greedy. They dropped a little bit too greedy. I just think they just need to play to their strengths, right? Go back to basics. Don't try anything that's too nutty. That's why we always prefer simpler heroes. It's a lot easier to execute. For example, Amon.
Yeah, if you have that Fanny spammer who is just like that one-trick pony, I get it, right? You're going to run with that. But this, throwing it in, and you caught people off guard, but it almost seemed like they caught themselves off guard, right? Like that Fanny was, I'm sorry to say it, it was not the level that I expected, right? It was one of those things where he didn't really get going. He was 0-1 and 2 at 11-minute mark. I mean, if you're not really snowballing with Fanny, you're going to have a really rough time.
Especially when you go in high and try. This is basically Vanek saying, I'm going all in, I trust in that Fanny, and I'm going to deliver. But however, the counter assassination coming up from Powerful, the stuns coming up from Carrot just hold him down in the tracks.
So heroes that are a lot easier to execute, and we've seen Vanix play a lot of these heroes as well. The Karina, he's also tried even the Fredrin, so kind of some experimentation there. But that being said, going into game number 2, what does Zion Esports now need to look at? Because when you talk about not wanting to go too far, not wanting to be too ambitious, how much simpler should they look at their composition?
I think you should try to secure at least the Archive. Archive has proven himself one of the top bans, and even if it doesn't get banned, it was one of the top picks. And other than that, even the Bauman, to a certain extent, even could also try to Amon. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Vanix also played a tank Amon last season, and it shows that Vanix does have a very wide pool, hero pool. But I think sometimes let's just go for a simpler. You don't need, if this knife could do the job, I don't need a chainsaw. I don't need a chainsaw.
Okay, you're wielding that pen like a knife and you're scared? I was like, is that an actual knife? And then you said chainsaw and I was like, oh no, okay, make believe. All right, we're on the same page. But I do agree with you. I think that there's a lot of potential, and go back to basics. What did you do that let you win? Make sure that you hit on your timings. Make sure that you stick to the objectives. Play the Zion way that we know that you can play.
Yes, and after that, just snowball out of control because Zion has shown that they have what it takes to go towards the late game, but always takes, just one small unfortunate mistake, one unfortunate incident. I just feel it's I just feels a bit bad for them in my opinion.
It's a bit of a waste. It feels like a shame because they could have gotten that for themselves, right? Yeah.
They're always so close, like millimeters close. But unfortunately, it's just not enough.
Well, I have to ask this. Now that Evil has taken one game from Zion, right? Do you think they can continue this momentum and keep up this consistency? Or was this just, kind of a one-off thing?
No, I don't think Evil is a one-off thing. Like, Evil, when they get going, they will chew. They will put in all the calls.
Woo! You got the.
Wait, we're not doing the puns anymore,
no,
right?
No, you're going with a very technical term. I was like choo.
We're not.
All right.
I'm sorry,
CHOO. CHOO. I got a woo.
When the puns actually gets very bad. I'm so sorry, ladies and gents, but we're going to the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Zion bans away the Keto. Not going to give it over to Powerful. Evil, it's time for them to respond.
Yeah, and they got to respond in kind, right? I think that the biggest thing is that once you lost that first game, how do you respond? That's the most important thing. That shows me that as a team, you really want this.
Yeah, and it's all up to Potato, right? Looking at him, I think it's up to him to try to plan this out. And don't forget, we need to give something that's easier, just not too mechanically difficult, right? Something that just point-click stun or point-and-click damage. That's something that, Zion could fall back to. But then again, Evil bans away the Julian, Zion bans away the Bauman. Bauman is one of the heroes that I think Bandits could pick up, especially when they're going for first pick.
Yeah, and Bauman there, 7th most pick in, MPL SG S4. It's been picked 16 times. It has a 50% win rate. There's a reason why they like to ban it against Evil, who have shown that they like it. But again, if we're looking at what Evil have done, they've banned out the Julian and the Diggy, and it seems like they're really kind of focusing on this Diggy all throughout, especially since in the last game they banned it first.
Oh, there you go. Zion banning away the Archive. I thought they could be able to pick it up, but this also means that the Valentina, the Faramis is really, really wide open. Evil banning the Diggy does mean that they might actually secure the Atlas for themselves. We've seen this one more combo before. The Atlas and also, if I'm not mistaken, the Faramis going in as well, and then you get Valentina over the side of Zion.
Yeah, one of them's going to be open, right? Yep. They have only one more ban, so depending on how they want to do this is a very interesting play because of the fact that you're setting yourself up for this one. But it's one thing to get the top meta hero, but it's also to build around it.
That's correct. Even though you secure the meta heroes, we saw what happened in the previous series, right? Even though you have 2 meta heroes, you have the Valentina, you have the Faramis, that doesn't mean 100% victory. Now, Evil will choose to ban away the Lilia. What is Zion's first pick? Who do they prefer?
The Lilia is one of the most picked, picked in MPL S4. It's the 3rd most picked with 20. It tends, again, it seems to be like one of those things where they're looking to target this, right? They have a strategy in mind. Evil had something that works, but look at this. The Faramis pick, it's about a 68% win rate. It's done quite well in the league.
Okay, so now we've always seen a Valentina and it's a Faramis and an Atlas wombo combo, right?
Yes.
That works really well.
Yes.
You give the Valentina over to the other side, but now, it feels like it's a bit of a switcheroo. Zion will pick up the Faramis for themselves, expect him to last longer in the fights. They're going to go for more sustain. Evil, on the other hand, definitely Valentina will be picked up, and you have an Atlas. Now Zion needs to find a way to either push away the Atlas or even, purify your way out.
Is the Evil Valentina going to be a better Faramis than the Zion one? That's going to be what happens in terms of the spell steals. It's going to be super important. But I like the fact that it can also combo with the Atlas. The Atlas, that combination, there's so much synergy between them, right? You just have the Cult of Altar, you want people grouped up, and then you just kind of perfect match on top of that one. You just have this wombo combo that tears it up. So I like the way Evil is drafting thus far.
Yeah, I agree with you. Evil drafting, superb right now. But Zion, on the other hand, will pick up the Lapu Lapu and the Irithel. Irithel this time around doesn't really have the Atlas to kind of combo with. You want the Fatal Link to put everyone in. The AoE damage will spread. But Supergirl does, sorry, not Supergirl, but the Lapu Lapu does have this very long CC that he could do. But Evil going back to the Esmeralda.
So, okay, basically, a little birdie just came and told me this, but they were thinking that for Zion first pick, they probably should have gone with the Valentina first. Because it's more of like, hey, if you're going to pick the Farmers, fine. I have the Valentina. I'm already set up. Plus, it's a mage. It can kind of set you up for that.
Yeah, and not only just that, whoever picks the Valentina gets to dictate the draft.
Yeah.
If you notice, because Evil has secured the Valentina, now Zion has to be conservative. What kind of ultimates do I want to give? What kind of ultimates do I not give? That sort of idea. And now, Evil right here should be in the driver's seat in terms of the draft. I'm liking what they secured for now. They haven't secured, they haven't shown much who their jungler is, but expect Zion to respond with a powerful target ban.
Okay. Also, they've picked up, Zion that is, they've picked up the Lupa Lupa, right? We talked about it, how it was one of the first picks in the Stellark matchup, and then it's a 100% win rate, because it won that one game, which is kind of something not to laugh about, but it seems like a very different meta going into this one. Obviously, we saw a new patch. People are liking this Lupa Lupa going into the final week of this regular season.
Yeah, and the Lapu Lapu, right, does have a lot of sustainability. You couple that with the Faramis, I can see how Zion could make wonderful magic with this. But speaking about magic, they haven't selected their magic damage dealer yet.
Why are you making fun of me and my dyslexia? Huh?
Hey, come on!
Okay,
I'm
so
not,
sorry.
it's
Sometimes
not.
I'm gonna read things wrong. Okay, look at you trying to show me up with your ability to read.
No, but no, there's no names.
He has the ability to make puns, not just read.
Yeah, I have the ability to make puns, but not roasting anyone.
Okay, because I felt that one. All right,
Okay,
my
okay,
bad.
okay. Some ice, please, for the production room. Thank
You
you.
said though, Varus can also be taken into the mid lane, right? Just that now that his magic scaling has been a little nerfed, maybe he does less damage, especially in the late game. But I don't know, will he be played more utility then?
Yeah, that's why I prefer the Faramis as a utility, right? Like the fact that you basically provide so much utility for your team. I feel like it's better to give the magic damage dealer to the other people, and that's why if you notice Evil targeting on top of the Eve, Zion on the other hand, instead of focusing on the powerful band, they took away the Clint. I'm expecting more marksmen being taken away by the side of Zion. The main goal right here for the side of Zion is to get Supergirl up to speed, win that lane, play around that lane. However, on the other side, Evil, if Zion plays around Supergirl's lane, Evil could always respond with either going up to Coconut's lane to try to fight against fight against Supergirl, or going down to push the breakthrough at the bottom side where JS is.
Zion kind of should be looking for heroes that can just die. Karina jungle, Amon jungle, whichever assassins work well with Zion, right? Instead of a tank utility jungler, I think they do need to kind of think about that going into the last phase of the strategy.
Speaking of which, you talk about assassins. Evil took it away first. The Karina going into the belt of Evil right now. Going in, hopefully finding Irithel. But Irithel, if you position her right with the sprint, you should be able to outrun the Karina. But there's a lot of gap closes for this Karina, right, to find the target. Zion, right now, they need someone to tank it down, someone to lock down everyone. Yes, they do have Lapu Lapu. I feel like they need more.
You mean Lupa Lupa, but go on.
Changing names.
Changing names.
At will.
It sounds much better. Lupa Lupa or Lapu Lapu. Like Lapu Lapu sounds like a dog, no? Anyways.
Yep, knockdown coming in. AoE. The Azura X will pick up that Ruby, and that's where the assassins come in. This is Vanix's Lancelot. For now, has picked like 2%, like probably once or twice in this season, but it's not a very common hero in MPL Singapore to be picked up.
It seems like they've got the strategy, like they want to do this, right? They want to stick with the Lancelot. I'm not really sold on this. I mean, look, when you look at the stats, there's a reason why some of the heroes aren't picked, or they have a 0% win rate, which really doesn't help them.
Yeah. Now, Evo going back to basics, bringing the Bruno into this one, going up against Irithel. This time around, instead of Melissa, Zion is bringing in Irithel. No, not a very strong lane bully this time. For the Melissa going up against Bruno, but this time Irithel is looking for towards a late game, the AoE damage. Hopefully, when Evo using the Fatal Links, they climb up together. But at the same time, looking at Valentina, right? There's a lot of big ultimates that they can take away from Zion.
Yeah. One last thing before we go into this actual game. Right now, Zion are saying, hey, we can play these heroes. Yes, they haven't won that much or been picked much in this league, but we can win with them. We have that, we have that confidence. We seem to know what we're doing. Evil, on the other hand, they've kind of stuck by the book. They're very meta. They understand what's going on. These are top 5 meta picks for a reason. They're going to ride with what they think is the most powerful. Let's find out in this game.
Punter, punts. I gotta someone give a pun spray, please. Thank you. We gotta have to de-weed or de-pun everything because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into game number 2.
Yep, this is potentially match point here between Zion and Evil. Now, this is Evil's game to take. They are already up 1 in the bag. So can they secure this point to be able to get the first ever series that they will actually win? It's so much on the table for them.
Definitely. I prefer Evil's side of the draft because there's so much flexibility in terms of how they want to engage. They can engage with Carrot, they can engage with Melon. Just to do a quick check in terms of the battle spells, it is only Wonderstruck on that Purify, desperately needed, especially to cast that Call Altar just before Carrot uses the Fatal Links. But Azura X, this Ruby should be able to deny the Fatal Links on just like split second because the stun will be very important. So all eyes on Azura X to try to cancel away that Fatal Links.
Yeah, I'm not sure about, well, the Lancelot pick going in as one of the later picks, right? He can do damage. He has the iframes as well to avoid the Fatal Links if he times it correctly. But is this enough coming up against Evil's draft?
I think Vanex's main goal, the way to make it enough for Zion's draft is to secure, just to kill our Coconut, walk away. That's where Vanex's job is done, and then after that, linger around for the neutral objective fight. So Zion, all eyes targeting on top of Coconut, that's the most important, but Vanex already at level 4, Powerful on the other hand, doing the same as well, but so much lane pressure from the side of Evil. JS winning the lane, this provides so much total priority for Evil.
Well, it does, right? Now that Mango's pushed up all the way in with the creep waves, they're able to rotate more easily to the turtle. But mid-side, though, Zion's applying a lot of pressure themselves. So it might just be them making their way to this objective first. Carrot isn't level 4 yet, doesn't have the Fatal Links, and they're going to go in and make the best use of that Call Altar pop, trying to mitigate the damage here, and they do successfully do that, but Evil, they actually get priority over this objective.
I'm surprised Zion actually popped the Call Altar and then JS just stares down everyone. Here we go, the damage will come in.
Oh, Fatal Links onto 2, secures the Azura X as the first blood here, and Evil, it looks like they're going to walk away from this. Here you go, the first blood code giveaway as well. You can quickly pop that into your app to get some rewards, and Evil, this is their reward, the first turtle of the game.
Yeah, first turtle, first blood at the same time. Powerful gets to scale. It's exactly a replay of game number 1, just with a different hero. And Karina, this is a tank Karina with the Demon Slayer emblem because, you know, going to be super tanky, going to the backline, try to find Supergirl and absorb as much damage. It all boils down to either Melon or Coconut to deal all the damage.
Can they though? I mean, Evil, yes, they have the damage coming from Coconut, especially in the late game. Zion, will they have enough penetration to cut through, you know, the likes of Carrot, the likes of JS, and the likes of Powerful?
Let's take a look at the emblems right here. I kind of just tease you guys a little bit. Like Powerful, yes, with the Demon Slayer. Vanex would do the same. You want because they really want to secure more of the objectives. But take a look at Azura X, going for the tenacity to provide more armor and magic resist at 40% HP, but speaking of which...
My goodness, the pull there gets Melon. He's going to be the first one secured, and 1-for-0 trade across the board, so this is 1 up in favor of Zion.
1 up in favor. I agree. Wonderstruck, that pull was beautiful. Supergirl has picked up the Windtalker. We'll be making ring around roses around Evil, but look at JS just showing so much dominance at the bottom lane. Evil, they don't need to focus the bottom lane anymore. They could just focus on the top side to get Coconut up to speed. Picking up that Berserker's Fury will be Coconut's main goal, but Zion, I think they're forfeiting bottom side. They want Supergirl up to speed as well.
Zion's trying to make something happen here. You can see Azura X. I'm offended. Lands onto Carrot. The pull there, together with the Thorn Rose, not enough to get him down just yet. So Carrot walks away scot-free.
Yeah, that's not exactly ideal for Zion right here. You don't want to use one ultimate and expect, you know, Evil to walk away scot-free. Supergirl right here. Just get some farm up the Irithel. We've seen Irithel pops off towards the later part of the game. But Zion, you know, Vanex on this assassin picks up 1 kill. That's great. But JS has full total dominance at bottom side. And Evil once again, the turtle is in their favor.
Yeah, they're trying to gain as much ground as possible. You can see Melon does have the Call Altar, so they have a lot of engaged potential. Azura X again hooking Carrot, the first one. Call Altar pop over the side of Evil. It's going to mitigate some damage, and now Zion's turn to react as well. Powerful gets the turtle with the Retribution. Supergirl in some trouble. Call Altar saves him. Trying to go in the back line though. Powerful gets Azura X. So they're just trading 1-for-1 Azura X for a Carrot, but Evil gets the turtle.
Yeah, Evil got out that trade victorious. Not only just that, Coconut, I believe, at top side, uncontested. Zion needs to break the whole team down at the turtle, yet they cannot secure anything. That's a lot of investment, but not enough return.
It feels like Evil's, picking this up, right? They have a good momentum going, and they're now learning to play the macro game, right? Instead of just taking the kills, they're looking at the bigger picture, going across the map and taking the objectives, which is what we talked about that they kind of didn't show in some of the previous games.
Yep. Swap. You talked about macro, Scrubby. There you go. The Bruno at the bottom side. And Erithel still staying at the top side. A bit of a lane swap happening for Evil. Zion, on the other hand, still going strong with what they've assigned roles for now. Vanix, I need to see more assassination on top of Coconut in order for him to make it work. But Azura X is here.
Again, the pull onto JS though, it's not enough damage for them to close out these kills. So it feels like just a preventative measure just to delay the fights a little bit.
Yeah, with the avarice on JS, right, you're gonna get a lot more gold, especially winning at the bottom lane fights. With that, he should already has the book already available. At the same time, Lapu Lapu still struggling a bit going into, he does have the Bloodlust X so that he can gain more spellbam in order to sustain longer in these fights, but we need to see more. Zion right here, still behind in terms of the gold, 3k gold lead in the favor of Evil because of these turtles, and of course because they left Evil. Coconut is still farming down at the bottom side.
I mean, right now they have a gold advantage. They also have some EXP advantage funneling into Powerful. So this is looking tough for Zion to put out enough. Azura X gets hunted down here by Powerful. They put out enough just to take him low, but no kills secured yet. Mango goes in actually, but Evil's just gonna walk away.
Yeah, Evil just dodges the whole engage coming out from Zion, and not only just that, they also put Azura X down low. They're gonna have to pull the trigger.
Yep, they're trying to secure the objective. Azura X again. Oh, Carrot! Here we go with the fatal links again. The Call Altars are popped left and right, and they're just brawling out, trying to get the first one. Vanix actually steals the turtle there. And now Evil, they're trying to get compensation. Coconut is here to put them down. The damage comes out from the power balls to be able to secure the kills. Mango, last-ditch effort isn't going to pan out for him at all.
Yeah, Coconut push down the bottom lane turret, go all the way, join the team fight at the nick of time, but at the same time, Vanix looking at Coconut, trying to do something, but the damage coming out of Coconut could be too much for Vanix to handle.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's too much, right? Right now, Zion, they don't seem to be able to put out enough. And Evil, they were 4v5 at that point, which is why Zion was able to pull the trigger and, get something from Evil. But the moment Coconut joined the fight, he has enough now ahead of Supergirl to be able to do the damage.
Yeah, I don't like how Azura X giving free damage over the side of Evil though.
Yeah, the Thorn Rose isn't going to do much at all. Powerful is gonna be able to put him in a coffin. Vanix being chased down as well. Mango trying to make something of it, stuns onto Powerful, but the Call Altar allows the re-engage here together with the Fatal Links. Mango is gonna be long gone. Supergirl, the only one here on bottom side to defend for now. It's a massacre.
It's a massacre indeed, happening on the side of Zion's bottom lane, bottom jungle, and Evil getting full control of the map once again. Coconut has already secured quite a good lead for himself, and he's going to start to do a lot of damage compared to Supergirl. Don't forget, Zion does have a decent front line. They tried to hold, but unfortunately, they're unable to put all that damage together. Evil working as a unit this time around, a far cry from what we've seen in day one.
Definitely, they are looking so strong, and right now the kills are exactly on the heroes that they wanted to be on. Powerful 4-0 and 3, Coconut 4-0 and 1. When you look on the opposing side, Supergirl is 0-1 and 1, and he is so behind. The thing is, they don't already have the damage. In the early game, we saw that they were unable to close out the kills, and as this goes on, it's just gonna look more dire for them.
Yeah, and not only just that, Melon is always prioritized on the Faramis ultimate, and look at that, big damage going in, will flicker out of safety, but Carrot's going in already and finds three!
Oh, again, Carrot with these plays, the call order, again having to pop defensively. Evil, they're on the hunt, they want to get someone out of this, but it hasn't been enough. JS just joining the fight now, but it's okay. They've managed to get the upper hand. They might be able to take this Lord, although they have used their ultimate, so need to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, yeah, Vanix not in the area. I don't think Vanix will be there in time. Okay, he's actually trying to sneak through the backside, but JS is already there, safeguarding. Vanix is all the way in the back. He's already in the Lord Pit.
Yep, he's trying to make a steal here. Coconut puts down the Zura X though. They trade out for Carrot, and now Coconut is just shredding them apart. Supergirl, one ball's gonna do the trick. Maniac secured for Coconut. Vanix, I don't think he is long gone. You have 4 members chasing after you. There is nowhere you can go. Absolutely. And on top of that, Evil secured the Lord as well. So a complete wipeout together with this Lord.
Yeah, I was thinking like, hey, Evil, come on, give Coconut that savage 801. Man, this football, no, I'm not too sure whether it's football at all. This Coconut is actually throwing so much damage against Zion. There's no way for them to hold. They don't really have a solid hard tank to hold it down. They do have a lot of CCs, but those CCs, yes, is poured down Evil's throat, but Zion couldn't convert it into anything because Melon has always stole the Cow Altar from Wonderstruck, and it's making it super hard to basically turn this around.
He's been playing so well. We have all seen Melon on this Valentina many times before. And again, he is playing this perfectly. He knows exactly what to steal and when to pop it. Very disciplined with that ultimate timing. And right now, Evil's just going to siege down the top, inhibit the turret as well. Easy peasy goes into their pockets, turning their sights methodically to the mid turret as well.
Yeah, it's one by one, the structures, defensive structures of Zion will fall. Vanix desperately trying to wave clear, but look at that, 2 footballs will be enough to deal the damage. Call Altar going in.
They're pushing them all the way. Supergirl gets caught up in that Call Altar as well. The damage comes through. He's going to be put down. Zion, the members are disappearing one by one, and so goes the core as well. Evil, they have themselves a final 1 series to their name.
Yes, congratulations over to Evil. They exceeded expectations. Even the audience predictions as well before we flash it out just now. Zion, on the other hand, on the back foot. Evil, man, they must feel very happy for themselves.
I mean, if we're looking at the Evil team right now on cams, it seems like they should be elated, they should be happy, but none of them are like, wait, what just happened, guys? Did we just win? I don't even know. They're whispering to each other right now. They're like, are we sure we won this one? They're in uncharted territories. All jokes aside, very well played by Evil.
Yeah, on the other hand, I mean, Zion definitely going to take a hit to their morale. You can see, I think in game 2 they really tried to come back from that. It just didn't seem like it was enough.
Yeah, and don't forget Coconut. Man, you give that... It's basically like a child. You left him unattended. He's gonna walk around the shopping mall. He's gonna get lost, and all of a sudden he's gonna walk back with a bag full of candies because of all the farm, and he started to pick up the items, and then he's gonna throw those candies at you, and it actually hurts. Now that's basically what Coconut has evolved into.
I feel like this is another personal story you're telling us, but you're doing it in the line of a kid.
I must have a very interesting childhood.
I know, and I'm very interested. It seems very exciting. You went through a lot.
Yeah, my mom is a tiger mom, so.
And she let you walk around the mall getting candies? What?
Yeah, you have no idea what my repercussions are. But same time, just take a look at the screen. Evil, bask in this moment. Finally, the first series to the name. So many close calls for them, and finally, 1 series in their pockets.
It's 1 series, but it's a lot of momentum. Yeah, you've got games tomorrow. Hopefully you can finish strong. Yes, you might be stuck in the 7th or 8th position or whatever, but you're gonna make it into the playoffs. Use that momentum going into the lower bracket. Hopefully you can get some upsets there.
Yeah, and technically this is like, you know, they're starting to figure it out. Yeah. Yes, I agree. This is week number 4. This is almost like a late bloomer if you ask me, but at least they bloom.
And they're they're learning from their experiences as well, right? It came down to the drafting as well. You could see they didn't let the Valentina through this time. And looking at the items here, anything that stands out?
Well, if you ask me, Berserk is real. Endless battle going in for Coconut. Malefic Raw, that's it. no matter what armor you build. And if you notice from the side of Zion, they don't really have any armors at all. They're all focusing on magic resist boots because they are afraid of Melon. They're also using it against Powerful and also Carrot in terms of that reduction on CC. The tenacity definitely very important, especially when you're facing up against the Atlas. And that's where Coconut truly shines. There is basically no armor, and Coconut just kick you in the face.
Look at that. Bottom 3 JS, Powerful, Coconut, 0 deaths among all 3 of them, right?
Yeah.
Carrot was up front. He was controlling everyone. His perfect matches, fatal, like everything was on point. Carrot was completely on control. Melon, though, 0-1-14. That's actually huge for Valentina, especially against the Firemus. We thought he was going to do a lot of damage, but this Valentina at the end of the day was able to just do so much.
And I think that the problem about is bringing a Ruby into a roam, you have to give up the Has Claws, which is like the biggest power item for any Ruby at all to basically just sustain through most of the time. Instead, opted for the Athena Shield because of Melon. But let's take a look at the post-match stats.
I mean, the biggest one about this one is going to be the kill participation, right? Just being able to be there whenever you can. But, you know, Zion is a little bit different. It's a little easier when you've only got 3 kills. But, you know, Evil, the fact that they got 18 kills and the lowest KP was Carrot at 72%, that speaks volumes. Probably Carrot is lower because of the fact that he went in, initiated, and probably died and didn't get credit for that kill participation. But everybody was on point. It seems like when they were making movements, everything was a team.
Yeah, and you're speaking about team. Within a team, each member has to perform a specific duty. Just take a look at the Rich Guy, the Carry, the Sandbag, and Forgotten One. Each of them doing exactly what they need. Coconut, I just need you to farm. And then you start to do damage. The Carry, well, Powerful, he's the first one to scale off. I need you to snowball, do more damage. There you go. JS, on the other hand, the Sandbag, used as the Esmeralda, providing that front line for Coconut or even Powerful to basically keep putting out the damage. At the same time, Forgotten One, of course, Melon on that Valentina. Very clutch in my opinion because of those Faramis ultimate steals.
All right, well, let's find out who the MVP was. I think it's going to be a pretty obvious one, but it's going to be Valentina, of course.
Like
right?
I said, it's 14 assists.
14 assists. It's actually crazy. The 78 kill participation, there was just so much impact. Like, you could feel it in every single team fight. He was always there, making sure that the right spells were being stolen, just on point with everything.
Yeah, and he doesn't really, it's not that he doesn't do much damage. His utility as the Valentina to steal away the Faramis out has come in so clutch in many occasions to allow, you know, the second win for Evil to fight this secondary, you know, eruption from the ground. Evil coming in, just swooping up Zion in the battleground.
Yeah, I love that Melon was the MVP of this game because even in Evil's previous games, yes, they did not win, but Melon played a very pivotal role. He was playing Valentina a lot of the time. He either stole very fight-changing ults or he stole the call altar to be able to protect his team. And the thing is, you have to be in a good position to be able to steal the ult and not die before you get to proc it as well.
Yeah, and that happened during one of the time. I remember Melon got caught out by Azura X, flickered to safety, and then once he realized Evil went in for another team fight with another re-engage, he came back and joined the fight even though it's like 1/4 HP. I think it should be in one of the highlights, but let's take a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, to see how the game breaks down. This should be the early part of the game, 5 minutes in. I think this is also where, you know, just flipping. The Vanix needs to try to find the backline of Evil, but the call altar coming in for the Silent Melon just denies him so much.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where if you're not sure of when to cast it yourself because you know it's going to get stolen, right? Valentina at the end of the day is looking to just steal that one. So it's one of those things where how do you play that one out?
Yeah, and even though Vanix, yes, this time around, you know, Zion got what they needed, but Coconut came in at last minute, used the flicker as well, just to ensure the kills, putting it back into his bag.
Actually, once this team fight happened, they took the turtle, it was pretty much game over, right? Like, Evil completely understands how to close out games. They were very, you know, very systematic with how they were taking things out. They were just diving at this point, just being like, oh, JS, you come at me, Supergirl, you got nothing on me. And they were able to control all of the objectives from here on out.
Yeah, and just because they have secured a massive lead, 6k gold lead at this period of time, Coconut has already scaled out of control, even getting a Maniac back for himself. You know, he almost got a Savage, but I mean, JS just has to collect some tags.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, when you have friends like that, do you really need enemies, right? Like, it's one of those weird situations, right?
But unfortunately, it is going to be Zion that will take the fall. Evil climbing up on top of them, getting that 3 points, and it feels good, especially for the side Evil. But I feel like, yes, you notice as well, right? They don't feel happy, they don't feel elated. It just feels like I just started my first step. It's gonna get harder for them.
Well, they don't want to get ahead of themselves, right? This is their first win. They've only started to get that momentum and that traction, so they really don't want to lose it. And remember, this is the regular season after all. So this is kind of, you know, the first initial test bit for them. They can fail as many times as they want, but playoffs is where it really starts to matter.
Yeah, it's all about the upper rise. Getting that momentum, making sure that you're ready for the playoffs. If you want to, you know, play with strats, now is the time. You have one more day. It doesn't really matter because you're going to get into the playoffs. How you take it further from there, we're going to have to see.
And of course, if you notice the banner below us, ooh, that new skin looks really nice and dandy. So go ahead and try to get it. I've seen the animation be teased on YouTube, and it looks absolutely amazing.
There are two heroes. There are two heroes for this, right? One is Yuzhong and one is Kagura. Exorcist Yuzhong and Exorcist Kagura, mind you. So they're gonna drop in the Land of Dawn soon. You really want to be able to catch that. You can see already the previews of how the skins look down there on the bottom banner. So
these skins are getting crazily good every single time, and it's just so tempting.
Well, that's the point, right? That's the point. You want to look good in game.
Just give them your wallet, all right?
Yeah. Here's my credit card.
Well, yeah, I mean, so get ready. These skins are going to drop. So whether or not you have your Frank OCBC cards ready to be able to purchase some of those diamonds and skins, because it looks good. I mean, look at Jace, right? He already wants one of those. That being said, congratulations to Team Evil. We're going to hear it from them on the backstage. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, now this is an interview that I'm so excited to have. And for the very first time, I'm so pleased to say that here I have winner of match 3 today, and I have JS right here next to me. We do have so many questions, and honestly, I'm so proud of them because they are the true embodiment of grit and tenacity, and this is what MPL SG Season 4 is all about. So let's keep the ball rolling, JS. I do have a few questions for you. Firstly, how do you feel about this win in MPL SG Season 4?
I just feel very happy, because mainly after we lost like every single game, then I think this will help us build our confidence.
Yeah, so I really hope all of audiences that are watching either live or even online show your support for Evil. They really have come a very long way, finally taking a win in the sweeping win as well. So I'm pretty sure a lot of us are very, very proud of them. Now, the next question I have for you, there was a stark difference between week 1 all the way till now. How did Evil come back so well in this match?
During week 1 to week 2 around there, we had like many problems that we had to solve. Then by this week, we basically solved most of them. So I think we'll play a lot better now.
So what did you guys do different? Like, is it slowly because of all the wins that you slowly took off from different teams, gaining a little bit of confidence? What's the secret recipe right here?
I think for me, the game against Slate gave me more confidence.
Yeah, definitely. You took a win off the big boys right there, isn't it? So that's really wonderful. So third question for you. Did you like your Game 2 draft composition? What are your thoughts?
We actually didn't plan that out. The first 2 picks, the Atlas and Valentina, we actually didn't plan to go Atlas, but then one of our teammates gave the idea, and then we all just went with it.
Right, so it's really all about team synergy. So whenever it comes to drafting, who is mainly the main decision maker for drafting?
Usually it's me and Powerful.
Okay, that's interesting to note. Now, fourth question for you. What do you think contributed the most to your wins in this match?
I think Carrot's set is very, very good this game.
Shout out to Carrot, best tank right there. All right, so for the final question, what are your thoughts for the playoff stage?
I think we will play much better than we did during week 1 to 3.
Yes, I'm sure you will, and our fans are definitely anticipating that. Thank you so much, JS. You did so
Thank
well
you.
today. Thank you. Thank you so very much. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think he's still really, reeling in from that win. So yes, that was JS earlier, and I'm pretty sure a lot of our fans are gladly delighted of this win, really against audience prediction. I think that is their motivation for Evil, They just want to prove everyone wrong, and they definitely did right here for match 3 today. Now, the next match that's going to come up is a spicy one, ladies and gentlemen. This is a highly anticipated match, perhaps giving us a little bit of a glimpse of what's to happen in the playoff finals. Next up for match 4, we have RSG SG going up against Slate. So stick around and join us at 7 p.m. We'll see you then.
OSIM.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes. And this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal, but no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of Anima, I
Alright, so what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
So how do you think you're gonna balance that?
I will like schedule myself like
20 hours per week.
Yeah, time management.
So there's 24 hours, right? So 20 hours of training and 4 hours of studying.
20 hours per week, bro.
20 hours per week.
per week.
20 hours per week, not a day.
20 hours per day of training, bro. Your thumbs will drop.
Who stands in your way the most? Who are you most fearful of?
Everything is in the way lah. So we have to get through everyone to get to top 2. I don't think there's any teams that like in our way, because every team we also have to take them on to be able to stand top 2.
Are you guys single? Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
Vanix is single.
You also single?
Available, Vanix.
I'm not available.
Not available. Why? Why are you not available?
I'd rather date myself.
You would rather date yourself because you're confident about yourself and you love yourself. That's confidence right there.
Alright. Then Supergirl, why do you think Vanix is single?
He's waiting for the sky to turn red and maybe snow.
Oh, in Singapore?
Yeah,
to snow in
That's
Singapore?
impossible. Turn it around. Why do you think Supergirl is still single?
Because he has too many girls to choose from.
Too many variety,
Casanova right there.
Which teams, in your opinion, are Titans? Have you matched up with them in ranked games, and how did that go?
I personally think that ranked game we can't really compare much because I don't think everybody is playing their full potential, because sometimes like you never know what they're doing behind the scene lah. But like sometimes when I was playing, I'll be eating stuff, so they are not so I know that they are not playing their fullest potential. So like I can't really tell anything about it. Yeah.
So given a choice, which team do you want to face off in the grand finals and beat them to win the championship?
The team that I want to face is RSG. Not because I feel they're like the easiest. I just want to have like a revenge story after last season. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Adamir?
I think probably the same team. Yeah, because like revenge match as well.
But outside of RSG, who is one like best player in MPL Singapore?
I think for me it would be Gear lah. I haven't faced him much in the ESP lane, but when I was facing him, it felt like he posed a little bit of a threat to me. Yeah, so I...
Just a bit.
Just a bit. I mentioned it last season, just a bit. So is the one who posed a bigger threat, but I overcome it already, so yeah. So now there's only Gear left, which I don't think it's much of a problem lah, but he's still a player that I think is very strong.
Right, so who do you think is the weakest player in the league right now?
I'd say the weakest player is Bray. He's just getting carried by the other 4. I'm just confident that I'm gonna be better than him.
He was also quite strong himself and he kind of blew our expectations. So I think Gear, you do have a title to protect. What are your feelings about that?
I'm confident I'll keep it.
Okay, let's throw the question to Diallo. Who do you think is better, JPL or
What?
Your own wrong.
Oh, you ask me? Of course I must support my own team.
Yeah.
Of course your team, you can't ask me. If you ask anybody else, then you might get a
Okay, who's the second and third best then? Cannot.
Definitely JPL lah, second. Yeah. Third, anybody can be the third lah.
All the same standard.
All the same.
Singapore third is tied for like the rest of
Type for the rest.
JPL, everyone.
Singapore is like these two only.
Police are investigating the position's appearance as a citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different. We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we'll all try to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
For me, because I do have a full-time job, I'm also a last year student in NUS. So there's nothing, holding me back from pursuing what I want before we go to the 9 to 6 after we graduate. Right.
Just curious, what did your parents think about this decision?
They were quite supportive of me, and basically I'm in my own world. I get to plan out my own schedule in terms of training or work or studies. So I really appreciate the support that they give me to do this year.
Now that Sync is now in Stellark, what do you think about the team?
They got a lot of experienced players. I don't think we will lose in Max, but maybe we'll lose in Macro somewhere, somehow.
And maybe the communication.
Yeah, because they are really experienced players. So I think if you put 3 or 4 experienced players in one team, even though you lose all your Max, they still got their game sense there. They still got their macros there. They can out-macro us.
Who do you want to face off against, and what will it mean to you to beat them out of the competition at the grand finals?
This one is for my man Odia Bambi. We would like to meet EVOS in the finals. I mean, some people like to talk about it. He had a beef with his ex-team. We have a secondary mission, which is to prove those people wrong that Odia Bambi still has his own worth. Right.
Who do you think is the easiest team in this season?
What about Stellark, since they have new players too, some people are even unknown.
I can say that they are the underdogs. I think they might have a chance to prove something this season. Considering the fact that they are really experienced players, as I said before, they might really have a chance to prove themselves.
For fans of Team Flash, right, what's your message for them this year, and what can they expect out of you guys?
Well, I know everyone here is old and we're not really flash as much as other teams, but we use this experience as our weapon to maybe higher than third place.
Maybe. Okay.
So Swell, I know that you're quite young, right? You're 22. What are your commitments right now?
Currently, I'm working and studying at the same time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's a work-study course. So basically, I work in the morning, the afternoon, late evening basically. Then I will train at night, scrims and whatnot at night.
I have work too. I work a full-time job from 8 AM to 6 PM. Then I train every day.
Yeah, I think
life is so tiring.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also the common theme for most of the players as well. There's a passion for the teams and for the esports scenes.
For someone that keeps talking about other players being toxic, you seem pretty toxic yourself down here.
He's a nice kind of toxic. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get.
First of all, I'm not toxic.
Really
nice.
William's a nice guy.
Thank you. Just a bit of a troller also. Just to make fun of the team. I'm on this position because Remy is not funny, bro. As you can see,
I'm not funny.
Yeah. He's a very serious person.
That's right. Very serious.
Is at least your girlfriend supportive of you?
So basically, my girlfriend is quite supportive.
That's great.
Whenever I'm doing my scrim, right, she won't really text me or disturb me lah, in a sense. So after my scream, I will just text her, then we will just text normally.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you're playing ML halfway and then suddenly someone starts to call you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflage state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
him. Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Howard, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Freedom. And playmates.
Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal. But no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Fusion Axley, will never surrender!
So, what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
So how do you think you're gonna balance that?
I will like schedule myself like
20 hours per week.
Yeah, time management.
So there's 24 hours, right? So 20 hours of training and 4 hours of studying.
20 hours per week, bro.
20 hours per week.
Per week,
Yeah, per week, not a day.
20 hours per day of training, bro. Your thumbs will drop.
Who stands in your way the most? Who are you most fearful of?
Everything is on the way, in the way lah. So we have to get through everyone to get to top 2. I don't think there's any teams that like in our way because every team we also have to take them on to be able to stand top 2.
Are you guys single?
Phoenix is single.
Phoenix is single.
Phoenix is single.
You also single?
Available. Phoenix.
I'm not available.
Not available.
Why are you not available?
I'd rather date myself.
You would rather date yourself because you're confident about yourself and you love yourself. That's confidence right there.
Alright. Then Supergirl, why do you think Vanix is single?
He's waiting for the sky to turn red and maybe snow.
Oh, in Singapore?
Yeah,
to snow in
That's
Singapore?
impossible. Turn it around. Why do you think Supergirl is still single?
Because he has too many girls to choose from.
Too many variety.
Casanova right there.
Which teams, in your opinion, are Titans? Have you matched up with them in ranked games, and how did that go?
I personally think that ranked game we can't really compare much because I don't think everybody is playing their full potential because sometimes like you never know what they're doing behind the scene lah. But like sometimes when I was playing, I'll be eating stuff, so they are not. So I know that they're not playing their fullest potential. So like I can't really tell anything about it. Yeah.
So given a choice, which team do you want to face off in the grand finals and beat them to win the championship?
The team that I want to face is RSG. Not because I feel they're like the easiest. I just want to have like a revenge story after last season. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Adamir?
I think probably the same team. Yeah, because like revenge match as well.
But outside of RSG, who is one like best player in MPL Singapore?
I think for me it would be Gear lah. I haven't faced him much in the EXP lane, but when I was facing him, it felt like he posed a little bit of a threat to me. Yeah, so I...
Just a bit.
Just a bit. I mentioned it last season, just a bit. So is the one who posed a bigger threat, but I overcome it already. So yeah, so now there's only Gear left, which I don't think it's much of a problem, but he's still a player that I think is very strong.
Right, so who do you think is the weakest player in the league right now?
I'd say the weakest player is Bray. He's just getting carried by the other 4. I'm just confident that I'm gonna be better than him.
He was also quite strong himself and he kind of blew our expectations. So I think Gear, you do have a title to protect. What are your feelings about that?
I'm confident I'll keep it.
Okay, let's throw the question to Diallo. Who do you think is better, JPL or
What?
Your own wrong.
Oh, you asked me. Of course I must support my own team. Of course your team, you can't ask me. If you ask anybody else, then you might get a
Okay, who's the
accurate-
second and third best then? Cannot.
Definitely JPL lah, second. Yeah. Third, anybody can be the third lah.
All the same standard, you know.
Singapore third is tied for like the rest of
Type for the rest.
JPL, everyone.
Singapore is like these 2 only.
Police are investigating the position's appearance as a citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious action.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the 2 of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams, Every year is the same. This time is different. We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the final.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
For me, because I do have a full-time job, I'm also a last year student in NUS. So there's nothing, holding me back from pursuing what I want before we go to the 9 to 6 after we graduate. Right.
Just curious, what did your parents think about this decision?
They were quite supportive of me, and basically I'm in my own world. I get to plan out my own schedule in terms of training or work or studies. So I really appreciate the support that they give me to do this. Yeah.
Now that Sync is now in Stellark, what do you think about their team?
They got a lot of experienced players. I don't think we will lose in Max, but maybe we'll lose in Macro somewhere, somehow.
Maybe the complications.
Yeah, because they are really experienced players. So I think if you put 3 or 4 experienced players in one team, right, even though you lose for your Max, right, they still got their game sense there. They still got their macros there. They can out macro us.
Who do you want to face off against, and what will it mean to you to beat them out of the competition at the grand finals?
This one is for my man Odia Bambi. Right, we would like to meet EVOS in the finals. I mean, some people like to talk about it. Right, he had a beef with his ex-team. We have a secondary mission, which is to prove those people wrong that Odia Bambi still has his own worth. Right.
Who do you think is the easiest team in this season?
What about Stellark, since they have new players too, some people are even unknown.
I can say that they are the underdogs. I think they might have a chance to prove something this season. Considering the fact that they are really experienced players, as I said before, they might really have a chance to prove themselves.
For fans of Team Flash, right, what's your message for them this year, and what can they expect out of you guys?
Well, I know everyone here is old and we're not really flashy as much as other teams, but we use this experience as our weapon to maybe higher than third place.
Maybe.
Okay.
So Swell, I know that you're quite young, right? You're 22. What are your commitments right now?
Currently, I'm working and studying at the same time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's like a work-study course. So basically, I work in the morning, the afternoon, late evening basically. Then I will train at night, scrims and whatnot at night.
I have work too. I work a full-time job from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Then I train every day.
Yeah, I think
life is so tiring.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also the common theme for most of the players as well. There's a passion for the teams and for the esports scenes.
For someone that keeps talking about other players being toxic, you seem pretty toxic yourself down here.
He's a nice kind of toxic. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get.
First of all, I'm not toxic. Really nice.
William's a nice guy.
Thank you. Just a bit of troller also. Just to make fun of the team. I'm on the position because Remy is not funny, bro. As you can see.
I'm not funny.
Yeah. He's a very serious person.
That's right. Very serious.
Is at least your girlfriend supportive of you?
So basically, my girlfriend is quite supportive.
That's great.
Whenever I'm doing my scrim, right, she won't really text me or disturb me in a sense. So after my scrim, I will just just text her, then we will just text normally.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you're playing ML halfway and then suddenly someone starts to call you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
exclusive. Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Stand over the stone! Interesting proposal. But no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Fusion Haxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals
Justice served! I won't let my blood run from justice served! Be assured.
So, what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
So how do you think you're gonna balance that?
I will like schedule myself like
20 hours per week.
Yeah, time management.
So there's 24 hours, right? So 20 hours of training and 4 hours of studying.
20 hours per week, bro.
20 hours per week.
Per week.
Yeah, per week, not a day.
20 hours per day of training, bro. Your thumbs will drop.
Who stands in your way the most? Who are you most fearful of?
Everything is on the way, in the way. So we have to get through everyone. Get to top 2. I don't think there's any teams that like in our way because every team we also have to take them on to be able to stand top 2.
Are you guys single?
Venix is single.
Venix is single.
Venix is single.
You also single?
Available what? Venix.
I'm not available.
Not available.
Why are you not available?
I'd rather date myself.
You would rather date yourself because you're confident about yourself and you love yourself. That's confidence right there.
Alright. Then Supergirl, why do you think Venix is single?
He's waiting for the sky to turn red and maybe snow.
Oh, in Singapore?
Yeah,
to snow in
That's
Singapore?
possible. Turn it around. Why do you think Supergirl is still single?
Because he has too many girls to choose from.
Too many variety,
Casanova right there.
Which teams, in your opinion, are Titans? Have you matched up with them in ranked games, and how did that go?
I personally think that ranked game we can't really compare much because I don't think everybody is playing their full potential because sometimes like you never know what they're doing behind the scene lah. But like sometimes when I was playing, I would be eating stuff. So they are not. So I know that they are not playing their fullest potential. So like I can't really tell anything about it. Yeah.
So given a choice, which team do you want to face off in the grand finals and beat them to win the championship?
The team that I want to face is RSG. Not because I feel they're like the easiest. I just want to have like a revenge story after last season. Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Adamir?
I think probably the same team. Yeah, because like revenge match as well.
But outside of RSG, who is one like best player in MPL Singapore?
I think for me it would be Gear lah. I haven't faced him much in the ESP lane, but when I was facing him, it felt like he posed a little bit of a threat to me. Yeah, so I...
Just a bit.
Just a bit. I mentioned it last season, just a bit. So is the one who posed a bigger threat, but I overcome it already, so yeah. So now there's only Gear left, which I don't think it's much of a problem lah, but he's still a player that I think is very strong.
Right, so who do you think is the weakest player in the league right now?
I'd say the weakest player is Bray. He's just getting carried by the other.
And ladies and gentlemen, right now, welcome back everyone for our very last match right here for Week 4, Day 1. And as you guys can see, this is a highly anticipated matchups. I know you guys online can't quite see that, but right now our live audiences are absolutely packed. And this shows the demand for today's game. So we had a match full of surprises earlier on in match 3 against all odds and expectations. Evil demolished Zion 2-0 with an amazing team synergy and flawless drafting phase. Now later on in match 4, it is going to be RSG finally squaring off against Slate Esports in the most anticipated matchup, not just today, but the entire regular season, ladies and gentlemen. Now everybody has been looking forward to see the top 2 teams of the standing clash head on, and we today are so blessed to finally witness this exciting confrontation. So ladies and gentlemen, grab your popcorns, grab your seats. You are definitely in for a show. So RSG SG is our defending champion over from Season 3 with a consistently stellar performance. Now Slate Esports, meanwhile, is here to prove their loss against Evil was just a fluke and exact their revenge on RSG SG. The real question is, maybe we'll throw it on to the casters later on, is how will Youngin and St. DeLucas match wits and draft a route to victory for their respective teams? And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing our 2 highly anticipated teams for this matchup today. The defending juggernauts, who seem to have all the right cards, RSG SG. And next up, the revenants, back for revenge with mind-blocking draft strat, Slate Esports. And loaded. So our teams are currently locked and loaded right now in their respective seats. And honestly, my palms are sweating, knees weak, arms are heavy. I don't even know why I'm feeling like this. I'm not even playing. So I'm sure that our casters will be so excited to delve into all the analytics for this show. Take it away, friends.
And Mom Spaghetti Cheryl, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. RSG going up against Slate. Well, the defending champions going up against the ghost of Season 2. My name is Jay's joining right here, Abstract, and also Scrubbies. We'll be bringing you the latest and hot takes of this particular series.
The most revered match of the season, at least when it comes down to the regular seasons. You know, RSG versus Slate, they are topping the brackets. I gotta say, no pressure, no problem. Everyone's watching this. It's nothing at all.
Mom.
It's nothing at all.
Yeah, it just makes you really want to sink back to your Ozim chair and just like, you know, just relax and just like massage all that stress away.
Did someone say something about relax?
Lie all the way back. There
There you go. All right, there you go. But the most important thing that we have to address is the feelings on this desk. Scrubbies, how are you feeling about this one?
I mean, Cheryl pointed it out. Palms sweating. I'm nervous, you know. I don't know what strategies RSG or Slate are going to pull for that matter. Are they going to go all out in the drafts already? Or are they going to save something for the playoffs as well? We don't know that.
Well, technically speaking, when it comes down to this game, right, RSG versus Slate, it feels as though, and it seems as though they, both of these teams, gotta have to look at this game as one of the most impactful game that they gotta have to look at. Because this is their second last time that they will face off against one another, considering if they have been playing like this for the playoffs, you know. But they will meet up with Slate again in the upper brackets finals if everything goes well for both these two teams, and then face off against one another again for the grand finals. So they don't really have a lot of chance to understand how the opponents play if they don't do their very best right here, right now.
Yeah, of course, you know, all hands on deck for both these two teams. Just taking a look at the stats. For the side of RSG, you know, signature heroes, very clear cut for all these players, especially for Lozy. Franco has been performing very well in his hands, but Baby Cakes on the other hand, this B-Chicks got nerfed a little bit. You do see a slight mention in week 4, but you know, the popularity has dropped tremendously.
Yeah, his GPM though, 818.9, almost 820 here. So will this nerf on Beatrix be a nerf on Baby Cakes as well? But I'm sure we've seen him pull out a lot of other heroes as well. So we can count on him, you know, to be able to be that reliable gold laner that RSG always banks on. Now we also have to take a look though at the other side, right? Slate Esports, what exactly do they have in the bag?
Well, when it comes down to Slate Esports, looking at the fact that FMM is playing as the gold laner, we definitely have to draw some differences and similarities between these two teams, right? FMM versus Baby Cakes. You can tell that the difference in terms of GPM definitely looks a little bit sour for our Slate boys, and all across the board, we are definitely looking at some improvements and some not so consistent side, right? Gear, for example, we are looking at his GPM 337, higher than that of Bray. But it really depends on what kind of heroes they eventually play, because in the EXP lane, we can say exactly the same thing. We don't really look at the average damage taken because players like Diablo every now and then plays Esmeralda and any other tanky heroes. They play off as an initiator, they play off as the man that soaks in the damage, you know. A lot of similarities and differences that we can kind of cross between each roles.
Definitely. I feel like in both these two teams, when you have to look at them, you cannot look at them individually. You have to look at them as a whole.
As a team.
Speaking as a whole, as a team, keys to victory for RSG SG. What's your take, Scrubby?
Focusing on starting from the top, right? Focusing on ganking Adamir in the early game, aggressively fighting for objectives to force Slate out of position and preventing JPL from roaming freely. The third one, I think, very, very important, right? Because it's always JPL providing that vision, supporting the teammates, and also helping to set up the fights. And if he gets that free reign to invade the jungles early as well, that's where Slate starts to build up their lead.
Yeah, and with that said, you know, Slate, RSG definitely has to look out for, you know, these pesky JPL invading. And not only just that, you give Gear, you know, an assassin to jump to work around his Ling, his Fanny. He's proven that his worth on these heroes. He could easily jump in and start invading. On the other hand, let's take a look at Slate's keys to victory. Abstract, what's your take?
Well, when it comes down to Slate Esports, they definitely have to put on some respect over to Lolzy, understanding that his role as a roamer, it always boils down to initiative type of heroes. As such, as long as they are able to try to lock down onto initiative heroes that such as Franco, Atlas, these kind of heroes away from Lolzy, that is definitely one thing that they have done right, and making sure that they try to cripple Lolzy as much as possible. When it comes down to the in-game fight, they're gonna have to ensure that they initiate engagements as a team and of course focus onto Baby Cakes, because they definitely do not want Baby Cakes to spiral out of control. Give him the perfect game, whether in laning nor in team fights. Let's not forget about Bray though. Bray, as well as the rest of RSG, they have multiple kinds of win conditions. Locking down on the Baby Cakes alone is not quite enough. As such, looking for Bray into the early stages of the game, which is naturally the pacemaker, will bring a lot of value into the game.
Yes, that's right. And I like the fact that, you know, both of us, the desk actually mentioned Bray and also Gear, right? These two, the battle of the child prodigies as well, is on the table. There's so many recurring themes happening for this particular series because it is one of the most anticipated series in this current season. Now, we only have around 1.5 minutes away from the draft. Let's take a look at the audience predictions. I believe it's almost clear cut, but okay, not exactly.
Wow.
Facebook, you guys got a lot of RSG fans up there, whereas on YouTube, almost there, but still slightly in the favor of RSG SG because, well, they were the defending champion from Season 3.
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, that does add some, you know, credibility. You know, they were able to take the title away, so they are the defending champions. And you know, RSG, you know, the organization across as well is very, very big. So I'm just surprised at the difference between Facebook and YouTube.
I mean, for me, I'm generally surprised that there is a lot of people that is really rooting for RSG, considering the fact that Slate Esports, so here's the thing. Slate Esports, they were generally, you know, repurposed, put on a different mask, right? In this season 4, they put on the Slate Esports mask, right? And understandably, they have been very consistent in season 1 and season 2. But just so that RSG came in as the usurper of season 3, they took that away, and Slate became the revenant. They came back to life, and now they are here hunting for revenge, showing the opponents RSG that season 3 it is really just once. We're just giving you the crown once. We're now back from dead. We'll do whatever that we can to take it away from you.
All right, Custom's predictions all across the desk. I'm a Slate myself. I know. What about you?
I don't want to jinx it. Today's predictions have been completely
no. Say it. No, say it. Say it.
You gotta say it.
Okay, based on performance, I'm gonna say Slate seems quite consistent for me. But honestly, I'm torn. I'm the YouTube 50-50. I'm the YouTube
I'm stuck between two people that support Slate, because right now I'm looking at RSG. RSG has been looking stronger than ever, and I've definitely seen the improvements, the differences from season 3 to season 4.
Yeah, that's a trick question actually, because I got your predictions on Instagram open. So just in case if you swap allegiances, I am here. But let's take a look at the draft. We go. Game number 1, Slate versus RSG. RSG first pick.
Yeah, off the bat, RSG is already quick with these bans. Dicky Phobia is actually coming out as the first ban here. Respect to Sayla, I suppose, or it could be an indication to something that RSG wants to pick up, maybe a 1-1. They're also going to ban out the Balmond, Slate on the other hand, the Paquito, and Valentina. So far, Akai still on the table.
Akai is still on the table. Faramis is available on the table as well. Quite a bit of differences, right? We were looking at RSG as well as Slate. The bans generally they would definitely want to go for a couple of heroes that works towards metas, comfort, and most definitely more towards the later stages, phase number 2, we will mostly look at the fact that the players will want to go for bans that are more towards respect bans. RSG, they immediately banning out Sayla's pick of the Furbius, immediately rang a red flag within Slate, and they're just like, there is going to be a high possibility that 1-1 is going to be picked here. So let us just eliminate 1-1 off of the picture.
If you notice, ladies and gents, the drafting differences between these two teams. You're looking on screen right now, Sander Lucas, the coach of RSG. On just now, you saw Daryl Youngin from Slate. The draft is very different. No one bans the Phobias but Slate and RSG. In the meantime, right now, Slate identifies that, bans away the 1-1 immediately, and RSG picks up the archive for themselves.
Here's one thing what I really love about the drafting stage is that the drafting stage not only showcases and exhibits the growth and the prowess of the players, but the coach themselves and how they approach the drafting phase. When it comes down to St. Lucas, he's naturally a coach that looks more towards into the international ways, right? He doesn't necessarily just target right into the Singapore region and just be looking at every single team and just we gotta ban this guy, and go for respect bans. He understands the inside and out of most, if not all, the other heroes out there, and he understands what will be the flaw of the team, the drafted team, and then he works on the specific bans. In the meantime, for Slate, Youngin, he works onto the Singapore region. He looks into every other team and look at what are they comfortable at, what are something that they are really good at, and of course, play towards the Singapore meta. How do we improve this, and how do we destroy it?
It's adaptability, right? Yes, sometimes when you play against Singapore teams, you have to be cognizant of what is meta, what the teams are going to pick. But remember, these are two teams that have majority of the players have played at an international stage. So not just the players, the coaches, they are well aware. Local meta, international meta, they are able to adapt to whatever is needed. So that being said though, they have already, like you said, Claude, Faramis, go very well together in these team fight-based compositions. In response, RSG is going to pick up this very prio pick today, Melissa, as well as the Benedetta.
We have noted a couple of times that Melissa has been receiving quite a bit of love based on the fact that Beatrix has been unfortunately shot down by her own weapons and armory, right? Her own arsenal of weapons just doesn't really work out for her very well anymore, kind of blasted herself off. So now Melissa, a little bit of a pseudo buff, not a lot of marksmen available out there that really does the job very well, or rather, not as meta. When it comes down to 1-1, right? 1-1 is a hero that is very self-sufficient when it comes down to team fight. Melissa, ironically, is also going to be another hero that is very self-sufficient. You don't have to babysit this Melissa and ensure that Melissa is always going to be a-okay. With Muddle's protection, she's going to be pretty much okay as long as it comes down to divey heroes coming from the opponent's side. And from Slate, it doesn't doesn't necessarily look that way. The Slate may want to steer away from that divey way of playing because they want to play against this Melissa's bubble.
They have the option, right? They could dive in with the Cult Altar and the Blazing Duet if they wanted, but at the same time, this Grok pick allows them the option to disengage as well. If you put up the Guardian's Barrier, you can very easily cut off any oncoming engagements, especially because the heavy spin doesn't get you across that barrier. So it's going to be important whether it's Adamir or JPL that plays on this to be able to play around those fights. Now, going into the second phase of the bans here, Slate taking out that Lilia, so it looks like they want some mid-pressure coming in for Sailor. They don't want him to be shut out. It's important, especially because FMM is playing on a clot. It's going to take him some time, so they need to kind of babysit him a little and help him scale up.
Rotation is definitely going to be important for Slate, and banning out the Lilia ensures that RSG will not be able to burst down the middle wave and start being active all across the map. I believe that is going to be one of Slate's identification, and that they would want to starve out the opponents from any form of locking down or rather clearing out waves, high grounds, as well as gaining vision. Vision is ultimately important for Slate. Currently, they have a Grok, Faramis, as well as a Claude. And understandably as well, Claude takes time to ramp up. And they would, for Slate, they would want to start off with a little bit more ganks in the early stages of the game. And if the opponents have too much vision or if RSG have too much control, it is definitely going to be a little bit difficult for them to apply those pressure onto the individual lanes.
Looking at these drafts across right now, Slate is going to also take out the Lunox, so that heavy burst potential and ability to burst down objectives in the late game could give some hints as to what Gear is trying to go for here. Might not want huge contests in the way of taking these objectives. But with the Benedetta on Diablo though, it's like a second, it's like a plan B, always the split push plan B, and this is what Slate lost to last week as well.
When it comes down to Slate's ban, both of these mages suggest the fact that Slate do not want to look out for any heroes that have mid-heroes that have impeccable escape. We're looking at Black Shoes, we're looking at Power of the Order Brilliance. You don't want to put Gear, which is going to be the jungler here, into unfavorable spot, especially dishing out so much resources. There could be a high possibility that Slate is going to go for a relatively greedy jungler, such as a Fanny or perhaps even a Link, in order to dive over to the back lines. You wouldn't want to waste any resources dealing damage onto these mages, and only for all of these HP to be those damage to be negated by Black Shoes or Brilliance.
Another thing that we have to also identify from the side of RSG, this is Roy instead of 505. This is not the winning draft from the side of RSG going up against Slate. So this time around, both these two teams, yes, FMM is a new addition from the side of Slate. On the other side, RSG SG, they're bringing Roy instead, taking away Kagura away. Don't forget Slate. Looking at the draft, it's very wide open for everyone's interpretation.
Not exactly the escape mechanism kind of mage that I was looking out for. Did RSG play into the palms of Slate, or am I wrong? What kind of junglers are they exactly going to be looking out for? And I expect someone to have a lot of mobility. Whenever you're looking at the opponents mobility is there. Whenever we are looking at opponents that have split push potential coming in from the Benedetta, and even worse, Cho here as well, you gotta have to respond with some form of high ground or mobility in order to encourage your own team to be able to counter push. In this case, Baxia does do the job relatively well, but how well would that be in the end of the day?
Looking at these two drafts, I mean, I'm excited. There are comfort picks around, right? Cho, Lolzy on that Cho. You know he wants to isolate someone as well and be able to burst them down with the Kagura. Crazy addition now to RSG, but Slate, they are not going to let up either. So with the drafts locked and loaded, we're about to go into game number 1.
With that said, ladies and gentlemen, to the portal we go. Both these two teams, the El Clasico. Slate going up against RSG. One desperate for revenge, the other one wants to secure that throne. And this is game number 1, and this will not be the last engagement.
Well, El Clasico 2.0, new El Clasico, whatever that you will want to call it, this is the game that we are going to be looking for. And to, of course, hype up the game, let us go around the lineup and introduce the players that we have here. Bray is going to be playing onto the Akai, Baby Cakes onto Melissa, Diablo onto the Benedetta, Lolsi onto the Joe. And let's not forget Roy, he's coming in to play as the Kagura.
And of course, on the other side of the aisle, Slate coming in, FMM on the Claw, Sailor on the Faramis this time round, Adamir on the Fedrin, JP on the Grok, Gear, the Roly Poly, and of course, the First Blood goes over to RSG SG. Great start.
Yeah, unfortunately a little bit off screen. But looking at the fact that Diablo that is working onto the Unbending Will fought against Adamir and worked out pretty darn well against that Fredrin, that I gotta say, there is some form of surprise there, but not too much of a surprise. We know that Benedetta's strikes are relatively painful, and we, at least I, for me, thought that there would be a lot more proxy going on about. But RSG, they are working their way to work into a more, conservative way of play. Because naturally by now, Diablo will be cutting the lanes.
Yeah, and you talk about conservative, right? Abstract. Sailor went in for the Purify, a staple when you go up against, the likes of the Nakai. You Purify, you pop that Cult Altar at the same time. Oh, it's going to be Losey getting stunned up slightly, but just a high and buy kind of thing. Both of these two teams don't want to commit because the turtle coming up in 10 seconds.
Well, of course, like you said about a Purify, you're gonna have to get yourself out of clutch situations, especially since there is Lolsi, there is also gonna be an Akai that eventually pops you off in an unfavorable position, unable to pop off your Cult Altar. Looking at the emblems now, I did manage to talk a little bit more about the Unbending Will, moving onto damage and penetration onto the side of Benedetta, and of course, very likely gonna go for tank you side.
Yeah, Diablo at the same time. Oh, it's going to be a burst coming out. Gear will be able to take down Adamir for now. But at the same time, it's just going to be pandemonium. Both these two teams just going to go all the way in. It's going to be Execute coming out from Adamir, taking down Roy. 2 kills going down. Slate will also secure the turtle.
Quite a rotation coming in from Slate. When it comes down to RSG trying to secure themselves the turtle and of course really just compete against the opponents as much as possible, they are not exactly at that point in time that they could work that out pretty well. With Gear, hold on a second, speaking of Gear,
Gear will be able to get out away. Adamir, Diablo jukes it around. Adamir decides to just walk through the turret and just walk back out like an absolute Chad. But Gear, rolling around, they secure the first turtle for now, which is a good start as well. But RSG, looking at the goal lead, heavily in the favor of Slate.
Well, back to the topic, right? We're looking at how Slate was playing and how things works out. Slate, understandably, does have a slightly stronger early game power when it comes down to survivability as well as damage. They all mash up together due to the fact that looking at JPL as a Grok, you've got great skilling of health, you've got great damage coming from Power of Nature. When it comes down to Gear, mobility, damage, you can constantly throw in the damage because of your shields as long as they keeps on hitting over and over again. And you can also deal with pesky tanky characters such as Akai as well as the Cho, especially if Cho is trying to go for the tanky side. Gear will look at them with no problems at all.
Yeah, but you know what's grinding my gears right now, Abstract? The fact that Oh, it came out by accident once again. Why is Diablo going in for that particular emblem? Because, you expect, more Spellbam going in, but instead, he went for the Unbending Will. So that's something, you're a Benedetta main.
Yep.
Could you, help enlighten us a little bit?
Sure. When it comes down to Benedetta playing onto Unbending Will, most of the time you're the one to play as tanky as possible. You wouldn't be able to get too much. But hold on a second, we're looking at the fight here.
JPL will be able to want to fall. Melissa will be the one that actually land down the bubble. At the same time, Bray will be able to find the Sailor all the way at the backside. The puppet will not allow Sailor to run on the way. The damage constantly on top of that. Sailor tries to run away, but tries to juke in the brush. But Melissa catches up.
With 3 kills onto the hands of RSG, they did manage to put themselves hand in hand, neck and neck against Slate. 4-3 actually. So we are definitely going to be looking at a couple of difference with Diablo starting up the turtle for Bray, getting himself the Electro Final Blow to catch up right onto Fredrin in order to apply a little bit more pressure. Back onto the Benedetta talk, right? You were asking something along the lines of Unbending Will?
That's correct.
When it comes down to the Unbending Will, more damage when you have lower amount of health. Yes, sustainability would definitely work out greatly for you, but might as well just go straight in for the Festival of Blood. More damage is what you will need whenever you are trying to go for defense items. This way you will be able to scale both ways, tank and damage. The lower health that you have in terms of percentage, the more damage you deal based on to the unbending will. And let's be honest here, if a tank Benedetta is looking at maybe 500 health, for example, your damage is pretty much equals to, you know, a Benedetta, the build up items, and his HP is definitely a lot lower in terms of percentage.
Yeah, just look at how Diablo cuts away very quickly. And all of a sudden, you don't really have a lot of pressure at about the time. Diablo just rotates all the way to the mid lane very easily, but Gear's already there. JPL and Lozy always keeping each other in check, but the members of RSG pass by Gear. Gear will get knocked up in the air. Diablo on the chase. Roy as well, but he gets hit against the wall. But it is also going to be the call altar that saves Gear out of this pesky situation as Adamir coming in, and RSG disengages for now.
Definitely the Shadow Stampede that didn't manage to do a lot of work. In the meantime, up to the top side, Lozy trying to get himself out of the grass from the side of Slate.
Oh, Blazing Duet joining in. Lozy desperately trying to Shunpo will be able to, but he's going to be prey. That be the Adamir comes in for the flank, but Lozy's still alive, but he gets knocked up in the air. Adamir will pick him up, and that annoying roamer from the side of RGSG, his baby cakes will also go down by JPL Spit.
That is exactly why you should not undermine the capabilities of what Fredrin is able to do in all of that fight. Whilst being tanky, you have knockups, you have taunt. You done your knockup, the next moment you can taunt. So in those exchanges, Slate's Slate's Fredrin played by Adamir, he have knocked up 2 different person and taunted 1 different person as well. Quite a lot of value if you ask me. Not a constant lockdown, but it definitely worked out great. At this point in time, Lozy has really found himself in a really bad spot. Bray tried to go in with a little bit more additional damage as well as a couple of, you know, stuns if I could, but it doesn't seem like things are going to be working too well for him, you know. Fredrin really just popped off at that point in time and didn't even lose much health.
Oh, but at the same time, we're going back into action. Bray will be able to pin Adamir onto the wall, giving the kill over to the side of Roy. At the same time, FMM, you know, Blazing Duet all the way to the back guy. Lozy look is super low. Members of Slate, they cannot catch as he will be able to walk out just alive. Baby Cakes will dish out a lot of damage, but Diablo, he's here. He's a general. He's looking for the cleanup crew as Gear will fall down as Diablo punishes Slate for their aggression.
The bottom lane has now been unlocked, considering the fact that Diablo have already destroyed the outer turret in the bottom lane. There could be a lane, no, that definitely is not going to be a lane swap. This way, Benedetta will be unlocked and it will be constantly be able to roam around the map as much as possible, providing a lot more, you know, impact throughout the game. In the meantime, if Benedetta is able to push the lanes far enough, Fredrin has to look after his own lanes. And if he don't spot Fredrin and he's in a team fight, he's going to continue fighting out for the inner turret.
I think what RSG did really well in the early parts of the game, Diablo focuses down on the bottom side. The mobility of the Benedetta allows him to roam towards the mid lane and also with Gear, right? Just matching Gear's rotation. So RSG, I would say that 1 turret takedown is big for RSG.
That was kind of like an investment from the side of RSG, right?
Yeah.
Kind of losing the previous team fight. Well, it's not exactly a loss, it's more of a stalemate, I gotta have to say. So it is definitely a blessing for RSG that they did not lose more than whatever that was happening in that fight, right?
Yep.
If they lost more, then maybe the trade wasn't that effective. But RSG, they lost a couple, but they traded it out for the bottom lane turret, so that is kills into objective.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? Because Diablo has already done his job at the bottom lane, he's now focusing on the mid. Just take a look. Just 1 sneeze on top of Slate's mid lane is going to crack it wide open, and all of a sudden, you know, Gear will not have any more access to the to his own jungle, because you rest assured, RSG will hard invade that jungle.
Definitely not an easy game for Slate. They would want to go for fights, death ball fights, looking at the fact that there is a Claude, there is a Faramis. As much as possible, you want to go in. As a death ball, you want to get opponents into a ball as well. But RSG SG, they're not gonna give that to Slate. Not gonna serve them onto a silver platter or golden platter in this case. They're doing as much split as possible. They're spacing each other out as much as possible. Look at Lozy in the middle lane, you know, just kind of wondering about Braze in their lower quadrant, kind of wondering about too.
He came in with the spin and he takes the Lord away from Slate. It's supposed to be theirs. The concede play will make sure Bray gets out alive. RSG, they take the Lord.
They took the Lord. They took the top lane first tier turret as well. Now most of the outer turret has already been destroyed. The middle lane outer turret is just by a short little bit of stone. You know, the whole structure is balanced by a single pebble.
Yeah.
Just a single touch and it's gonna go down. This this way, we can pretty much be sure that the inner turrets are definitely going to go down real soon if Slate does not play this well.
Yeah, Slate's definitely not going to be able to play this well, in fact, because they've lost too much structures already. Just take a look at the mid lane. One more sneeze, like I said, but Bray is already hard invading, and now it's going to be Adamir going in. Bray just running around the gardens, the wall being built out, but Bray will be able to roll all the way out. Diablo already in the middle. Like I said, Slate will not have ownership of their own jungle, but Gear coming in for this flank, but there's so much happening all across the map. Slate is desperately trying to hold the threads together, but the bottom lane, the Lord has taken down the turret.
Slate is trying to get the best out of the both worlds. They're trying to defend as much as they could in the middle lane and the bottom lane. In the meantime, Baby Cakes!
Oh, Baby Cakes, he's going to get called out. The call auto will be activated. Brave trying to push the member of Slate away, but it's going to be Roy buzzing down Sailor. In the meantime, not even the call auto will make sure he stays alive. Slate will be able to take down Baby Cakes for now, but at the same time, they should be able to hopefully try to convert that into something. But Diablo, oh, he's the cleanup crew. He's already here. Slate, they can't do anything at all. They should be able to push RSG back just a little bit. But RSG, they've talked too much in the early game.
The fight is not necessarily over just yet, though, because Slate, they have just received their power spike. They definitely got more enhanced item. FMM picked himself up with a Wind of Nature. No longer gonna be that afraid of Baby Cakes nor Diablo. Looking at JPL, Blade Armor, Gear has also picked up the Guardian Helm.
Adamir, he doesn't look very safe at all. Bray will be able to pin Adamir right into the wall. The members of Slate, they're not ready for this. The counter will get kicked away by Losey as JPL desperately trying to get back. Bray will be able to sting his head as the puppet will be landed down by the beside. It became out damage all the way to the back line at the same time. But FMN coming in, he doesn't have the blades in the way. He will be able to use it now with the Wind of Nature to keep himself alive. But Diablo is all the way at the back end, but he will not be able to punish Slate.
Unfortunately, when it comes down to both of these fights, Slate has lost 3, RSG lost 3. There are definitely pressure coming in from the bottom lane. If RSG would have been able to hold it a little bit longer, that would have been quite a fracture onto the bottom lane's inhibitor turret.
So much microplay in this abstract. Just look at this. Bask in its glory. So much small little teeny tiny things that Losey tried to put out. It's so good.
Let's not forget about the fact that Baby Cakes does have Muddle's protection. You know, just immediately, he could have just stood right at his spot and continued firing away all the strings, all the needles. But no, he realized that that Losey is about to go down. She relocated herself just so that she would bring the bubble with her. But unfortunately, what Losey was down from is from FMM, and FMM brings him down.
Because you play going in, Losey will be able to knock it out. FMM gets kicked right back into the base. No more damage from the side of Slate. Is FMM desperately trying to chase, but Baby Cakes, he will go down. Sailor will be able to catch it all on to win. Roy is already low health, and members of Slate will try to force the issue. And now, instead of actually chasing for the kills, they're pushing down the mid lane.
He's eventually just going to be slowly pushing it out. The members from Slate, they know exactly what is going on. And this is exactly what we're talking about when it is coming down to split composition. Most of these splits should be addressed either by Adamir or Gear. Naturally, I will call it for Gear because he's going to be the one that have most mobility. But unfortunately, the Lord is available, thus he can't excuse himself.
Losey, he's already in a little bit too deep, but at the same time, backline, it's Diablo threatening the backline for the side of Slate. They have to let go of the Lord at the same time. Another fight happening in the front side. Roy bursts Sailor all the way into the ground, and now Slate doesn't really have a call altar for them to try to continue on the fight. RSG will pull the trigger. They will try to take the Lord instead, but then again, off the other side of the map, it is Diablo that takes turrets one by one.
Diablo is just minding his own business. The middle lane first tier turret is finally destroyed after holding on for such a long time. Diablo is on the clock. He knows that he can only push this bottom lane as this long, and now FMM just recently joined him.
Diablo.
He's just going to be joining in with the rest of the audience here in the Lord's Pit.
Oh, Adamir, the taunt going in, but Roy will be able to burst it down. No more front line for the side of Slate right now. It's all up to JPL to try to hold the line, but the Muddles, the puppet, he's actually pushing out so much damage in the back line. At the same time, Gil will be happy trying to survive, but the count altar coming in clutch. But Bray, he comes in, pins Slate into the wall once again. FMM will be going into the back line. He shuts down Roy, but the Lord cut HP, but it's going to be a Slate Lord. It's going to be RSG Lord, and now Slate has to brace for impact.
That is another Lord that is going to be credited over to the side of RSG. Yet another Lord that will be marching down the map, that will be putting a lot more pressure onto Slate. One thing that we definitely did not realize throughout the entire fight is the fact that the bottom lane inhibitor turret has even been destroyed.
Diablo on this Benedetta creates so much space since the first minute. Adamir, as the Fredrin is unable to keep up. Not even Gear will be able to keep up as well. Look at Diablo, constantly split pushing, just dismantling Slate one by one.
The constant communication coming in from RSG. They understood where Slate was by the minute, by the second.
By the thread as well.
Literally. Now this is definitely going to be a tough one for Slate to crack. With the Lord pushing down in the bottom lane, Diablo's pushing up in the top lane and just defying gravity, defying Fredrin. And middle lane, the creeps comes in tandem.
Yes, in tandem at the same time. The Lord's already in the enemy in Slate's base. It's RSG. They're trying to put out the damage. Baby Cakes tossed the puppet all the way in. The members of Slate focusing on Lord will be able to defend it at the same time. Mid lane is a little bit, but JBL coming in with a round charge. Taking 2 members for the side of RSG. Not going to be able to get FMM will follow soon, but the Cake coming out of Lozy. But FMM Battle Barrier Image just out of danger as RSG. They take JPL for now. Slate Wounded has to go back to heal.
Impeccable positioning coming in from the side of FMM. He evaded himself out of the kicks coming from Cho multiple times, time and time again. But unfortunately, Slate, it is not done yet.
And the is going to go in. He doesn't really have the ultimate to charge it all the way up. He may have already lost too much. 38 seconds on the cut of death timer. RSG still 5 men strong.
The 2 inhibitor turrets destroyed. Top lane and middle lane. This is as far as Diablo can go for the split push for any more objective. The final split push objective that he's going to look out for is that final core.
Final fight. This could be it. JPL all the way to the backline. Bray will be able to pinning Gear all the way back as Lozy. Oh, he kicked FMM. He's getting locked down. Diablo will be able to shut FMM all the way to the ground. The wild charge is not enough for Slate to hold on RSG. As RSG hungry for the win, they will take game number 1.
Oh my goodness! When it comes down to the first game between RSG versus Slate, we immediately be greeted by fierce competition between these 2 teams, the black and the blues. They clashed with one another and unfortunately the blue comes on victorious. And they are showing us that they are not just any usurpers, they are the champions.
That was not a fluke. Season 3,
not a fluke.
They're here to prove that it is not a fluke. They deserve that. And Slate, on the other hand, so much things to have to pull together. Diablo creating so much space since the first minute, and it's actually very scary.
Well, a lot of things has happened. I gotta have to say this, but Scrubby Cheeks, bring us down right into this game. What exactly has happened?
Insanity.
Pure
insanity.
Mom spaghetti?
Pure and raw insanity. My goodness. I mean, Slate, you thought they had it, right? They had a good early game. They had the kills. They had the turtle. They pressured Diablo so much, especially at that first fight. And they got the kills as well. But the thing is, RSG was not playing for the fights.
Yeah, they're never playing for the fights. Diablo was always split pushing. Fredrin couldn't keep up, and it just created so much void. And you know, Slate wanted to fight this big 5v5, right? With the Faramis, everybody hands on deck, we go in the wild charge, but Diablo is there to split that whole fight up.
I mean, not just Diablo, Lolzy as well. You know, it feels like each of these RSG members, they had one job, right? For Bray, it was to either get the objective, which he did, steal twice, by the way, or to be able to disengage the fights with the heavy spin. Just taking a break from that and, you know, looking at the items here, you can see RSG just full build across the objectives, right? They're pretty even. The buffs, the turtle, I mean, obviously, Bray managed to secure those 2 lords, so it helped them with that push. Baby Cakes already with that Wind of Nature as well to mitigate some of the damage coming from FMM. And Sailor, even though he had that Purify, he was put out of the fight early and the moment he used it, right? And when that Call Altar was not available for the team, that's when RSG knew exactly when to go in.
When it comes down to RSG versus Slate for game number 1 here, we can definitely tell that RSG, they definitely want to go for a lot more of the survivability as well as mobility factor in order to play around with the game plan of not going to a fight. Every single one of their heroes that they have picked so far have a certain form of defensive capabilities, mechanisms, or just rotational basis. Lolzy, of course, when it comes down to Cho, he can run. When it comes down to Kagura, she can run as well. She can even she can just pop herself off like a Purify. And of course, we gotta have to say, Akaya as well as Melissa have got their own defensive strat. Everything is revolving around Diablo. That is their grand scheme. But when it comes down to team fight, they gotta have to deal damage, they will.
There's so much defensive capabilities for the side of RSG, right? Like Slate, whenever they turn on the Cult Altar, you notice RSG just run for the hills. They don't want to fight this. But then again, you know, when Sayla starts to run out of steam for the Cult Altar, RSG just went back in full force. Even Diablo, you know, from the other side of the map that was busy split pushing, joining the fight, just cutting off the rear.
Yeah, and I mean, Roy, right? It's like on this Kagura, it feels a little bit like Sailor took a leaf from the book as well. You could see his positioning. You know, he was also hiding in the bushes in some of the fights and being able to just pop out and try to take the backline as much as possible. So again, well, looking at this, Baby Cakes, the goal, high GPM, rich guy, but Diablo, really the carry of this game.
So far, we've seen Roy at his best, but yet at his worst. But so how is he going to be playing for the next few games? Would Slate's gameplay in game number 2 eventually expose how Roy eventually plays in the later stages? Because he's still relatively new. We're gonna have to say there could be some weaknesses and of course advantages for bringing Roy in.
Yep, of course, Diablo, the most handsome person in MPL SG, definitely should take the MVP. I'm not being biased right here. I know he's very handsome, but I'm really not being biased right here. He's created so much space. You take down bottom lane and then starts pushing mid lane, a little bit of HP, and then his presence is felt everywhere on the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, let's not forget about the fact that RSG actually have got quite a bit of difficulty bringing down that outer turret, the middle lane outer turret, right? It has stood tall for the longest time ever, despite the fact that the entire structure was balancing on a single pebble.
Yeah.
RSG couldn't touch it at all because of Slate's impeccable, indomitable defenses. But unfortunately, when all of the players from Slate are just too busy, Diablo just went to town.
Yeah, Diablo wasn't going around assassinating players.
Nope.
He was going around assassinating turrets, cutting waves, preventing Fredrin from basically joining the fight, because Fredrin needs to deal with the wave that, Diablo just cut. And, with the mobility, you could just jump from one lane to another like a link. And it's so annoying to deal with.
I mean, it feels a bit like, the same plan that they lost to in Evil.
Yeah.
It was this Benedetta, it was the split pushes, it was the objectives that RSG got that managed to win them this game.
Yep.
So to me, it really blows my mind that, they managed to kind of take that strategy and implement it in kind of a same but different way.
Yeah, but with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the breakdown from the highlights. What exactly went wrong between Slate and RSG?
Yeah, I mean, you can see in these early fights, right? Again, Slate is the one that gets the kills. At the objectives, they secure this. Bray goes down, Diablo goes down, Roy goes down as well. But the thing is, RSG it doesn't matter because they are not playing for these fights. FMM, he also had a lot of great plays here with the Blazing Duet. Adamir comes in here to clean up as well, finds Lolzy, and then goes back to find Baby Cakes. But just look at Diablo.
Yeah.
He's all the way at the bottom, split pushing in every one of these fights.
Yeah, and then coming in at a very nice moment, the final moment to join the fight. This could, I thought this would be the turning point for Slate to basically take this game. But then again, RSG, they bounce back even stronger, even fiercer. Just take a look at Diablo, just one-shotting members at the backline. Yes, it's a cleanup, but then again, the damage has been done for the side of RSG.
Damage is damage, kills is kills. Multiple times in the highlights, we see FMM outplaying against Lolzy. Unfortunately, that isn't quite enough because their secondary win condition is to win in the team fight. All of their heroes are optimized for team fight, but their primary win condition here, or maybe not even primary or secondary, is 1 or 2. They are executing both at the same time. If they win team fight, great. If we lose team fight, it's okay. We're translating kills and time over to objectives.
It's insane, right? So when I was talking about how every member in RSG had a role to play, it was very specific. Bray, securing objectives, disengaging the fights if they didn't want to fight. Lolzy is like he just had a target lock on FMM. Every time FMM is there, I'm gonna go in with the way of the dragon to stop the Blazing Duet or to put him in a bad position and take him out.
Or even worse, if it's not FMM, it's Sailor. You kick away the Cult Altar and all of a sudden, the team fight potential of Slate just went from 100% all the way to probably 20%.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. And then for Diablo, it's just, take the turrets.
Yeah.
When I have space, I force Slate to react to me. And then when I have the space, I come back into these team fights to clean up. So, phenomenal. They just played their game plan and strategy and executed it just to the detail.
Yes, and to be honest with both of you guys, well, girl.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. It feels like RSG finally successfully learned all the mistakes, because this is something RSG used. This basically Slate made RSG's mistake for the past few seasons, and then RSG this time around is just basically giving Slate their own taste of the medicine. First of all, I split push. Second of all, I hard invades. Third of all, I have a Kagura.
Now that you say it, it kind of feels personal, I use Gears Benedetta. I also use Layla's Kagura.
Cho,
and I beat you
JPL
at your
Cho,
own game.
JPL's Cho, everything.
There you go.
I mean, it's a nail right in the head, right?
We figured it out.
We figured it out already, But when it comes down to Singapore MPL scene, all of these teams are definitely trying to improve themselves and evolve one another as much as possible in order to create the level of competition better and stronger. And in this case, we're looking at RSG versus Slate. Some that have watched in Season 1 but never watched in 2 and 3 may think that, yeah, Slate is gonna take this easily. But with those people that watched Season 3 and came to look at Season 4, this is actually going to be a very much of a nail-biting experience, because RSG has came a long way. They have been steadily improving seasons by seasons, and here in Season 4, it may be too early for us to throw our hands up and yell victory or celebrate. But I gotta have to say, this definitely calls for celebration, especially if the main thing is to break the momentum coming in from Slate and get a momentum of their own.
Yep, we talk about momentum. RSG, they're not only just the fact that they also adapted for Season 4, they also is a team that fuels on momentum. Once they pick up something, they have the confidence, they will scream and they will yell. They will basically encourage each other to push on. And the leadership of Lozi is there as well. He caught someone, everyone just dives all the way in. It sounds easy on paper, but you have to admit there's so much concentration for every single one member of from the side of RSG to basically execute this particular draft. On the other hand, Slate, right now, I feel like they're a little bit disheartened. You have to admit, this is one of their, this is one of the teams they really, really want to beat. How are they going to go into this in game number 2?
It feels like they need an answer to this split push composition, right?
Yeah.
Because this happened to them against Evil, this is happening to them again. But I'm curious, because this is something that Slate also knows how to use. It's their strategy.
If
Their
you know
place
how
that
to
Benedetta
use it,
exactly
you know
to them.
how to defeat it.
Exactly. So in game number 2, I'm really hoping that we will see their solution and their answer to how they're gonna fight against this split push composition. Because you've done it twice now, right? There cannot be a third time.
But is it just gonna be a bait, though? That is gonna be my biggest question, because when it comes down to how Slate should be adapting this, they can of course pick up heroes in the EXP lane in order to tackle against the opponent's EXP lane when it comes down to these kind of rotations, right? Because generally speaking, when we're looking at junglers, the split push, they can definitely go for split pushes, but unfortunately their main body, the main body of the fight, they wouldn't be as strong. In this case, RSG have decided to use their EXP laner to do the split push, so that at least when it comes down to neutral objective, they still have the impact, they still have the control, they have a lot of other heroes that have the crowd control, mobility in order to weave themselves in and out of the battle. So for Slate, draft, yeah, sure, we can definitely take a look at a draft to, kind of adapt and change things a little bit. But I believe that when it comes down to the execution and how to really work with this split, it really boils down to how greedy do they want. If they know that they're fighting a 5 vs 4 and Diablo is somewhere around the map, not around here, is this the proper time to go greed and just rush it right down into their face? Or do we still play safe and play conservative? Because Slate, yes, they have been aggressive at times, but I believe that they could be a lot more aggressive to really make full use of the 5 vs 4 manpower advantage.
Yeah, like controlled aggression, right? But at game number 1, you saw not only just the fact that yes, there's a 4v5 situation always in the favor of Slate, but RSG somehow always get the jump on them. They always turn it around. Sayla was usually the one getting targeted, and not only just that, FMM as well. Roy could always come in, burst off the Faramis, and then pop off. And then all of a sudden, it levels that playing field, and it's definitely tough for Slate to crack.
Well, technically speaking, when we are now that I was talking about the 5 versus 4 elements of the game, looking at Slate's composition, Claude, yes, AoE, burst effect, you deal damage to everyone in the area, and of course, you are rather agile, right? You can't really be touched by AoE effect or skill shots that easily. But when it comes down to Faramis, it enables Claude to just jump right in and be more fearsome than ever. So just from the Cold Altar, it allows the entire Slate to just rush right in. But what is stopping them from stopping RSG from running? Because that is definitely something that RSG can do. They can run, they can pop heavy spin, they can just do whatever they want to disengage.
I blame it on the Cho. I blame it on Lozy Cho. Both of these two, you know, I know we're going to game number 2, but just entertain me just for a second. Game number 1, if Claude and the Faramis were walking together in tandem, it might work. But RSG forced them to split. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's go into game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, will this team fighting composition work? Again, is the question, right? Because I think the game plan, like you said, Abstract, was to force that 4v5 and be able to win that team fight. Once you win that team fight, convert that to the objectives. But somewhere along those lines, I think it got lost, right? That execution didn't pan out like they were expecting to. So how is this going to be in game number 2? Slate is still going to ban out the Paquito as their first pick. RSG being second pick this time is deciding to ban away the Akai.
When it comes down to Claude into the banning pools as well as Bowman. So now looking at the fact that RSG had decided to go for the ban of Bowman, they would want to starve out Team Slate from any form of objective game. And of course, let's just put this as a matter of fact, is that Bowman is definitely the flavor of the season. A lot of Singaporean teams just love picking up the Bowman, not necessarily because of the early game dominating control that Bowman is able to do and just snowball out of control in the event that Bowman actually have got a good game. But the fact that Bowman has got consistency all across the board. When it comes down to lethal counter plus retribution, it's a double retribution onto your team. It is tough for you to lose these neutral objectives. As such, you will always keep your team on a curve no matter what. You may lose to infight, sure, but you have the Turtles buff in order to get yourself more damage, more health, more shields, and for your entire team, you get them back on their feet.
And with these bans on the Bowman as well as the Akai, I'm wondering now if RSG is trying to pave the way for an assassin-based jungler, especially because we know Ray likes to play on these as well, you know, things like the Link, very mobile, and also with the flashy plays. But Slate, in the meantime, is going to remove the Faramis from this discussion. Valentina is still something that is up for grabs if they wanted to, especially because now the Diggy is the one that's going to conclude the first ban phase.
Now we've got the answers as to what are the meta bans and what has been leaked. Valentina understandably has been leaked, and of course Slate will pick that up almost instantaneously. But how would RSG respond? What are the other heroes that they could possibly go for? Let me pick your brains here for this one.
Well, I mean, there is the potential of an Atlas here, especially with the ban on the Diggy. It's currently open if they want to lock that in. Well, they've already banned out the Claude, so I'm just wondering, are they still going to prioritize Diablo's heroes in this case, or perhaps the Ling this time? Because Diablo, you know, is also pretty flexible as long as he gets down his EXP lane.
But to be honest with you, with 2 of these open up, I really agree. Diggy ban from the side of RSG should hint for an Atlas, but okay.
Fanny, there you
Ray will go in for the Fanny, ladies and gents, and Lozy will pick up that Grok with the Wild Charge.
With the Fanny as well as the Grok coming in play, do they want to dedicate a pick just for Fanny, ensuring that they have a hero that doesn't rely on skill shots in order to lock this Fanny down? Understandably, when we are thinking about a lockdown with no skill shots and of course burst potential, we'll always be looking out for Eudora. But in this case, is that really gonna be it? Because we already have a Valentina here. Yes, Slate can definitely push the Valentina over to the roam role, but that would make it so as though that JPL, you know, he plays.
That's right. You're looking for a single target lockdown. The circling eagle from the side of Mathilda will work. And to make things even worse, there is also that Fredrin, that taunt, yes!
Yes.
Once I can't catch you, you can't keep away because you're too busy slashing swords at me.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to looking at Fredrin, knock up, taunt, knock up, that is definitely something that we can see. And we have seen before how Bray plays his Fanny. Definitely when it comes down to dealing with other teams, we could infer that that he's very confident that he's able to win the game, or he's very confident with his Fanny. He tends to overcompensate for himself, and he tends to overextend, which is definitely something that Slate can point out in terms of weaknesses.
Wow, with this 1-1 locked in now, Babycake's picking that up and we know he plays that. And the thing is, with the recent patch as well, Valentina can no longer steal 1-1s out for free without proccing the weakness point. So that's going to make this Valentina somewhat weaker here, and you can see RSG is drafting around this Valentina as well because they fully expected that pick to come up. Right now, going into the second ban phase, they're going to start pulling out options for FMM, that Melissa, for example, and they're going to have to find ways to allow this 1-1 and the Fanny to scale and get the kills in the early game.
Oh, it's not like, I'm loving what RSG has secured for themselves, right? Like this Grok is still wide open, could go into roam, but don't forget Diablo also plays that Grok as well, and the XP lane. And at the same time, they locked in the 1-1 at this particular stage, so that they could also look out for a ban on that Phobius. Or, if they really want to gamble it, looking at what they secured for themselves, I don't think they'll be going for a Phobius at all because AXP laner and also the mage is already secured by the side of Slate.
Well, you never know. There could be a possibility that RSG had decided to go double down on this composition and just kind of pick up heroes that have great damage all across the board, from early game, mid game to late game, because they have already fulfilled their early game damage potential coming in from the Grok, mid game damage potential from the Fanny, and late game damage potential from the 1-1. So when it comes down to their mage as well as the EXP or robe, it's either they just go all in or just get a couple of sustainable hero or tanky heroes in this case, and I believe that there is still quite a lot of them that is still out and available. But the question is, which of these other available synergize better against the opponents?
Okay, so it feels like RSG SG, they're not going to gamble, they're going to ban away the Phobias, because knowing Slate, you could expect a Fedrin jungle as well.
I mean, you could still have the Valentina roam if you wanted to, or yeah, EXP. So Phobius would also can still be flexed. We've seen Sailor play on that Phobius, right? Right now, options for Slate as well. Like you said, Abstract, they're probably looking for something tankier because the Matilda doesn't really make the cut in that, being that hefty frontline for them. Karina is still potentially something that's up for grabs if they wanted to take that into the jungle.
Jumping into the backlines is definitely something that they would want to do when it comes to dealing with the 1-1. The next few picks will be able to help us understand and of course narrow down the final few picks a little bit better. RSG, they would want to focus down onto the mage heroes, and at this point in time, quite a lot of mage heroes still currently available. Let's not forget about Farsa and Yve. But do they want to go with either one of these?
Farsa or Yve, but there's a Valentina on the other side.
There's a Valentina, there's a Matilda as well.
Yeah, another thing that I feel like RSG SG could go for is the Esmeralda, since Slate has already banned away the Darov. And that the Esmeralda will do wonders against the Matilda shields as well. So I think that's something RSG could go for. But everything is so wide open. Saint Lucas right now just struggling, but okay! It's got to be a Farsa, ladies and gentlemen, coming out from the side of RSG SG.
I think they're basically not really afraid of this Valentina, right? And the thing is, with the Farsa, you also create a lot of space for Baby Cakes, for Bray, if they want to go in. You basically try to zone everyone out of that area for Baby Cakes to be able to proc the weakness points. And, with the Wild Charge or the Guardian's Barrier coming in from the Grok as well, now this is the ability to both play as a team in the team fight as well as still having that Fanny if they wanted to play cross-map. Oh!
Two buff-reliant heroes on both sides, with Ling and Fanny face-to-face against one another. This game is definitely gonna be juicy when it comes down to invading, but Slate let's take a look at their invasive maneuvers, right? Looking at a Valentina as well as Mathilda, we can definitely say that yes, they do have a couple of damage on their sleeves, but when it comes down to defense mechanisms, not quite much. For RSG, looking at the Gronk as well as Fasa, I definitely gotta say RSG do have a stronger invading tool, and they should be able to get things down and dirty against the Link. That is if they would want to, because they need the cooperation of their EXP laner, an EXP laner that is able to work around the ball and cut lanes, and that fits it fits very well in the line of Esmeralda.
Yeah, I mean, Jace, you pointed it out, right? The Esmeralda countering the shields here from Mathilda, and Gear locking in that Link as well. When we've seen Gear play, you know, it takes some time for him to scale up. He needs to secure the purple bus, he needs to farm his jungle, and we can be sure that Grok's gonna try to make things as difficult for him as possible.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are going to be looking at. Team Slate versus RSG. I gotta have to say, this is a tough take as to who's going to be the one to win this match. Because both composition, boy oh boy, their own flavors, their own understanding on how they adapt from game number 1. So as we enter the portal into Sanctum Island, which team is going to reign supreme?
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. To the land of dawn we go. This is game number 2. RSG SG at series point. They will want to inflict emotional damage against Slate, especially taking one series from them to signify that RSG SG, that grand finals last season isn't a fluke, and they're looking to repeat that again.
And of course, let's get ourselves back onto the game and look at who is playing what. When it comes down to Slate, Sayla will be rocking the Valentina, the ever so cunning and cunning and thievy, I don't know. But well, of course, Adamir will be playing as a Fredrin, ever so annoying. JPL onto the Mathilda, FMM on the Panther riding Irithel, and of course Geared, the wall hopping Ling.
Same time, RSG, Lozy on the Grok, Gray on the Fanny, Baby Cakes on the 1-1, Roy on the Farsa, and Diablo on the Esmeralda. It's getting spicy. It's getting hot in here in the studio, Abstract.
It's getting definitely hot, I gotta have to say this. Both teams, they would want to exert their dominance into the early stages, and as you can see right here, Bray is doing whatever that he has, but unfortunately, you can't get yourself out of the hands of Roy. He does have wings by wings. He puts himself right into the face of JPL pretty darn easily. And just from this, we can infer that RSG, they just want to go for an invade. And like I said, RSG, they definitely have got a better composition for invading.
Yeah, and of course, you know, with so much walls, Bray, the power spike is already here, but it's going to be Lozy next day, flickers over the wall, but Diablo is already chasing through. He does have the ultimate charging all the way up. He can actually take the fight. He will jump on top of JPL, and he also get at the same time, he's a bit loud low, and we're coming in for the taunt, just barely saving Slay, but Diablo walks away, stays high a little bit as he continues walking away.
Well, Diablo bought a lot of time, ensure that Lozy is able to run away while he's hiding inside the brush for a little while longer. Well, Team Slate, they have I believe that they lost their orange buff. I'm not very sure. We gotta have to take a look onto Bray, whether he have the buff or if Link doesn't have the buff.
Another telltale sign, Bray is only at level 3, and at the same time Gear is already at level 4. That's a good sign for the side of Slate. Should be able to secure, not only just secure the buff, right? It's just the fact that you are one level slightly ahead in terms of the EXP. Now JPL losing his life in the early game is not too
big of a problem.
Not too big of a problem.
Position 5.
But RSG, you know, they are showing that they want to bite and they will snap it hard.
Let's take a look at the overall composition and how RSG SG would want to play, and maybe along the lines we'll be able to unravel a little bit more secrets around them. But unfortunately, they're not going to let me do that.
Yeah, Lozy, JPL coming in for the Circling Eagle will be the one that secures that kill for the side of Slate. But now it is going to be a turtle fight going in. Diablo gets taunted. It is going to be Diablo once again starting the turtle for RSG SG once again. But Gear is around in the corner. Both of Retributions are also up. Both these two teams looking to strike. They do have the purple buff too. It's up to who has the support of which teammates first.
3 minutes and 17 seconds into the game, RSG SG have decided to pick themselves up onto the turtle. The armored turtle is what they have set their eyes on. And not to forget, Diablo and Losi opening up the map as much as possible. Don't think that Adamir will be able to do much in this fight, but the first turtle definitely goes over to the hand of RSG SG, no problem. Why? It really boils down to the composition. Torpedo in the top lane.
Using the ultimate just to get on away. Will be securing the orange buff as he gets on away. At the same time, Stellark tried to do some damage and try to push away RSG, but the aggression coming up from RSG is a little bit too hard. In the meantime, Slate will take one kill up top side.
Cross map action, I gotta have to say. Torpedo up in the top lane, and let's not forget we even have Brady just runs right in. Losi will be able to run away, no problems at all. 2-1, and that is the scoreline 4 minutes into the game. With the items popping up, we'll be able to tell a little bit more about the story, but RSG, they're not giving us that luxury.
Circling Eagle will be going in, but Sayla will be the one taking down Bray. And now that's a jungler that's getting taken down by the side of RSG. You limit that Fanny, and that's good news for Slate. It buys a bit more time, just a bit more time.
Well, technically, Bray is still at level 6 and Gear is level 7. The EXP deficit is not too huge, but that could be a possibility that right now, Bray is telling his teammates to give him farm. Let him farm a little bit before he joins back into the battlefield. As such, from this point on, we may start to see a little bit of adaptation, a little bit of change of playstyle from RSG, where they start to play a little bit more defensive, opening up the map, but not necessarily jumping into the of the action.
Yeah, lots of gold energy is already set for FMM. FMM on the Aerithel is a lane bully against 1-1, slowly chipping away the defenses. Let's take a look at the players go. FMM currently leading in their goal because of their gold energy.
Definitely. Gonna have to say Bray have told his fellow teammate that he needs to farm. So either he's just gonna be farming the jungle all the way or join in the battles only if they can see a slight tinge of victory.
Sayla does have the wild charge in tow at the same time. Roy heading in the pixel brush at the same time. Roy will use the wings by wings to fly on away. Do not line up for the side of RSG, but hold on a second. Ray will jump in, circling Eagle. JBL diving in all the way in, and now he gets caught by 3 members. JBL desperately trying to get on away, gets wild charge right in the face as Roy comes in with the feather airstrike. JBL flickers to safety, and that is a big ultimate and flicker used by Slate.
Well, unfortunately, Roy is not exactly online yet. Hold on a second. Diablo is not too out of the danger just yet. He did manage to get himself a quick run with a sprint, but unfortunately, Sayla taken down, and the rest of the RSG, they are just trying to get themselves away. Slate is not done yet, though.
Slate's not done yet. Gear try to push down the onslaught and try to push away RSG away. They're going to use FM to secure the turtle instead, but Gear goes all the way in deep, using the Temples of Blades to try to push RSG away from their target. JBL will be the punching bag, the sacrificial lamb, over to RSG.
We gotta have to say, when it comes down to picking the Mathilda onto the Fanny, there are definitely advantages and disadvantages. If you were to activate your torpedo a little bit too soon, you are gonna be sent flying together with where Bray is gonna be. Sometimes you land with the Bray's teammates, but sometimes Bray is just far, far away. And if you happen to manage to get someone with you through guiding wind, then the better it is, you should be able to lock down Bray as much as possible. But speaking of lockdowns, Slate, they don't necessarily they don't have the heroes that can really lock down Bray post the torpedo. So even when it comes down to circling Eagle and someone followed him, the only one that can follow him and really lock down Bray is Adamir.
Yep, at the same time, Feather Airstrike will be used to zone out the reinforcement coming off from Slate. FMN tried to chase, but he's going to take so much damage. I don't think Slate will want to try to push this all the way in. Half HP is the turret at the same time as it is going to be a technical pause for now.
Oh boy. Let's take some time to, well, just digest exactly what has been going on, why certain things has been the way it is, right? When it comes down to RSG, as we go down the list of heroes, Fanny, Grok, 1-1, Fasa, and Esmeralda, looking at the power spike and when they come in clutch. Fanny comes in roughly around the mid stages of the game. She needs some steady farm, and that means that she gonna have to get a couple of items in order for her to really come up on top. Be it Blade of the Heptases, Blade of Despair, or Malefic Roar. Sometimes I don't really call it Malefic Roar. Malefic Roar, like later stages of the game, would have been better. But when it comes down to Gronk, early game, Power of Nature is already damage. It already does have quite a bit of damage. 1-1, late stages, Fasa, early and mid really pretty much depends. If you're able to snowball, then that would be great. Esmeralda, middle to late. So they do have heroes and of course roles that spans all across the place. They have heroes that does what each person does well. Fanny can split push, he can deal damage. Grok can tank, open up the map and deal relatively decent damage in the early stages. 1-1, well, she's rather self-sustainable and she deals a lot of damage in team fight. Vasa, let's say it, mobility, damage, as well as opening out the maps. That way, you don't have to be too afraid. And of course, you discourage the opponents from rushing right onto you. Here's the thing. Because of the fact that we're looking at Irithel onto the side of Slate, you may not be able to touch Irithel all the time. So the only one that is able to touch Irithel is going to be the Fasa. If Fasa doesn't kill Irithel, it's not a big deal. You will still, at one form, in some form in time, discourage Irithel from joining into the battle based on the fact that Irithel doesn't have a full HP. You drop his confidence coming into the next battle.
Yeah, so I think if Irithel really wants to survive Farsa's artillery strikes, I think the Has Claws is a must-have, right? You need to basically quickly heal that all the way back up. You proc the heavy crossbow, that's AoE damage, and that is also AoE heal. Not say AoE heal, but like you get more heals from the damage that you output.
So understandably, we have an idea as to how RSG have gone for themselves in terms of the composition. But Slate though, Valentina, Fredrin, Mathilda, Irithel, and Link. Link comes popping by into the late stages once he gets his third item. Valentina pops in with great utility and damage in the early stages. Ademir, great utility and tankiness in the mid stages of the game. JPL in the early, FMM into the late. So Slate, they do have a composition that rounds out really well in the late stages and they skill better than RSG. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they will win against RSG by a long shot.
Oh, how's Bray actually winning this? He's actually behind level and also behind items of gear. He's taking a lot of damage coming up from Bray. That is actually crazy. The battle sharp prodigies happening right here, but Diablo, oh, he's actually around there. The ultimate will miss one now. Gear moves super slick. But at the same time, you know, Slate focusing their attention elsewhere.
As the game slowly goes by, the Lord is currently just standing up tall by his pit. Slate and RSG, both teams, they're not necessarily interested in picking up any fights. They're still on stalemate, staring each other down, asserting some dominance, but it doesn't mean that they would want to go all out just yet. Because it's just not the time.
It's not the time for both these two teams. Gear desperately needs the farm. Same could be said for the side of RSG, Gear as well, right? So Slate, you know, what are they trying to do? But Diablo always down there. Gear, ooh, Tempest of Blades will be able to jump all the way out, try to just juke it all the way all around. Gear will be able to get away to safety, but like I said, that's one big ultimate used.
That fight was a testament for RSG to understand just how much damage Slate have onto the side of Gear. And looking at all 4 blades being hit on the Diablo, and Diablo wasn't even half health down, it definitely gave Diablo a lot more confidence into just jumping into the faces of Slate. So from this point on, once Bray has gotten his power spike, which is getting himself the Malefic Roar, there could be a chance that RSG will start to play aggressive again. And Diablo, he should not be too afraid of jumping right onto the back.
Yeah, but Slate, you know, this is RSG SG binding time, but Diablo, he gets caught out. Roy comes in with Tempest of Blades. Ademir will be there to try to dissuade, but he's like taking too much damage. Bray tries to hit, but he tries to hunt him down, but it's going to be Roy will be burning. The Fadrin all the way down to ground. FMM dishing out damage, but Gear coming in for the assassination and the back line, and that's Pandemonium for the side of the back line for the side of RSG right now. Trading 2 for what?
What did I say? Aggression. RSG SG, they had an idea as to how Slate is doing in terms of the damage department.
Sizing each other up.
Really, this is really just testing, you know, just pushing out your gloves just in front of your opponent, just, you know, to test distances. That is exactly what Diablo is doing. So he knows the level of tankiness that he is at, how far he can stretch himself.
How far he can push. He's doing it right now.
And now he's got his Oracle. He's going to be even more sustainable coming into the next few fights. RSG, they're slowly picking themselves up. But that doesn't necessarily mean that a Slate is slowing down either. They are definitely on curve, and both of these teams shows no signs of yielding.
They don't want to yield right now. The Lord is already getting contested upon RSG SG, but the wild charge, it knocks up 2. Slate gets launched up in the air at the same time. 2 members instantly melted by the side of RSG, FMM, and Ademir, the only ones left. Gear already in the mid lane, but Ademir knocks up Diablo right into the air. RSG will forfeit that Lord. They've already picked up the prize, which is 2 members of Slate.
All 5 members of RSG is still alive, while 3 members of Slate remains in the upper quadrants of the jungle. RSG will take this opportunity to focus down onto the Lord in order to bring down the focus down the outer turrets of Slate, and they could even be able to chip down or maybe bring down the inner turrets of Slate. At this point in time, RSG is just going to be on ahead of curve by quite a bit, and by 12, 13, maybe 14 minutes in, if RSG is playing the way that they are playing right now, they should be able to hit 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah, not just that. This Lord, yes, it's a small little Lord, doesn't really have the charge.
A baby Lord.
A baby Lord, but the super minions coming in will provide so much standing gold for the side of RSG. Therefore, you should expect RSG right now, look, securing more gold. Look at that. Roy already picked up the glaive, more magic penetration. You do know that that feather hair strike is going to hurt.
Feathered hair strike.
Feathered hat strike.
Feathered hat strike.
Yeah, put on your helmets at the same time. But yeah, speaking about helmets, have to wear one. He's taking too much damage from the Lord, combined with Esmeralda right now. But Slate, another fight happening. The Wild Child will miss. Andemir hiding in the brush right now. Roy at the distance, bending down the feathered airstrike, but will not be able to hit any targets. But then again, RSG sending the payload down the bottom lane.
Well, the Lord is going to be escorted by Esmeralda. Nothing is going to be stopping except for this gear. But unfortunately, his HP dropped down low. We kind of seem as though we are looking at a complete replay. Bray just getting himself cutthroat over to gear and doing whatever that he could in order to bring him down. But they are not exactly on a tear as we expected. But that could be a point in time where RSG can get even higher on top of the goal charts.
Yeah, and RSG Bray is already doing a lot of damage against gear, which is already at level 15. But Losey, the flicker, the wall charge! RSG knock Slate right into the air. Speaking of right into the air, Roy, feather airstrike, Bray coming in for the cleanup. 3 men down for side Slate. Mid lane turret cracking open already, and RSG that will lead the charge. Baby Cakes, Diablo finding gear at the back line, but he's going to be Tempest Blade. But Baby Cakes, he takes it into the air. But will gear jumps away back into safety. But Baby Cakes, they will take down the top side turret.
Ling, he flew away to a land that we don't know at all. He's not defending the base because technically speaking, he don't need to. Stellark is still there. But even if he went back into base, he could not have done anything to defend the middle lane and the top lane. And with that all being said, it is 13 minutes and 45 seconds. We are looking at a 5,000 goal lead as I expected. Yep. So RSG, they are really on ahead of the curve. They are not going to be yielding themselves to Slate. And from this point in time, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just going to be conducting a medley of death.
And not only just that, RSG does have the high ground. They do have the feather airstrike. Stellark could also do the same, using the tools of death of RSG SG against their own. But then again, RSG has so much structure standing. Slate has nothing to defend except for that bottom lane.
One thing that I am relatively surprised is the fact that RSG did manage to make full use of that baby Lord and all that came with it. They chowed everything down like a hungry toddler. They brought down so many turrets in that short amount of time. But RSG SG, it kind of seems as though they are prepping themselves for one final fight. They're trying to look out for gear, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to be the game plan they're looking out for. But one thing's for sure, they managed to push in the top lane as much as they could in order to create space for this Lord take completely uncontested.
Uncontested at all, Amstrike. Slate cannot even touch his own purple buff. Gear right now, the lane on crutches, doesn't have a purple buff, forced to push down at the bottom side. But you are rest assured, Bray, the battle of the child prodigies, they're gonna walk all the way. And look at Bray, he's hunting for gear. He knows, he's jumping around. There's no way for you to run, Bray! Will be the one that triumphs.
There's only so far you can run, but you can't hide. Gear showed himself in the bottom lane trying to work onto those split pushes. And of course, I would believe that Bray have been counting down the timer of his first skill to know when can he be vaulting up against the wall. As such, he found out off cooldown, I can go for this and immediately pop the heads off of this link. And because of that, our Slate, they have to fight this fight in a 4-man disadvantage.
Feather airstrike will be able to chunk down FMM. Sailor will respond with the save, but the call, it gets chunking down. RSG second the Lord. They will defeat Slate in game number 2.
In a 2-0 fashion, completely convincing. RSG, they stopped at absolutely nothing. The usurpers are it's not just a label anymore. I wouldn't even call them the usurpers anymore because it's rightfully theirs. The crown is rightfully theirs when it comes down to Season 3. But for Season 4, how much of it will be important? Because let me just put this on for everyone. Let me help you guys understand this. It's the fact that every single one of these players from RSG and Slate, they know how big of an impact this game is. And yet, they are still being able to play their hearts out. Slate in their final form. RSG 505 ain't in here.
Yeah.
Roy is the one playing.
Yeah.
So this isn't even their final form.
Yes, this and RSG beats Slate at technically almost, no, they're not the final form, right? Because, you know, it's FMM coming in, but FMM, I don't think we can point any fingers to anyone from the side of Slate. It's just collectively speaking, RSG working as an absolute unit, working like clockwork, dismantling Slate one by one.
The moment that we have been waiting for the longest time ever since the regular season started. And this is the result that we see. 2-0 in favor for RSG. Scrubby Cheeks, what do you have got to say?
We weren't let down. We were waiting for this match, and RSG, they really showed why they deserve to be the champions of MPL Singapore Season 3. Just, my goodness, it was so dominant coming from them, you know?
Yeah.
It felt like, yes, Slate had a bit of traction in the early game, and, you know, Gear was silently farming as well. All the time, a lot of the fights happened, you're like, it's okay, you know, Gear is farming, we potentially can still count on him, but the thing is, they force him to split push, they set the pace, they force him to go across the map, and then try to take him down from there.
I really appreciate the fact that RSG has been very disciplined with the way that they play. Yes, there are times that they are just testing out their opponents, such as the fact that Bray didn't have much of an item coming in to fighting against Slate, and they're just throwing Fanny into the pits, you know, just putting them into the Colosseum. And in the end, Fanny didn't really fare that well into the early stages, dying once, putting himself at the bottom of the gold charts, but at that point in time, I can already feel it. I can almost hear it. Bray telling his teammate, I need more farm. And from that point on, the entirety of RSG decided to play a little bit more safe, a little bit more conservative. And only when Diablo tested out Gear's damage potential and Bray picking up the Malefic Roar altogether, that was their comeback.
Ladies and gents, do you guys not realize Bray was fighting Gear at level 15, Bray was level 13, and almost killed Gear with it.
Right, about that, yes. I guess it's just kind of like a Fanny over Ling kind of thing. You know, when it comes down to Ling, we can say that when it comes down to first, Ling starts to pop off 3 items in. And right now we're looking at 4 items in for Ling. Definitely, yes, he will have a lot of impact. He will have a lot of potential. But when it comes down to literally fighting neck and neck against a Fanny, it's not definitely something that Ling will be really good at, because you would want your opponents to just eat up every single one of the swords. And relatively speaking, Ling is also a very teamwork basis hero. You wouldn't want to jump in and assassinate one person all by yourself. Yes, you can do that, but it's not quite recommended.
I mean, you're counting on that just burst damage coming from Fanny, right? And I'm not sure if these were the items that Bray used exactly, because it's an Athena shield and blade armor, but I guess the Blade of Hephaestus really added to that damage together with the Malefic Roar, and when you put that in, it just does a whole lot to Gear, and Gear just forced to use the Tempest of Blades just to mitigate that moment of, you know, have that moment of invisibility. And now looking across at these stats over here, again, Baby Cakes, the rich guy, but this time the carry, Roy, he did so much on this far side. He was putting out the damage, creating the space for RSG to go in as well. And when Lolzy engages, he immediately follows up. I think that just amazing how RSG, you know, worked as a team.
Yeah, and if you notice, just both of these two teams so neck and neck in terms of damage dealt, right? It's only just a bare, like, what, 10k damage difference, and it's not a lot. But then again, RSG was the one that manages to secure most of these turrets and also deal more damage to the turrets. And I'm just speechless.
Yeah, I can tell that you are very much speechless.
I'm a
dude.
bit affected.
Buddy. Okay, so here's the thing.
Emotionally affected.
Emotionally affected. Now, here's the thing. When we're looking at damage dealt and damage taken all across the board, we can definitely tell that Slate and RSG, they are pretty much neck and neck. Yes, RSG won by damage taken and damage dealt by a shy little bit. But we can infer that both of these two teams, they are very much on a stalemate on these two departments. So what exactly set these two teams apart? We're looking at RSG at 11 kills, Slate at 6 kills. How they rotate, how they move, how they make full use of each kills to translate them over to objective. Because RSG, they definitely have got a really good idea how they can make use of neutral objective, how they can use kills, how they can use the opponent's rotation and even their own to collect those mullahs.
Yeah, Lozi definitely deserving on the MVP. The set off the Grok well charge has changed the tides like, over and over again. You saw it with your own eyes, ladies and gents, many times. Knocked up in the air, sets it up with the whole team. Roy just gobbles it up with a feather airstrike and poof, Sayla and JPL just disappears.
Yeah, I think he landed, especially in the later part of that game. There were two huge ultimates that he landed, and on critical people as well.
Yeah.
It was on Sailor, it was on JPL, and that prevented, Slate from being able to disengage with any sort of backup, any guiding wind that potentially JPL could offer. And the last one as well, I think he had a 3-man wild charge that just knocked them up, and they disappeared. They disappeared.
Yeah, literally melted into the ground. And of course, another honorable mention for the side of RSG, right? Roy. That dude came in like last week, if I'm not mistaken. Debuted last week. And already going up against, RSG's nemesis. And they won.
I mean, Roy has really been showing up, the way that he plays it, he does not, it's like 505 isn't missing from the game at all, totally. And
505, you'll be missed.
You are gonna be missed.
But the way that he plays with the team is phenomenal, In that last team fight where Lawsy locked the 3-man charge, he was already in the brushes waiting for Lawsy to pull that off. So just impeccable teamwork and synergy going into that fight. So, I don't know, just perfect execution, really.
When it comes down to the overall composition from Slate, right? Because right now I'm just looking at the post-game statistics, post-game, whatever thing that Slate has been doing post-game, right? We can definitely understand that Slate does have heroes that enables them with quite a bit of mobility, right? Irithel have got sprint to work with that. Matilda and Link, they are pretty good when it comes to moving around too.
Yeah. Speaking about moving around, let's take a look at the highlights. How they rotated. I think it's not about a draft in a sense. It's about how RSG and Slate rotated, right? Slate in the earlier parts of game, I think they did well. JPL, I know there's a first whoopsie, but Scrubby, as the game goes on, what do you think?
Well, you can see, right? They really play Lawsy. Look at him just zoning and being able to crack that kill onto Sailor as well. And his Guardian Barrier does so much in terms of creating space for the rest of his team. Now, I think this is in the beginning where it was still a bit iffy. Both of these teams still kind of had a chance. And Gear was showing... this is where JPL just kind of looked like he suicided into the team to help secure that turtle for Slate. But yeah, I mean, towards the end of the game, it seems like this is where RSG is starting to set the pace for Slate to follow, right? It felt like Slate was really responding to the tempo that RSG was placing down for them. And even though they had a lot of mobility on the side of Slate, especially with the Matilda, it just didn't seem like it was enough up against Bray.
There was a lot of easy in, easy out kind of gameplay coming in from RSG. When they go in, they literally go in as a unit and then they head out as a unit as well. Especially since they know their hero prioritization. They know who they want to attack. They don't have their own hero that they would target, but more of the fact that they collectively have someone that they want to kill. And that is something that I absolutely love looking at RSG's gameplay. And clip by clip by clip. Yes, we have seen a couple of ups and downs coming in from RSG's gameplay, but that is also due to the fact that Bray wasn't quite ready for some of these team fights. And that is the beauty of it all. They know when they should start fighting, they know when they should stop fighting, and when is their power spike in order to send Slate into a frenzy.
Yeah, I think the frenzy, Slate in is definitely uncomfortable, right? Like going into all these team fights, RSG definitely made them super uncomfortable. So in order to make you guys comfortable is the OSIM chair.
Okay, wait, hold on. let me
You
try again.
thrown massage chair.
That's correct. Yeah, and I think one of us is actually using it during the break. Own up, please.
During the break, we use it all the time. What are you talking about? Excuse me.
Yeah, we just like plug in and then
like that. Come on.
and then the lumbar support is actually comfortable, and I love a very thick lumbar support. Right, it makes me kind of like force myself forward a little bit, kind of make sure that I sit up straight, and it's really comfortable. And not just that, the massage keeps the blood circulation going, especially when we're down in between breaks.
Yeah, with that patented V-hand technology. So if you want to play in comfort, be sure to check out the OSIM chairs. They're even Transformers limited edition.
Exactly.
Come on, like that's pretty cool. You have to admit
Yeah,
it.
trust me, you'll never know that you need a gaming massage chair until you sat on one. And you'll be like, this is an absolute game changer. When I die in game, I can just sit back and relax and turn it on. What is this?
When I die in game, I'll die on the chair.
And dude, you never know that you needed that much needed massage to really just loosen up your shoulders, because you really need one.
Definitely. So in order to loosen up just a little bit, ladies and gents, we'll be tossing it back into our host downstairs. We'll be interviewing the winners of this match.
Alrighty, so it wasn't the highly anticipated matchup for no reason, ladies and gentlemen. It was absolutely a spicy one, and we have all been begging for such an exciting match the entire season, and they definitely delivered. Right now, RSG SG won against Slate right here for week 4, day 1, proving they are the defending champions, not to be trifled with. And right here, I have Diablo team captain to share some insights on those exciting matches that happened earlier. So you were the star of game 1, your Benedetta. So what do you think gave you the win for your team for game 1?
I think if my team don't perform, then I perform lah, normal. I'm just joking lah. But I think it's because they were trying out new things. Then none of them are able to match me in the split pushing. So I was able to get a lot of things done. Yeah.
Right. And you definitely really went all over the map, really pushing lanes and everything. Well done right there with your Benedetta. Now, game 2 was a back and forth affair. Now, what gave RSG the most trouble for game 2?
I think it will be like FMM. It's a bit hard to catch, not gonna lie.
Be like a cockroach, huh?
A bit like rat like that. Want to catch a rat, then very hard to catch.
I can say the same about your Fanny, huh? Yeah.
But my Fanny naughty different.
Yeah, really very
Fanny like
naughty.
to steal things.
Yeah, I was really on the verge of calling SPF, saying that really, this boy is stealing everything. People's jungle, just taking everything, yeah? So yeah, that was really wonderful. Now, actually, this is a very important point. The brains behind the beautiful drafts behind RSG. Do you have anything you want to say to your coach, Singh DeLucas?
To my coach, actually, I didn't want asthma just now, but he wanted me to play it. So, even if the hero is bad, just trust me, I'll do it proud, bro.
Wow, so he will make it work. It's about the player, right? Never
It's
about the
player,
hero.
not the hero. Although I complain a little bit, but
you still deliver lah.
I still deliver lah.
Being Diablo still deliver. All right. So now that we have finished this highly anticipated match for the regular season, what are your thoughts on the playoff stages?
I think playoffs definitely harder because regular, some teams are not trying their best. I feel they were just testing around. Yeah, but biggest threat, I think Evos will be much harder than today like because it's a new patch also, and I think they are not accustomed to it yet. So we shall wait and see playoffs how much better they have become. Yeah.
So even for now, given it's the regular season, do you feel that you have already put all of the cards on the table, given your most anticipated opponent so far, or you still have something special, they're gonna treat our audiences at playoffs?
I do have something special, but if they force me to bring it out, then I bring it out.
Oh, well, must crowd favorite, must encore, then can have one.
Well, if can win without bringing it out, then it's better lah.
Oh, all right.
Pocket pick for a reason.
Okay, so that is something that we can be anticipating over at playoffs. So, final question, which team do you think poses the greatest threat to RSG for winning the championship?
I think it should be Slate lah. Their match is slightly harder than the rest, I guess.
So it did make you kind of...
I'm confident that I can win lah, but my team...
Just a bit more effort.
Yeah. I mean, after today, maybe they get confidence that they need. Because it's always Slate, it's always Evils, yeah, that's our competitor. But who knows, maybe playoffs we will see a new rising star.
Right. I think given this match, everybody will go back to the drawing board in preparation for the playoffs itself. Alright, so we can be definitely anticipating it. Thank you so much, Diablo, for the insightful sharing. Thank you so very much. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, that was Diablo. So as you guys can see, there is so much that we can anticipate coming up over at the playoffs. So that is something that you definitely don't want to miss. So find out more on how you can witness this truly momentous event on which team will actually represent Singapore over at the M4. Now today's matches have concluded and we have one final day tomorrow for teams to mount the last-ditch efforts in the upper bracket spot. So right now, we're gonna move on to the boards. So as you guys can see right here from our standings right now, cementing their position even further, we have RSG SG in first position with 18 points. Right behind we have Slate at 14 points, and then we have SMG SG trailing behind at 9. Revival just inching back up today's leaderboard back to the 4th position in 8 points lead, actually tied with Stellark. And moving forward, we have Flash in 6th position, Evil following behind at 7th, and right now Zion at 8. Wow, you guys can see the whole turntables, how everything did a huge switcheroo. Now that is exciting, I must say. So right now, as you guys can see, tomorrow is the final day for the regular season. So it is truly a do or die right now for the teams in the lower bracket as they want that coveted extra lives over at the playoff season. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the matchups happening tomorrow on the final day of the regular season. As you guys can see right here on the schedule for week 4, day 2, for match 1. Right now, we're gonna face off with another match that we all have been waiting for. Match 1, Stellark going head-to-head with RSG SG. Yeah, so Stellark right now, just for clarification, they do have 1 point against RSG SG. So we will find out who will emerge victorious on match 1. That will be happening at 11 a.m. Now right behind, we do have match 2 with Evil going head-to-head against Flash happening at 1 p.m. And match 3 would be Team SMG crossing swords with the Revival, which truly revived all the way in the leaderboard. You can see them catapulting right up to the 4th position. That is also something that you don't want to miss. And closing off the show for week 4, day 2, we have match 4 of Slate versus Zion. What a treat, ladies and gentlemen. What a treat it is. Alrighty, so don't forget that MPL SG Season 4 isn't the end of the road for our teams because we definitely still have playoffs. So this would mean that they actually secure either their upper brackets or lower brackets position, and being an upper brackets definitely is more important because they get to secure that extra lives. Now, this is a very important announcement as Moontan Games have released invitational slots for M4, and there is only one coveted spot for the M4 for only one team to represent Singapore. So only the champion of MPL SG Season 4 will be able to stand on the world stage and prove that us, Singapore, have what it takes to compete globally. Last but definitely not the least, we want to take this opportunity to thank everyone, all of our lovely live audience for joining us today. And of course, you guys right on online for tuning in and watching our lovely matchups for today. And of course, right now, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our amazing sponsors. MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games, as well as Zenway Productions, supported by Frank Bio CBC, Ulsim, and TikTok. So join us tomorrow for the final day to know the confirmed bracket placements of our 8 teams. So don't miss out. We'll see you then. 11 a.m. sharp. Goodbye.
Thank you.